atop a throne of skulls.
Welcome, my friends, to a little bit of a Monday Madness. Yes, guys, we are today having a King of the Hill stream. So for anyone who's not familiar with the format, basically it's a last man standing format where the winner of the first battle essentially stays and then another challenger comes on and tries to take the crown. And at the end of the stream, the individual with the most wins will, of course, be the King of the Hill. So even if they win their first 5 games and then lose, if nobody can surpass the record they have established at that point, that individual will be the winner. So welcome, guys. Let's get this show on the road. First match of the day is going to be Tank of Clan VM facing off against the Jungle Man. And it is going to be Vampire Counts facing off against Dark Elves here in this matchup. Certainly a fun one. We've seen Tank on Vampire Counts before. As a matter of fact, he actually played Vampire Counts in my faction war and did really well. He actually almost beat Falcon's Lizards. And yeah, it's a very, very solid Vampire Count and tournament player. One sec, guys. Adjusting the microphone and all that good stuff. Making sure to put up the screen blocker so you guys can't see. Give me 1 second. All right, we're all good. All is well in the realm. The players are indeed loading in. And I think it's about go time. So let me go ahead here and minimize real quick. Make sure we're all set. All right. Just getting this, a couple more signups in. All right, perfect. So we have a lot of signups today. I'm going to be trying my best to get through all of them. So hopefully some of these games will be a little bit quicker. Let's make sure everything looks good on the receiving end. No screen blocker of doom as usual. The last faction war was pretty recent. Of course, there's always going to be people like, oh yeah, there's a blocker up now. But anyways, for the Army of Tank, let's go ahead and take a look here at his lore choice. He does have a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, a classic competitive pick. This bad boy He's one of the best duelists in the game. He does also have the Helm of Discord and some pretty good DPS abilities with the Heart Piercing or Heart Rending. I forget what it's called. One of those two. In the front line, he does have zombies. It looks like some chill guys coming in. Interesting pick here. As far as magic damage on the Dark Elf roster, they have a couple units that, of course, do magic damage, like Slaanesha's Harvesters and Doomfire Warlocks. You have to be careful, but they do cause terror and can be quite sticky otherwise. Also, Soul Stealer is very common, and Jungleman actually did bring the Flaming Sword of Ruin, so if he plays effectively, he shouldn't have too many problems against the Chillgeists. On top of that, he does have Graveguard in the front line with great weapons, and oftentimes, Dark Elf players will box up using like halberds and things like that, so the Graveguard with great weapons are a very, very good answer against that. On the ground here, he does have some Crypt Horrors, so 2 of those, and for his Heroic Unit core, he does have a Black Coach, a Corpse Cart, a Banshee, as well as, I believe, an Necromancer, who probably is just going to be a support unit here in the front. And that looks to be it. Pretty cool little army. Some Blood Knights, I think, on the far side. No, actually just Black Knights. No elite cav in the form of Blood Knights, but certainly a very good force. Now for the forces here of the Dark Elves, the Jungleman, he does have Blackheart Corsairs. Up in the sky, he does have a Supreme Sorceress of Fire and a Master. So honestly, as far as the Air Force fight goes, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord could, of course, beat the Sorceress in a duel one-on-one, but with a Master helping, of course, it might be a bit scary if Flaming Sword of Ruin is activated and this vampire starts getting burned at the hands of this sorceress. Corsairs in the front, those guys are going to get mulched really bad. The Vampire Count army is very well equipped to kill them. And as far as the cav goes, the Doomfire Warlocks, wow, there's going to be 3 of them in total, one of which is going to be Slaanesha's Harvesters. Okay, very, very cool stuff. And Harpies on the far side as well, so very unorthodox build here from the Dark Elves, but it certainly has some good answers. The Doomfire Warlocks could potentially kill off the Chillgeists, and he does have the potential superiority up in the sky, a little bit hard to say. No need to wait for me. Start when ready, as some tree in the background spazzes out when I was looking at it. Yeah, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, I think probably with Healing and Helm of Discord, he could probably 2v1 these guys. And Invocation? I don't know, it's hard to say, especially if he fights over the Corpse card. Because that'll obviously give him a couple little buffs here and there. So we have Flaming Skull, Flaming Head, and Burning Flaming Sword of Ruin. Getting those a little bit confused. Again, I just woke up like 30 minutes ago or an hour ago, so I slept in pretty bad today. So forgive me, guys, it takes me a little bit of a time to get started here. So those are the Crows of Cain. Crows of Cain could come over as well. That would actually be very helpful in the Air Force duel. Probably should have started them a little bit closer. Crows of Cain could help to tar pit the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Granted, I have a feeling the Blood Dragon Lord is just going to land here. And brutal charge coming in. The Chill guy's getting a huge blow right here. And it looks like a breath attack coming in from the Dragon, maybe. No, he was thinking about it, but he does use Flaming Sword of Ruin. But of course, Tank is such a savvy player. Before the Flaming Sword of Ruin even matters, he pulls back the Chill guys into a different engagement. Oh man, that was such a smooth play. Anyways, here the Supreme Sorceress is going to be going after the Vampire Lord, as is the Master and the Crows of Cain. So pretty big commitment here from the Dark Elves. And Doomfire Warlocks are going to get the good counter charge. Very well played to Jungleman here. He is able to get that, and a Soul Stealer on the Chill guy. So a lot of those models are going down very, very rapidly. Now, as far as this fight goes, it's a complete rout here for the Dark Elves. You can see the Blackheart Corsairs are forced back. Crows of Cain giving some decent sustainability, though. Those guys are no slouches. And the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord hasn't done too much damage. Soul Blight is also going down, so a big expenditure of all the spells here from the Dark Elves. Granted, Soul Blight is a free spell here for the Doomfire Warlock. So he has a lot of free spells among these 4 Doomfire Warlocks. Back in this fight, though, Crows of Cain are starting to get worn down. The Master, of course, doing its thing. And the Doomfire Warlocks, it looks like a Doom Bolt was sent here on the Black Coach, doing some okay damage. Very much a grindy fight here. And you can see here the Chill guys are in a little bit of a precarious situation, but eventually I think that the Vampire Counts will win this fight. The Terror Routes and just the attrition that they have here is going to be able to force back the Blood Dragon Lord plus the Master. And if the Master gets trapped here in a duel with the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, its salad is going to get tossed really bad. So the Black Coach does come around the back. It comes up and over, and Tank actually uses it to try and pin in the Supreme Sorceress. Very nice stuff. Now, as far as the rest of the fights go, Corsairs against Zombies here is pretty much a wash. These Corsairs, of course, are going to be losing pretty bad against Graveguard with great weapons. And it seems like it's going to be a quick game for Tank, as he's able to win that engagement pretty heavily. The Master is going down. The Supreme Sorceress is pinned in by a Banshee, by the Chillgeist, by the Black Coach, and I don't see any ways for the Dark Elves to come back in. Losing the Master here is pretty disastrous, to say the least. So the Master is going to be getting chased down by the heir of Aborash here. And you can see the big scary Blood Giant Vampire Lord pouncing on this little Hell Steed. He is forced back, and he's pretty much doomed at this point. You know what could have been really nice in this engagement? I loved the Soul Stealer play on top of the Chill guys. I think that was very good. But had Jungleman saved his Soul Stealer for this big blob fight, that could have been pretty helpful. Granted, he only had one cast through the Doomfire Warlocks. He didn't have Lord of Darkness or anything, but here we do have the Supreme Sorceress with the Flaming Sword, putting up the best fight it can. A nice little Burning Head going in the back. Going to be roasting down some of the witches and zombies and all sorts of scary stuff here, and just going a little bit of Rob Zombie action. But nonetheless, the Supreme Sorceress shall most certainly be falling to the Shanks of the Banshee, the Black Coach ramming it in the side, as well as the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. And a very ambitious Dark Elf build using 4 Doomfire Warlocks. Now, they have a couple nice matchups here. Doomfire Warlocks, of course, very good against ghostly units, good against zombies and chaff, and honestly not bad against like low-tier cav like Black Knights, but against Armored Graveguard, against an Armored Blood Dragon Lord and Crypt Horrors and stuff like that, they're not going to be super efficient. And you can see here that the Doomfire Warlocks are going to fall. Typically, you see Doomfire Warlocks used as like a one-of unit, just something as a support to get the free spells, and also just have that niche against the Chillgeist or any sort of a spooky ghostly unit like a Banshee. But in this case, I think the Overload was really expensive. Those guys are not cheap at all. Also, I'll probably cut the Harpies. I don't really think you need the Harpies here. They're not going to do much. I mean, unless you go all in on an Air Force and you're just trying to like goon, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Harpies. And Corsairs do have some trouble here against Graveguard, and although they did okay. They did okay. The engagement was just that one big blob engagement really went to the Vampires. And now we have our first champion of the day, which is going to be Tank. So Tank is the king. GG, well played. You should have deployed further back. You had the air advantage. Tank making a very good point. He could have attacked in the air with the Harpies and his characters and then kept his army back. And then Tank would not have been able to land. Very, very good analysis there. Good feedback he's given to his friend. Now let us go ahead here and update the scoreboard. Yes, it is the first game of the day. Welcome, guys. It's the first of many. So currently, Tank is going to be our active leader. So the scorecard in the top right with the beige banner is going to be the active leader. And the current leader is the one who basically is going to be the, if they drop, and that'll be the one who has the overall top score. Yes. What's up, Captain Cheese Crust? Garland. Welcome, guys. Welcome. So next up, GG, well played. Good feedback coming in from Tank. Good sport indeed. So next up we have Wired. He's coming in. Let's see if he can dismantle the tank. The mighty tank of war. I will host them more often. Sorry guys, just answering some questions. All right. So our next opponent is going to be joining here. It's going to be Protocol Wired. It's going to be doing battle with Tank, and we'll just hang out with you guys and chat. So for the rules for King of the Hill, basically we're using Banner Cup rules, which is what I used for the entire Eternal Challenger League. And as far as the picks and bans goes, like the champion, so Tank, of course, being the current champ, when his next opponent joins, he gets to pick, he gets to ban one and pick one. And then from there, his opponent can just counterpick him. So it is a slight disadvantage for the King of the Hill because they only get one ban and their opponent can counterpick them. But someone like Tank, he's probably comfortable with vampire counts in every single matchup except probably lizards. So what he'll do probably every game is just stay on a stronger faction and try and ban. Or he could switch. It's up to him. So from here, Tank, you will... Oh, that's going to team. So from here, you will ban one and pick one. And opponent then picks. So we'll see if Protocol Wired is ready. Let's see if he's online. If he's not, then we can always go to the next person. Says he was home just a minute ago, so he's probably firing up his PC. He's picking vampire counts and banning lizards. All right, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's going to be good. So a couple streams coming up soon, guys. In the next couple weeks, we're going to be having what's it called? The Eternal Challenger League Grand Finals will be going up. I'm going to be casting the round of 8 as one stream, which I'll be doing as replays, and then the Grand Finals will be the top 4. Yes. So it should be great. It's going to be great. You didn't miss too much. You just missed one game. All right, so maybe we'll go to the next player. It doesn't seem like he's on yet. Oh, no, he just came online. Okay. He's loading the game, and he'll be in. And we should be A-okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at the list today. So as far as our players go, we have Tank, who just played Jungle Man. We have Wired, Protocol Wired. We have Stormrunner, A-Move Hacker, Random Nix, Samurai Warrior, King of the Dead, Undertaker, Willow, 6669, Dutch Skink, Decoli, Zardar Total War, and Swarv. So those are going to be our players for today's King of the Hill. And perfect. Ride the Lightning? Oh, yeah. I love Metallica. Lobster? I mean, I've had lobster before. I don't know if I'm like particularly fond of it. It's pretty good. And Nickub says, I'm the reason you keep coming back to Warhammer. Glad to hear, man. We're going to keep it going strong. 2v2, I'll do a 2v2 tournament soon. Because there's going to be some... Yeah, I think some things... YouTube has been a potato lately, I've noticed, actually. When I try and load in a lot of YouTube videos, it gives me like a playback error. There's all kinds of drama going on. So, I mean, Super Chat should be working. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But if Super Chat is busted, there's also another way to donate. You can use the link in the description here, the Streamlabs link, and that one just goes directly through as well. So you have a couple options. Luther Harkin definitely rides the lightning for sure. Hey, we have a donation coming in from Garland of $30. Thank you so much, Garland. Let me pull your message up. Sorry, I'm just getting everything set up here. All right. We'll see if our friend here can see the lobby. Hopefully he can. I know on some computers it takes forever to load up Total War. I'm sure you guys have experienced that yourself, so we'll see how this goes. So yeah, ECL Grand Finals will probably be getting casted. The round of 8 might be next Sunday. We're not sure yet. It depends if the players can get their games in. We've already had a couple of really good matches, which of course I have the replays for, and we'll be doing that because it's much easier to schedule with just 4 people than it is 8. So donation from Garland coming in. He says, give my best wah to the lady. I will. She'll be home tonight. Unfortunately, she's stuck at work, which is not fun. But thank you so much, Garland. Thank you so much. Turin got me into 40K tabletop, and now I'm even poorer university student. Dude, I know. 40K is such an expensive hobby. It's so expensive. Yeah, the playback. YouTube's having some problems for sure. Hopefully it doesn't collapse. Hopefully it keeps going because it is my livelihood. All right. Protocol picks. Lizards are banned. All right, so Protocol Wired has a chance to pick here. Hey, and he's here. Sorry about the delay, guys. It should be a little bit quicker from here on out. The next map, we're going to do Eschen. Yeah. Tank asked me before the tournament, he's like, can I play Vampire Counts every game? I'm like, yes. Yes. Assuming you win your first one. Thank you so much, Garland, for the donation, man. That's very, very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Also, guys, I have a pretty fun series coming up soon as well. I'm playing in a tournament right now, an offline tournament. Aerocrastic is running a Salad Cup tournament, which has about 50 people. And I've been playing in the tournament. So I'm going to be casting my best of 3s from that tournament as well. Yeah. A lot of you guys getting into 40K tabletop. Let me warn you, it's very expensive. It is very expensive, but it's super fun. And I mean, it depends on which army you're playing. Some armies are much cheaper to start because they have like starter box units that are actually good. And you can just get them on eBay like dirt cheap. Like for example, if you go to buy a Fetid Bloat Drone, so it's going to be Norska versus Vampires. Here, so Protocol Wired, you're going to be going Norska. If you go with like, let's say Death Guard, and you want to buy like Fetid Bloat Drones, which if you buy them directly from Games Workshop, they cost like what, 50, 60 bucks. But since they came in a starter box and are very numerous, you can get them on eBay for like $15 to $20. And you can actually have like a really solid core of your army by buying 3 of them for Death Guard, for example. So, you know, there's some options. A lot of like intercessors from the starter boxes with the monopose are very cheap. There's like budget ways to get into Warhammer 40K, but it depends on what army you play too. If you play like Space Marines, it's not as bad. But if you play an army like Chaos that has like so many sub-factions, like that's what really dooms you, because there's so many sub-factions to go with, and it's just like, oh, the possibilities are endless. It's brutal. Chaos Demons, Death Guard, Thousand Suns, Chaos Space Marines. Did you notice you misnamed your last video with Brett's First Beastman, but it's finally Chaos vs. Norska? That's weird, because I fixed it, but I think there's something up with YouTube. I think it's trundling about. Yeah, Custodes are actually a decent army to start with, too, because they're about to get some buffs with Psychic Awakening, hopefully. And secondly, Custodes are also super easy to paint. And it's a small army, so you don't have to like paint like a million models. You literally paint like 30 models or 20 models and you're done. Like my Death Guard army is running, I think, like 80 or 90 models in it, like on the table. And it takes forever to paint just a single one, right? All right. So he's getting some water real quick, and we'll get the show on the road. eBay is your friend for 40K, yeah. I have many eBay rescues for sure. I've rescued many models from eBay. Poor little guys, just all terribly painted, and then we strip the paint down and we repaint them and do all that business. Yeah, the Captain Cheese Crust, the Thousand Suns starter box is really good. It comes with armament, it comes with rubrics, which are very good now. Comes with some Zangors, which you can use the Dark Matter Crystal on. If you guys want to play 1,000 Suns or 1K Suns, they're really good right now, I think, as far as like a mono army goes. And yeah, like Rubrics are good. You can get like Scarab Occult Terminators are pretty good. There's a lot of neat things. My army of Custodes and Sisters of Silence will be made, and my wallet cries, yeah, I hear you guys. Yeah, Custodes are going to get not only a Psychic Awakening buff soon, but they're also probably going to get some Codex updates. Same with Death Guard. Death Guard are like super outdated. So quick rule question coming in from Tank here. We're going to check the vampire counts. Tournament rules. The dreaded Corpse Cart is what he's asking about. There's certain things that don't count as single entities, even though they kind of are. No, they don't. Yeah, bloated corpses, corpse carts, things like that don't count towards single entities. Because then if you brought like 2 corpse carts, you wouldn't be able to bring like other things. It'd be kind of ridiculous. All right. Ready up, lads? You know, the delay is actually kind of good because it allows more people to get here for the rest of the games too. Tank currently is the leader of our King of the Hill, rocking a solid victory. Protocol Wired getting on his water, and he should be back in a quick moment. And we'll be all set. More time to hang out with you guys in chat. Word Bearers or Iron Warriors? Yeah, Word Bearers are pretty fun. Garland, having a full army of Word Bearers, though, I wouldn't recommend. They have some really good supporting elements, so if you want to get Word Bearers, what you should probably do is get like just like a couple HQ Sorcerers and like a Demon Prince and just run them as a Supreme Command detachment. Because they don't have enough teeth for a full army. Their stratagems aren't that good, but they're really good for a couple characters. Iron Warriors are like top tier though, Garland. They're really good because they ignore cover and like that's super powerful. So basically you can run like Iron Warrior Dreadnoughts or Obliterators or all sorts of stuff, and it's very, very good. I am the Skrill Bob, did his first campaign with Skaven yesterday using Queek. Didn't win in the end, but Skaven are a blast. They're really fun. Yeah, Skaven are great. Dwell Vans, Lady Turn has a technique for that. I'd have to ask her. She has a way of getting the paint off the models. And it does work on the plastic models. Some of them it does kind of like melt a tiny bit, but it's better than the paint jobs that they came with. Like I got a Demon Prince of Tzeentch off eBay for like $20. It was horribly painted, had so many issues, like blobby paint. But we stripped it down, and he actually looks pretty good. It's the one I used in my last battle report, so I repainted it completely, and we salvaged the poor guy. So. Second match of the day, Tank obviously winning the first one in a really decisive, quick manner. Of course, he's a top tier, probably one of the best vampire count players in the competitive scene. So he's coming in with his counts today, and Tank is out for blood. And it looks like he's coming in here against Norska. Norska has some good tools. Famir are quite good. Obviously, they have some big monsters as well. They can contest the skies if they want to get a little bit hog wild. Granted, it's probably not a good idea with Frostworms. But yeah, we'll see what he brings. Honestly, just going with like Famir and like Mammoths and things like that are very, very strong. Mortis Engine here pick, coming in from Tank. Looks like the standard Mortis Engine. So for Tank's army, the current King of the Hill, he's got a Mortis Engine, he's got a Corpse Cart, double Banshee. So the double Banshee is really good. And we saw Tank do this against Falcon in the faction war. He used double Banshee to actually shank down the Dread Saurian. And it's really effective because they're super hard to kill. They have good AP values and good melee attack. So I definitely like that quite a bit. And they cause terror. So against like Norskin Chaff, it's really not bad. We got Heinrich Kemmler summoning Krell, it looks like. So coming in with a little Heinrich action. We got zombies in the front line, skeletons, a couple of Crypt Horrors as well. I love Crypt Horrors. I actually think they're quite cool nowadays. And it looks like he has some decent infantry quality in terms of Graveguard and double Vargulf. So the Vargulfs are going to be his big hitters, and these guys are actually pretty good against Mammoths. When the Mammoths hit them, they often get knocked over and don't take damage, and they could just like cycle charge back and forth. They're also really good against Famir, so I love the Vargulf pick. I think his army's very, very well thought out. Now for the forces here of Protocol Wired, nice front line. Berserkers often do quite well. They have enough sustainability and good leadership to not break. So he's got Berserkers mixed with the Iceform Marauders. Javelins are a good counter against Vargulfs and also against the Mortis Engine if he can protect them. He just got Famir Warriors, a Famir Balefiend to fire, Wolfric on his Mighty Mammoth, and in the back a couple Spears as well to prevent the any pressure from the Marauder, or on the Marauder Hunters in the Javelin backline. So Famir here with great weapons. Great weapons, of course, very good against the big monsters. Certainly a good army for both players. I think depending on the micro, that's really what it's going to come down to. I wouldn't say that one player has a massive army advantage at this point. I think that both players have really good forces. It's going to come down to the targeting, the Mortis Engine surviving, a couple other variables like that. Good luck, have fun. Cheers. So Protocol Wired is ready. Will he take prisoners? We'll find out this day. getting ready to do my taxes. Always a fun time. Oh, it's so miserable. When you're run your own business, like a YouTube channel, for example, it's so obnoxious. Oh god, tax season's horrible. Ugh. Anyways, here we go, guys. It is time. Wulfric shall march forward, as will the Vampire Council, led by the great Heinrich Kemmler, getting ready to perhaps drop some Krell summons. Krell's actually pretty good. You can drop Krell like right in the middle of a fight on top of like some Famir, and he'll be able to take out a handful of those guys and really get you some good value for sure. What'll probably happen is Krell will get dropped onto the Great Weapons, and then from there he'll summon some zombies on top of the Marauder Hunters. Also, you can drop Krell on top of the Balefiend if the Balefiend is a little bit trapped up in combat, and you know he can karate chop it. Granted, the Balefiend can run away. It's pretty fast with 54 speed. A little bit of back and forth there. But honestly, I really do like this Norscan army. So the Berserkers are coming forward. A lot of times you see Berserkers or Marauder champions. Marauder champs with shields are actually pretty good too, because they just have really high melee defense, but Cryptors are also a very good answer against that. So it seems like Tank was very well prepared. The Vargulfs are just kind of circling in the front, looking for an opportunity to get in there. And where will they go? Probably after the Famir. They're going to be charging in Berserkers. And I mean, these Famir can fight back too, which is the thing. They have great weapons, of course, and I would imagine Wulfric's going to come in. So Tank pulls back almost immediately, but he is going to be taking a massive volley from the Javelins. You can see the Javelin fire going in, but he is able to get away before it really kind of peppers in there. Now, the Vampire Count's going for a big, disgusting Vampire Count blob in the middle, and you can see that the Marauder Berserkers are feeling the heat. But an overcasted Burning Head, nice damage right there, roasting those zombies. Oh, that's going to be brutal. Right into the core of that Vampire Count army. So much of the chaff, and the Stern's been brought down to half health. That was a really, really good cast right there. Granted, it does go through and burn his own Berserkers at the end. But so far, that was a really good initial play here from Norska, getting that Burning Head, and the Vampires really are playing a blobby style. Granted, they're still doing a lot of damage. The Berserkers are taking a lot. The Mortis Engine is draining quite happily. Granted, it looks like the Javelins are throwing into the Mortis Engine now. So if you look, the Mortis Engine is down to about 75%. The damage is adding up. Here, the zombies have been completely crumbled, and now Wulfric's going to come in and try and go fisticuffs. He definitely wants to focus down the Mortis Engine. That's going to be super important here. So Protocol Wired having a pretty good fight, and the Berserkers are holding quite firm. It seems like the balance of power is currently Norscan favored, with that Burning Head doing so much damage to the sustaining troops here of the Vampire Counts. Now, Wulfric's in here. Nice play here by Tank. Vargulfs are exceptional assassins. They're really, really good at going after these type of characters and just punching them out of the army. Granted, here there are a ton of spears, and the Balefiend isn't a slouch in combat himself. It also looks like Skeleton Warriors were summoned by Tank here in the back line to go after the Javelins and shut them down because they've been doing so much damage. I also like this play as well. It looks like he's leaving the Iceform Marauders back to stay away from the Mortis Engine, and when his other troops break, I think he's going to pull those guys in. So that's a really kind of conservative veteran play there. I like that quite a bit. Now, Wulfric in the mainline fight is getting shanked by a couple of the Banshees, and that could obviously give Tank the game back. If he lets Wulfric take too much from the Banshees and the Vargulfs, there's a lot of gooning potential here. Norska, though, does have the troop advantage. You can see the Spears and the Berserkers and all these guys are coming in. Heinrich Kemmler forced away from the battle a little bit, but I would imagine Krell in there is doing something. Yeah, Krell's been in here this whole time. And Wulfric's taking a bit of work, guys. He's getting a little bit danger low, down to almost half health, and it does kind of pull the game back for the Vampires a little bit. But the Javelins are now coming back, and the summons will only last so long in tar pitting here. These summons will be disappearing in about 15 seconds, at which point the Javelins will be back. So Tank really needs to make sure he shuts down those Javelins. He has so many low, big, squishy targets. If you look here, the Mortis Engine's very low. The Vargulf here is very, very low. And yeah, he's going to be getting peppered pretty hard. 504, 499. Banshees, of course, still shanking and causing problems, but Norskans actually have surprisingly good leadership when it comes to Berserkers. Those guys stay in the fight forever. Really, really tough unit to break. So this one Vargulf is going to be getting hunted down, going extinct due to the hunting of the Javelins. So the Brutes of the Hound able to cut it down with their Berserker Corn-blessed axes. And the Mortis Engine going down as well, guys, and that's going to be a rather quick victory here for Norska. I think the Burning Head was really the deciding factor. The Burning Head came down and just absolutely annihilated those. It killed the two groups of Graveguard, basically. It nuked the Sternsbin, which is really big, because then the Vampire Monsters were kind of left alone. And yeah, that was a really, really nice cast. Great army, for sure. Well played. So let's go ahead and update the scoreboard. So the current leader is, there is no current leader. It's going to be a Protocol. Let's put Protocol here. I think that's how he spells it. Let's go ahead and double check here. And current leader is to be determined. 0 in chat. Praise be. Crump the gits. Bring in the chaos. GG. Well played. Oh, yeah. So basically what happened was Wulfric's... So what happened, Protocol Wired used the Burning Head plus Wulfric's ship and just like wrecked his entire front line. That's really nice. I mean, if someone blobs up, of course, that's a good method for punishing them. So next we have Stormrunner. So Stormrunner, you are up. And he shall join now. Here's the current list. Alrighty. So Stormrunner will be joining. It did great. Yeah, Wulfric's ship plus Pendulum is like such a, or Burning Head is such a classic combo for Norska for like defeating back lines and spaghetti lines. You know, whenever you're playing against like High Elves, it's one of the more common tactics. You use Wulfric's ship to kill like Sisters of Avalorn, and then you use like a Pendulum or a Burning Head to roast things. It's really powerful. Some of the Norska's best tools are anchored on Wulfric. 327 Overcast Burning Head kills, he says. Yeah, that was brutal for sure. That was really brutal. All right. So Stormrunner is coming. Just sent him all the information so he can get in. Nasty, nasty stuff indeed. Turin, I've been thinking about getting into multiplayer, but it seems so intimidating to start playing. Any recommendations? Yeah, honestly, I would recommend joining our Discord we have. So we have a multiplayer Discord. Italian Spartacus and I run a community Discord together, which is more focused on the general gameplay. And then I run one that is focused on multiplayer as well. So I'll get you a link for that. And if you're looking for like builds, like there's tons of seasoned players in there. And also there's a whole practice section where you can like play with people. But yeah, like just message some of the really good players in there that you've seen on stream and things like that. Ask them for builds and you'll be able to do it. Yes. So perhaps he's having trouble seeing the lobby. So we'll go ahead and add him on Steam, which, God, Steam is... It's such an obnoxious feature. I wish there was like an easier way to fix that, where we could like see people on the. All right. So I'm gonna get him all added up, and we'll be good to go. Cool. Sent. That was a really nasty Burning Head. That basically just ended the game. It got so much value. It got so much. Nobody's on a winning streak, actually. Everyone has lost. Yeah, like their first game. Burning Head is a really good choice because if you overcast it, it actually gets really good AP. And you'll be able to get some work in there. But honestly, if you're looking for good builds too, I would recommend just watching the ECL format. Just go and watch my ECL streams and like you could even like watch play a single player and they usually play the same factions. You can see the builds they bring. Those are good builds. Like if you watch Talaxla and Soothsayer or Falcon or any of these like top tier players, like you're going to be able to see good builds. So that's also another very good way. The builds I play in the channel are sometimes experimental. I often do bring competitive proven builds, but sometimes I mix it up to try and explore and show you guys different options. But in general, like tournaments are a very good place to see optimal builds. Hey, so Protocol picks and bans one, then Storm goes. Good luck, have fun. So we will do, for the next one, we'll do Glacial Lake. Glacial Lake's a fun map. Brings me back to the early days of Warhammer 1, the pure innocence of that game. Tell me I caught a live stream. You did, Duality Sound Lab. Had the worst day, but seems like my night is made up. I got you covered, man. I'm sorry you had a bad day. But we're going to go strong here and have some fun. It shall be good. Shall be good indeed. So Protocol here, how it works is the King of the Hill gets to ban one and pick one. So he bans a faction, then he picks, and then his opponent can counterpick. The challenger can. We'll see what the Stormrunner has wrought this day, as far as the current King of the Hill. So how it works is what we're going to do is we're going to go through our whole list of players, and when we get to our last player, which is Swarv, he can play until he loses, and then the stream will basically end. Just to give, basically, yeah, like give them an opportunity to play it through and actually, because otherwise the last player has no chance of winning King of the Hill. King Ghoul says, painting minis and beer, a good way to end Monday. Sounds like it. I mean, yeah, sometimes the top players do meme, of course, but Protocol Wired, good to go Beastmen and ban Dark Elves. Glacial Lake is a sweet map. I agree. It's one of my favorites. I was about to say from my childhood, but no, that was just 3 years ago. It's crazy. Warhammer, the first game came out, what, 4 years ago? Give or take? Still pretty popular, still going strong, and of course, only more good times to come, which is what's really cool. It's so rare in this day and age to see like companies handle games like relatively well, right? Like you see like what happened with Reforged, and And like, you know, most new RTS games and just like all these like, oh god, anything done by EA. So I'm just grateful to actually be like involved in a game that like has consistently good content. I mean, obviously it has its issues occasionally, but it's great for the most part. I wouldn't really be interested in doing a modded tournament, no, because I like to focus on the actual gameplay. Yeah, Mr. Pig raises a good point. I mean, you know, many things that were considered memes actually became meta. You know, there's always some teeth, right? I mean, there are some things that are just objectively terrible, like Grimgore, but aside from that, like, you know, sometimes the off-meta lords like Skarsnik can surprise you because he's hard to kill and hard to snipe, and he has like a anti-large and can make himself invisible. Like there's like things, you know, that can be off-meta that can win games. All right, so we got gonna go Beastmen. So good counter pick by Stormrunner. So Protocol Wired picked Beastmen and banned Dark Elves, and now he has to face off against the Lizardmen, which is considered to be an extremely hard counter. So Protocol Wired says, I was afraid of this. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Oftentimes, you got to pick factions that don't have too many bad matchups. There are several factions, I would say, that only have like 1 or 2 bad matchups. Oftentimes, they are a little bit safer on the first pick, but it's supposed to be a hard thing for the King of the Hill to stay the king. So that is why the format is as it is. I would love to see a Greenskin update. Yeah, I would like to see Grimgore be made good because he's kind of like the figurehead of the Greenskins, like in terms of lore. And I don't know. Greenskins are already a good faction, really. Yeah. You know, there was a... yeah, the Gelt double Witch Hunter build. Yeah, we did do that, Mr. Pig. Those were the days. And that back when Accusation did damage, that was so cheesy. Oh my god. Greenskin campaign or for Greenskin update? Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I'll 100% play a Greenskin campaign. So Beastmen have some trouble killing the big dinosaurs. I mean, they have Gorbals, they have Minotaurs with great weapons, but none of those guys like want to be in sustained combat with a bunch of like Saurus spears, and like there's so many things on the Lizard roster that's really good at killing Minotaurs. You know, Pterodon Riders, Chameleon Skinks, Coldland Knights. Like it's really hard for the Beastmen anti-single entity units to actually get into sustained combat with the dinosaur. The Minotaurs with great weapons, like I said, very squishy, die really quick to skink play, so it's just hard for them to deal with the big dinos. Stormrunner says, I'm a lot better with Dark Elves. And Protocol Wired says, I know. Some research being done. Start when ready. So as far as today's stream goes, let's take a look at how many more players we have. So it seems like the Dark Elf ban was actually because he knows his opponent is good at Dark Elves. So clever. Hey, what's up, Dwayne? What's going on? So currently we're on the 4th player here. Next, we have A-Move Hacker, followed by Random Nix, Samurai Warrior, King of the Dead, Undertaker, Willow, 6669, Dutch Skink, Dakoli, Zardar, Total War, and Swarf. Yes. So I'm going to sit back a little bit. Oh, drink some water. Delicious hydration. I'm going to be filming another battle report this week. It'll probably be what's it called? My Pure Death Guard. I'm thinking about doing a Pure Death Guard one, facing off against Deathwatch, which would be really fun. So we'll see how that goes. Looks like Protocol Wired is ready. Sorry if it sounds like I'm in an echo chamber. I'm just sitting further back in my room right now. Resting the old pause for a minute. If I do this more often, it will allow me to stream quite a bit longer. So, Stormrunner, Lizards. Usually you're going to see like the Thunderous one. You're going to see like, you know, a Lore of Life Slan or Mazda Mundi. Just with fat healing. It's really, really tough to deal with. Alright, I'm coming back. The Glacial Lake is a pretty small map, so these guys are going to go fisticuffs pretty darn quick here. Do you have which faction counters which faction flowchart? No, I don't, but I could actually put one together, Rahul. Yeah, that wouldn't be hard to do. Water is a lie created by the government to control us. I don't know about that. Maybe a bit of a stretch. Christian, I would imagine so. They sound like a match made in heaven, those two. All right, guys. And here we go. It is time. The Glacial Lake, this frozen wasteland, not really the natural habitat of the Beastmen. Don't see the lizards enjoying this either, as they are from Lustria. But, you know, it is what it is. They just ended up here somehow. Perhaps Mazdamundi teleported an entire army here to deal with something or find some relic. It would be something the lizards would do. And now for the forces of the dinos, we do have Krokar. Krokar, kind of an off-meta pick. The Slaawn are just so cost-effective, and really no Thunderous one. All right, this is a very interesting lizard army. And really, I think this is going to give the Beastmen some pretty good chances. He's not really abusing the things like the Thunderous one and Stegodons and those type of big monsters that are really oppressive to the Beastmen. Granted, Krokar is really good against big threats as well. Front line's going to be Skinks. Secondary with some Chameleons for their little poison darts. He does also have the Ark of Sotek. All right, so he's just having some fun. Ark of Sotek here, of course, can do some okay work against chaff light infantry like Goreherds and things like that. So that's quite interesting. A Rev Crystal, and he does also have the Cohort of Waddle. The Power Fist Kroxigor is probably suffering a -1 to hit penalty when they're melee attacks, but that's okay. They hit very hard. And yeah, this is a wild army. This is a very, very wild army. And of course, Pterodon Riders have always been pretty good against Beastmen. They can usually counter skirmish Centaurs pretty well, good against Minotaurs, and not bad against chaff. It's basically like a skirmishing element unit for the lizard. So a very unorthodox army. I'm a little bit concerned it might get crumpled quickly here by the Goreherd Rush, or at least the Skinks will. But I mean, yeah, the Bastillodon with the Ark of Sotek, it's something. And he's got a Heaven's Caster as well. So Wind Blast, I'm not a huge fan of Wind Blast against Beastmen, but we'll see how it goes. Now for the Beastmen, he's got Goreherds. He does have the Butchers of Kalkengard, a giant dual caster. So he has a Cyagor summon plus Lore of Shadows. Morkur the Shadowgave, of course, very solid. Razor Goreherds are always staples, and Centaurs the Throwing Axes are basically a hard counter against like Kroxigors and things like that. So I feel like the Beastmen army is much more, I wouldn't say it's terribly meta, because a lot of Beastmen armies don't actually use all these Goreherds in the front line. They just wouldn't do that. They would use like Chaff Spears and get more like Razor Gores and Minotaurs and things like that. It's a little bit off meta itself, but it still is very good. He has plenty of answers for dinos in the form of Throwing Axes, Razor Gores, a Giant, Butchers. There's a lot of things here that are quite good. Feel like have fun. All right, so let's see what they bring. The Cohort of Waddle. I mean, those guys pack some punch for sure. They're going to be able to clobber in time a lot of these Goreherds, but I'm a little bit concerned for the Skinkies. I feel like they're going to have a pretty bad time. Curse of the Midnight Wind is here as well. It's not like super powerful against Beastmen, but again, if the Beastmen stay in this blob right here, it could be quite good. I would imagine that the Beastmen Protocol Wired is going to be summoning a Cygor in melee combat to actually use it as kind of a ghetto giant. So we'll see how that goes. Skinks here are going to be doing some poking and stroking, shooting into the Goreherds. But the Goreherds, of course, are shielded, so it's not going to be terribly devastating. And the Skinks are really just going to get massacred. This is going to be a horrible engagement for them. Goreherds are actually really devastating in combat for the cost. So they get in there, Skinks are just getting cut to pieces immediately. You can see they've already lost a ton of models, and the Minotaurs are only going to make things worse. So here come the Minos. Yep, little Skinks are going to get run over and just absolutely plowed. And now in the front here, you can see Stormrunner is going to be sending in his Rev Crystal, and I would imagine the Ark of Sotek here as well. And it has dropped the Snakes. It hasn't dropped its Snakes yet, so it's saving the Snakes for a special occasion. So basically, the Dinos are overloading this flank, which is good. They're going after all the Goreherds here and trying to just win this fight, whereas it's pretty much a complete concession here. They've just gotten massacred. The Skinks and other elements here have gotten taken down, and it looks like a Spawn Summon has gone down for the Beastmen as well, which is probably going to be collapsing into the back of the Cohorts. Now, without the Cohorts and actual sustainable troops on the ground, the Dinosaurs for the Lizards might actually just get surrounded and taken out a little bit too quickly, but we'll find out. So the Rev Crystal here is holding its own. We do, of course, have the Cohort of Waddle. A couple Chameleons are still shooting. For Stormrunner, he should probably get the Chameleons and rotate them up and around here and try and like shoot into the back. Just keep them away from this huge Bray herd because those guys are pissed. So now we have the counterpunch from Stormrunner. His Fire Leech Bolas have finally arrived. I would imagine he's going to go after Throwing Axes. If he can kill the Throwing Axes, that actually takes away a lot of damage. Oh, guys, look at the Snakes! The Snakes have been released. It's hitting everything here. It doesn't seem to be doing too much damage, but, they're Snakes, which is cool. They're doing some poison stuff, which is what Snakes do. So the Ark of Sotek and the Cohort of Waddle, and all these guys are making a pretty valiant stand here. Krokar must be somewhere nearby. Where did Krokar go? Is he like chasing something? Oh man, he was chasing off some Goreherds. He is needed in this fight right now because the Beastmen are swarming pretty hard. And also on top of that, he does have really efficient Throwing Axe angles, so the Throwing Axes are doing a ton of damage against the Cohort of Waddle, which is really disastrous. You can see here Stormrunner is trying to address that situation using the Fire Leech Bolas to actually finish them off, which is really good. So he's getting some good focus fire. Eventually will be free of the Throwing Axes, but it seems like the Beastmen might be swarming in too aggressively. You can see the Cygor is summoned here, and the Gods from Krokar blasting into the Giant, but the Cohort of Waddle are basically just being taken out by Throwing Axes, and also the Butchers of Kalkengard are very good against those Power Fist Kroxigors. So I feel like this is going to be a matchup that will slowly go for the Beastmen here, as this Giant does continue to take these guys to Pound Town here, continuing to clobber the Snakes. I wonder if we'll get a second Snake Summon. A little bit hard to say, but the Pterodons from Stormrunner have been really good. He's been doing a great job pushing back the Centaurs, so at the very least he does have that going for him. But another Cygor Summon coming in. it's going to be really nasty for sure. Cygors aren't terrible in melee combat. 44 and 450. Really low melee defense, but they're summon units with a ton of HP, so you don't really care about that. So all the skinks are pretty much buckled off, but are the lizards going to be able to hold this? That would be absolute lunacy. The cohort of Sotek is able to, or cohort of Waddle is able to stabilize a little bit actually, at about half health, and they're putting some hurting here on the Croc scores, or on the, on the Butchers of Kalkengard. And the Bastiladon unfortunately is going down, which is going to get rid of the healing here. Krokar appears to be going after the Cygor, which I would probably just ignore, considering it's a fake and it will be disappearing soon. I would probably get Krokar and maybe go after the casters here, like try and goon out, the Bray Shamans and just go for those elements, or maybe pull him up and around and rear charge onto the Butchers of Kalkengard, therefore allowing the cohort of Waddle to actually win their fight. Nonetheless, though, Krokar is going to be chasing over here after the throwing axes, and he does have some support here from the Pterodon Riders. But you guys can see the bounce power is starting to go pretty heavily into the favor of the Beastmen. Granted, remember, there are 2 Cygors in the battlefield, I think. A little Wind Blast going down there, but it doesn't really do much because there's not too many good targets for it. Cohort of Waddle is rampaging, basically stuck in mortal combat here with the Butchers of Kalkengard, which are pretty much winning that fight. They have regeneration and just more better melee defense. They're just more well designed for a fight like that. You can see the Ark of Sotek's trying its best. The Snake Launcher is here. Will snakes be launched? We'll find out. The Clobberin from the Beastmen Giants coming down. The Cygor will be disappearing here in just a moment, which perhaps will give the Lizards a slight way back in. The Razorgors have been pushed off here, and you can see Krokar is going pretty balls deep actually on the Bray Shamans, really taking those guys out. But the Cygor will be disappearing here in about 3 seconds, so if the Dinos can hold on, maybe. It's like a glimmer of hope. But yeah, maybe Krokar is going to be able to bully these guys. But nice picks though. I mean, both Bray Shaman just getting absolutely teabagged by Krokar. You can see, quite literally, he does teabag them. And the Cygor is gone, but there's just so many Beastmen forces left. I mean, the Giant is going to be a huge issue. Like, the Giant, if it just fought Krokar fisticuffs here, would probably win. And on top of that, the Butchers of Kalkengard are here. Morker is going to be applying poison with his Filthy Claw. And good play here by Stormrunner, though, chasing off the Bray Shaman with the Pterodon Riders. And I really do like the Fire Leech bullets. I feel like they were pretty effective, but I feel like his main core wasn't terribly effective with Ark of Sotek and obviously the Rev Crystal and not having like a Stegodon-type beast or something like that that is super oppressive and hard to kill. Krokar is also a bit of a wild pick. I feel like Slann are just so good. Getting the Shield of the Old Ones and the healing with Lure of Life is really powerful on those single entity dinos. So here the Butchers are chasing Krokar. He's trying to get away, which is smart because he still has some kiting left. He does have the Pterodon Riders and other troops here to poke with, and he is chasing those guys off. But the Beastmen, it looks to be claiming this victory. Some Chaos Warhounds probably going to be able to go over here and maybe pick off some skinks on the edge of the map if there are any left, but I don't think so. Krokar is basically just going for the kill here, trying to feast on what he can, pull the bounce power back. I can't believe there's no army losses yet. This is like insane. If you look here, they're just saying good luck, have fun. But no army losses. I mean, look at that. That bounce power, I feel like that should be army loss. That's going to be it right there. It has to be. How is army losses not triggering? Okay, there it goes. I was going to say, it was like so far there. And the Minotaurs will eventually catch Krokar. The Giant can beat him in combat. Morker's healing. There's just so many things that are tricksy here. So that is going to be game for Protocol Wired, winning a matchup that is considered by many to be very tough. So currently he is going to be our new leader, winning 2 games so far. So that is going to be the score to beat. Very well played. The Beastmen army with Gore Herds, definitely unorthodox there, but perhaps expecting them to be a little bit more effective against Saurus. But he had pretty good answers against big dinos as well. Centaurs, a Giant, the good old Butchers, some pigs, some hogs, some bacon. Very, very good stuff indeed. So let us go ahead and update the scorecard here. So Protocol is going to be our current leader. Hiya! And next up we have, who's next on our list? We have A-Move Hacker. All right. So let's get him in here. You're up. All right, so let's go ahead and continue to upgrade the current leader. So Protocol will be with 2. Great. Hopefully it fits there. Looks good enough to me. GG. So now we got to make room. And we will go ahead and get A-Move Hacker. Somewhere on my friends list. I know he often plays under Alias. And A-Move is actually in the grand finals of my ECL as well. He qualified this season with a very good performance. I think it was actually the first or second one. So I'll go ahead and message him. I'm not sure what his name is on Steam right now. So let's find the man. He shall join. And for the next map, we'll go ahead and do the Iron Sand Desert. So we've gone through Jungle Man, Wired, Storm Runner. A move is next, and then we have random nicks. Hataraku is his name. Okay. Must be a reference to something. Sounds Japanese almost. There he goes. Must be like some sort of anime reference or something. All right, so here he comes. I've sent him the invite. He'll be doing his thing. Protocol on a 2-0 run right now. So the ECL final, basically, I'm doing the top 8. The round of 8. So basically, the first games are all offline. The players are currently playing them right now. Two of the 4 are finished. I'm going to be casting those as a stream with replays. Probably maybe this Sunday or sometime next week. I'm not sure. And then from there, we're going to, for the remaining 4, we're going to have a live stream for that. Storm Runner. So let me give you some feedback on the army, in my opinion. All right, but first let me get this set up. Protocol, pick, and ban. Go. Then a move pick. All right. So a couple things, Storm Runner. I think you need to you need something like the Thunderous one, and also a Life Salon is much better than Krokar in that matchup. So basically, you get a Life Salon, you get like the Thunderous one, like a Stegodon. I would recommend going with Saurus instead. They're very, very durable and quite good against a lot of Beastmen targets. And then from there, basically, you can spam healing on your big single targets. So you have a Salon, you have a Thunderous one, and then probably one more, big scary monster. Like a Feral Carnosaur is a really good choice. So now you have these like dinos that are very tough to kill. Storm Runner, I did really like your Pterodon play, though. That was probably the best part of your play. It was really good. I would recommend keeping the Pterodons. You don't have to use Fire Leeches. You can use the darts as well. Either one are good, but you did really well in that respect. But I think your infantry as well as your dino composition was a little bit not subpar, but suboptimal. But aside from that, you played well with what you had, for sure. But I think just getting some more big dinos, get a Life Salon or Mazdamundi. Ruination of City Banishments are also quite good. Yeah, it was super off meta for sure. But it's, it's pretty proven in that matchup what really works against the Beastmen. They have so much, like, throwing axes take a lot of time, and the Cohort of Wada was a really cool pick as well, but unfortunately they don't do well against, like, Butchers and Razor Gores and things like that. So there's a couple things, but you played really well, man, with what you had, 100%. So the players are going to be doing their picks and bans now, and we'll just hang out and enjoy each other's company for a minute. Thank you guys for joining, by the way. Yeah, all the ECL streams coming up will be on a weekend at some point. Yeah. The first round is not going to be live. It's going to be replays. And then from there, we're going to have the grand finals be probably like the following weekend or the weekend after. It depends on when the players are free. Can you do a new campaign? Sin, when they do a new DLC, I'll do a new campaign, probably. Yeah, the Shredder of Lustria isn't bad there either. I mean, he's not terrible. I mean, he's a little bit overpriced, but the Shredder, it's one of the matchups I think he's actually decent in. So I picked Norska and Ban Empire. So it's Protocol Wired. And now we have a pick here from A-Move Hacker. A-Move pick. We'll see what he brings. So we have Norska once again. Some delicious water. H2O. Or electrolytes. It's what plants crave. You guys have seen Idiocracy, right? It's a pretty fun movie. Quite proud of the thumbnail today. Hank Hill. The King of the Hill. It's perfect. I don't have to put any text on the screen. It's all taken care of. Life is good. But yeah, a lot of fun stuff coming up. ECL, of course, will be going on. There's going to be a faction war every single month. So we will, of course, have a faction war coming up this month in March. Currently in the works for setting that up. Yeah, the mullet's going to be really good. Sexy Loach. It's going to be great. Yeah, I mean, basically the Shredder of Lustria or the Dread Saurian, if you can kill all the throwing axes and then, it's going to be relatively safe. Norska once again. And it looks like a Lizardman pick. Okay, so we got more lizards for you Lizardman fans out here. A-Move Hacker, a very, very solid player, so we'll see what he does here. As is Protocol Wired. It's going to be a fierce battle, to say the least. So yeah, we have ECL. We have World Cup coming up. Not World Cup. World Cup's actually postponed for now. I need to plan more for that. But we're going to keep going with Faction Wars once a month, which is probably my favorite format to do right now. So I'm currently working on that. And yeah, all kinds of other good stuff. Of course, more 40k tabletop reps and things like that. I'm working on scheduling with someone right now to get that next 40k battle report all going. Oh, man. You guys want the screen blocker, huh? No mirror matches, Teddy. Mirror matches are so miserable to cast. Oh, God. Because, like, the banners aren't different enough. The trim is not enough to, like, tell on a quick glance. You guys want to have a faction war style tournament with all dwarves? Just, you know, it would be the worst thing ever. I don't know. What's probably the most miserable matchup to cast? Probably really good Wood Elf players versus really good Dwarf players. That's like the most miserable matchup to cast because it's so like grindy and oh god, it's just so cat and mouse. It's horrible. That one, or maybe like Dwarf on Dwarf would be pretty unfun to cast. Imagine 2 Dwarf boxes fighting, like how long that would take, like with Ironbreakers. Oh my god. Although, I mean, Dwarf on Dwarf, from what I've seen, the couple times I've casted it, it's basically just like missile play. It's like thunders and cannons and things like that, so. Grudge throwers, all that good stuff. So, A-Move Hacker is ready. Protocol is ironing out his build as we speak. Yes. Dwarfs versus Dwarfs would be... Yeah, Vampire Count Mirror is pretty wretched too, Zero. Yeah. Dwarf Fox versus Dwarf Fox. Skaven Mirror match would actually be kind of fun. Victor, I haven't played... I mean, I'm playing my Dwarf campaign right now. I'm still, like, kind of grinding through that one. Just basically chasing grudges across the plane. But, no, I don't play campaigns too often. I'm more focused on multiplayer. But when their new campaigns do come around, I play them. Just for fun on stream so we can all enjoy it together. I prefer PvP. I've always, like, used the analogy of, like, the most dangerous game. I think it's what it's called. It's like an old story where, like, you know... There's, like, this hunter on an island, right? And he basically... I don't know if you guys have read this. I think it's... I can't remember. Let me look this up. Yeah, it's the most dangerous game by... from 1924 by Richard Connell. So basically what the general premise is, like, this insane hunter on this island, like... He gets, like, obviously he's able to outsmart all the animals and things like that for the most part. But he eventually starts hunting humans because they're intelligent game that can fight back, you know? So it's like, I'm always like, it's kind of a weird analogy, but basically I'm like, you know, I'd rather play against, like, human players because I like the challenge of, like, a thinking opponent who's your equal, right? It's not like it's some AI that you can eventually always outsmart because, like, if you watch, like, really good, you know, campaign players, they're always going to win eventually, no matter what, unless they put themselves at a severe disadvantage. Like, it's just like you're going to run into a wall. Whereas, like, with good players, there's evolving, constantly changing challenge, which is what I enjoy the most. But don't get me wrong, I love a good campaign. I'm just saying, like, that's why I focus on multiplayer. It's just kind of how I've always been. I like the challenge of the hunt. Do you play any campaigns? Yeah, I do. Answer that question. Yes. So Protocol is still making some changes here. Taking his time, but that's okay. We're in no rush today. We got some time. Ah. Alex here, what's up, man? The crew is all here. The boys are back in town. Boys and girls. I think 2% of my channel's women. I don't know if that statistic changed. It's pretty standard for Warhammer content from talking to other creators. Yeah, multiplayer is kind of infinite content in a way. Yeah, I think eventually AI will get to the point where it can defeat humans, for sure. I mean, I think that was done in StarCraft. There was like an AI account that was like beating pro players. I used to play Shogun 2 a lot. I played Shogun 2 hardcore. I played the original Rome a lot. Those were the ones that I really were my bread and butter as far as like learning the Total War games. I think that in Game 3, eventually they'll add like DLC for like some of the Skaven sub-factions, like Clan Molder. I think will be like probably maybe like some sort of a DLC eventually. Because there's only so many factions you can do. So they'll have like all the factions that are missing and then obviously DLCs for them. But, you know, to stretch the lifespan of the game, I can see them doing like DLCs for old world factions that are missing things, even in Game 3. Yeah, Three Kingdoms, I enjoyed the campaign for a quick moment, but the battles are the most important thing to me, and I didn't enjoy the battles in Three Kingdoms. It's not that I think they're bad, it's just, I don't know. It didn't have the same oomph, you know. Even playing, oh man, I loved Shogun 2 battles. Shogun 2 Avatar Conquest and multiplayer was so good. It was so good. I wish I had started doing YouTube back then because I was playing that a lot. Yeah, Shogun 2 were the days. But obviously Warhammer is my favorite in the entire series. It's just like the diversity of factions and like the fantasy element and like the Warhammer world is so good. So it's pretty hard to compete for me with this bad boy here. So we're loading in. I think Kislev, I would be willing to wager that Kislev will be a main faction in Warhammer 3. I think it'll be one of the ones we just get. Yeah. Orion is coming to America. Yeah, I think we'll get Kislev in Game 3. I would wager it'll be Kislev, Chaos. It's going to be a big launch, I think, because like Game 2 had, you know, the 4 new factions, right? Skaven, Lizardmen, you know, you guys get the picture. Dark Elves, Isles. But I think that Game 3 is going to be even more epic in scale. I think we're going to get like Kislev, Ogre Kingdoms, Chaos Dwarves, and then like all the Chaos. I think there's going to be a unique faction for each Chaos God. And then like a Chaos Undivided faction as well. So I think we're going to get like a Nurgle Demon faction that has like specialist Nurgle units. And like I think we're going to get like a lot. Would be my 2 cents. So you would have like the factions I mentioned, and then there's going to be like a Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, and Slaanesh faction, and then like a Chaos Undivided faction. And they'll have like certain limitations, like they can cross up a little bit. Like I think Chaos Undivided will be able to bring like I don't know, like hints, like maybe the minor demons from each faction. So for example, Chaos Undivided can bring like Demonettes and Bloodletters, but it's not going to be able to bring like the greater demons or the more like kind of technical demons. Like, you know, the Plague Riders of Nurgle or the Great Unclean One. I think those will be limited to the Nurgle faction, which I think would be a pretty good way to do it. It would make them all really unique. Quite cool. Anyways, guys, here we are. A-Move Hacker coming in with, it looks like to be a Salamander build. Some Razordons as well. Up in the sky, he does have the Powhawks as Sentinels, Hopok Cohort. And to deal with some of the large threats against Norsca, so like Famir and Mammoths, he does have the Umbral Tide, Razordons, the Amixon Barbs. And it looks like Temple Guard and Swords for the most part. So pretty durable little force here. Oh, and Gorok! Yes, Dwayne Gorok Johnson. As well as a Manticore Summoner with the Flock of Doom. And up in the sky, he has some Light Harass with the Pawhawks as Sentinel. So it's funny because A-Move Hacker is, or at least when I first started watching him, was a Dwarf player. Like he liked to play Dwarves a lot. And you can kind of see the similarity in the playstyle. Like this is kind of how he would play Dwarves as well. But again, without the mobility. So now for the forces of Norsca, we got Berserkers in the front line. Wolfric up on the Mammoth. It looks like the Famir warriors with great weapons. Spearmen, Doggos in the back with the Maws of Savagery, the premier XL condom brand of the old world. The Maws of Savagery, of course, are an ROR, so they're the XL brand, I guess. And we do also have a Norscan Giant, as well as the Balefiend on the far side with the Shadows, Pendulum. Pendulum's really good here, especially against Temple Guard. And it's a good army, for sure. The Maws of Savagery plus the Doggos should be able to beat the Popcorn Cohort. Although there are 2 of them, it looks like. No, actually just 1. Yeah, just 1 Popcorn Cohort and no other Cold One Knight. So the mobile advantage should go to the Norscans here if played correctly. Obviously, the frontline fight's going to be a pretty bloody affair, but the Giant and the Mammoth, if they can overwhelm, you know, the thing is about this army, I'm a little bit concerned. There's no mass. Like, I mean, there is a Laser Dino, but for the most part, Wolfric and the Giant should be able to push in and pressure the Razordons. But I don't know. You don't want to be chasing Razordons. They are faster. But again, if they get chased out of the box, then there's Hounds, there's Maws of Savagery. So I don't know. It's hard to say. I think the Norscan army, as far as like army composition, may have a slight advantage. But again, I could be wrong because I don't play Lizardmen are my worst faction. Like if I were forced to play in a tournament and I had to play Lizards, I would just be terrible. They're my worst faction, hands down. So yeah, I got to take some notes, I guess. We'll see. See how this goes. Start when ready. Eventually in my tournaments as well, probably for the next season of ECL, I'm going to institute a loose 5-minute rule for army picks too. Because sometimes people take like, I played in a tournament, not this one, but a couple months back where I played against someone who took like literally like 20 minutes to pick their army. And I was like, I don't kid, I'm too weak. I'm hungry. So players are ready. Balefiend starting really far back. I don't know if that's intentional, but it looks like it might be to try and keep him out of focus fire range. The Popcorn Cohort on the flank is going to be eyeing these dogs quite warily here. Looking into their souls. We'll see how this goes. So Wolfric shall be advancing as well. Seafang plus the Pendulum, like I said, is a classic combo, especially for builds like this. Like a really good overcasted Burning Head. If he's able to catch both Temple Guard or like Pendulums, could be really disgusting. Plus Seafang as well. Seafang does a ton of damage. So A-Move Hacker going to be moving right out of the gates here with the Umbral Tide, who of course are hidden. So currently as it stands, hold on guys, 1 second here. Just adjusting my desk a little bit. So the Umbral Tide is invisible. They have stock. So currently Norska does not know they're here. Granted, they could rush forward with some of the doggos and scout out a little bit. Now they are visible. So it looks like they might get a volley. Wulfric should pull back, though, because this is going to be a ton of free damage on Wulfric. Although it looks like Protocol might have missed them, not noticed right away, and he's going to pay the price for it. He's going to take, 600 damage, which certainly isn't fun. Wulfric looks to be coming in to try and get a Sea Fang, though. He's going really aggressive here. Because there's Razordons, there's Laser Dinos, there's so many things here that are going to hurt him if he keeps advancing like this. And he does fall back. That's the smart play. So he needs to kind of pull back, let his other forces kind of saturate a little bit, and then engage with Wulfric once things are a little bit tied up. And here come the doggos. Not sure where they're going. It looks like he's trying to do some fancy schemes here. So Protocol is going to be getting the doggos coming up and around, maybe trying to pin in the Amixon Barbs and those other troops. That would be a very, very clutch play for sure. I mean, all he really has to protect those guys, he has Temple Guard for sure, but as far as mobile protection, it's the Popcorn cohort. So if he were able to get the Mons of Savagery on those guys, that could be quite strong. So it looks like there's going to be a charge coming in. Is Protocol going to be able to brace? That is the question. Looks like he's going to opt to countercharge, which potentially could do some damage. They have a charge bonus of 6, so probably bracing would be the right idea. But again, A-Move pulls back pretty quick. Not doing too much damage, so it's not terribly devastating. So now A-Move is forming his defensive box. He's getting the Temple Guard in the back to screen, and he's going to be trying to saturate in with the firepower from his reptiles here. So we'll see how that goes. Laser Dinos shooting the Skin Wolves. Really good targeting here from A-Move. Solid performance so far. Shooting into the Mons of Savagery is a very, very good choice. And it looks like there's going to be a Sea Fang or a Pendulum. Pendulum going down here. Not doing too much damage. It does some topical kind of scratching the surface type damage here to the Saurus, but not as devastating as his burning head against tank, that's for sure. So here we have A-Move Hacker coming in with the Popcorn cohort, going to be going after Wulfric. The Manticore summon as well from the Lizards has gone down, and it looks like Sea Fang dropped. Nice little Sea Fang right there, able to hit the Popcorn cohort, but the Mons of Savagery have been terrified. They've been beaten down, and A-Move Hacker probably will be able to chase them off. So as far as the initial engagement goes, I would say things are going a little bit in the favor of A-Move here. He's gotten the better engagements. However, a single Hound play could change everything. So here, of course, comes the Norscan Warhounds, because if the Razordons and the Salamanders are pretty much compromised, that means the Giant and Wulfric are just going to be able to go balls deep on pretty much everything here. And you can see Enfeebling Foe has been dropped on Gorok, making him very squishy. And he's actually taking a lot of damage, which means the Norscan Giant's going to be able to pound him pretty hard. But, the Salamanders just open firing here is very, very devastating. And it looks like the Norscan Hounds are staying in combat with the Popcorn cohort and are getting some decent damage on those guys. Actually, might be enough to break them, but eventually Norska will get through the front line in some areas. The Temple Guard, of course, will hold quite long, but the Saurus will eventually lose to the combined pressure of the Berserkers and the Witchcraft that Norska has brought to the battlefield. So Norska is still grinding it out. Obviously, they still have a Giant, but Wulfric's getting a little bit low. Scroll of Shielding has been activated to give him some nice save. And A-Move Hacker's doing a really good job protecting his assets here. Palhawks and Sentinels in the back as well, shooting in. Just poking down the big old mammoth here. And the Manticore summon will be disappearing soon, so there's a bit of a false inflation here on the Beast, not Beastman end, but the Lizardman end of things. And the Giant is just force pathing after Gorok, actually trying to beat him down. And you can see the Salamanders are forced back here. The Razordons are. And the Mons of Savagery are returning, and this is a big opportunity. If Protocol does this correctly and gets the Mons of Savagery on top of the Razordons, there's not really much left to protect them. I think that the Cav units are pretty much destroyed for the most part. I think the cohort has 18 models, so the Mons of Savagery could actually beat them. This is a really big play here. Getting the dogs here on top of the Amixon Barbs is quite huge. They're going to be losing models, and of course the healing factor is quite big. There's 11 of 18 models. These werewolves are going to be healing, and if they can keep chasing here, that's going to be really strong. Now, very good play here by A-Move. He is able to get the Popcorn cohort, what's left of them, and turn back to fight the wolves. The wolves should be able to win. Granted, there is some crossfire coming in. Oh, nice volley right there. Very good play there by A-Move. Able to get beautiful fire damage here on the wolves, who of course are weak to fire. Wulfric's also in the danger zone. He's down pretty low. As far as HP goes, he's got 455, another Pendulum coming down on top of the Temple Guard, so really good cast so far, but for the first time in the game, the Lizards do pull ahead in the balance of power, but it's not like a huge balance lead, and Wulfric does fall with the focus fire here of these Amixon Barbs and these other elite units. The Giant's still going to town, though, clobbering some of these Temple Guard. Wyson's Wild Form being used on them, which is pretty cool, giving them 46 weapon damage. Norska still has a ton of Berserkers, and remember, there is a Manticore on the battlefield, which will be disappearing soon, but with the Giant being crumped like this, the focus fire from the Salamanders plus the Razordons actually is doing a ton of damage against the big monsters. So the Giant, basically, its last stand here, it's going to move in and try and just clobbering time Gorok, but he does have the rock of its heavy metal. So Gorok is going to get that physical resist, and it's going to tank it like an absolute champ. Now, Norska still has a ton of Berserkers and troops left, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. It's hard to say. Mons of Savagery just getting dunked on by the fire damage. We got some Saurus back here. As far as Berserkers go, how many do we have? 37 right here, 49 right here. We do also have the Balefiend. The Balefiend is no joke. Balefiends are really actually quite good in combat. And the Giant is forced back with 1,000 HP, so that thing could come back in the late game and actually be a difference maker. But it's hard to say. So the Manticore has disappeared. Dwayne Grok Johnson is enfeebled right now, so he's going to be taking some additional damage. And the Berserkers are, you know, just fighting. And this is actually not bad. I mean, if all these Salamanders get into melee combat, Berserkers can actually kill them rather quickly. So it might give Norska a way back into this game, but I would still say this, currently as it stands, Grok is really tough to kill. He's an absolute linebacker as far as Footlords go. And I think he's going to be able to carry this game. Berserker's still fighting. Of course, they're at their max tier of Enrage, I would imagine, at this point, but it's not going to be enough to kind of keep them going, I don't think. There's just Salamanders breathing fire on them. Dwayne Grok Johnson's just shield bashing them Leonidas style. And the Giant's going to be pushed back, and that is going to be Amove Hacker taking the crown. So he will be staying. Very well played to both players. That was a pretty solid back and forth game. Went about 7 minutes long, but in the end, the Dinos were able to endure. Pretty cool build. He did a really good job screening with his popcorn cohort. He was all over the place. Like, the Maws of Savagery just getting roasted by the fire damage, and the Laser Dino was really good as well. There was a lot of things that Amove did really, really well there. So, very well played. Very well played indeed. And now, my friends, we move on to the game of games. Amove Hacker advances as the king of the hill. Good build. I mean, yeah, the build was pretty cool. I was concerned he didn't have enough mass, but he really did well with the cohort, and they did a really solid job. And yeah, he made it work. He made it work. So let's go ahead and update the scoreboard here. So the current king of the hill is going to be very well played Protocol, though. He was able to defeat Tank, who's like a top tier player, and also yeah, just really, really good run so far. So we'll do Amove. Just going to put Amove for short. It fits better. So Amove is the current king of the hill. The current leader is still Protocol with 2. So, I mean, Protocol can still win this. Yeah. GG, well played. So now we need to get the next player in here. Next player up. So the next player is going to be, on the list, we have Random Nix. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the Discord and tag him in. He may not be back yet, so we could just go to the new player, or the next player, and then come back to him. So we'll see. If he is not here, then the next player would be Samurai Warrior. And we'll go from there. Hey, we have a donation coming in from Alex Sear. Thank you so much, man. Sorry I missed that during the game. Would you consider a tourney with special campaign units like Caribou Greatswords and such? Alex, it'd be hard to do that because the Empire and a couple other factions just have the best ones. So, like, the Empire would just win every single, like if you had those campaign units, not every faction has, like, access to them. I mean, I guess there's a couple, but for the most part, it could be like I would rather do that for, like, replays than I would a whole tournament. Because it's, like, some of them are just so overpowered, you know? Yeah, no Skaven. I'm really surprised. So Random Nix is here. He'll be joining. And we'll do it to it. Do you have a source for saying... oh, okay, you guys are talking about science and witchcraft here. A winning streak for the Great Horn Rat. Skaven are actually one of my main tournament factions. I would love to play some Skaven here. They're so good. Skaven just have so many tools. They're just so powerful. Hey. So Amove, pick one and ban, then random picks. All right. We'll do the Golden Monolith. Just a big, giant golden monolith sticking out of the earth. A good time for all. So what they see, we'll see what they do. Random Nix, of course, doing very well in many ECLs. I would say the Empire is a meta faction. I would say they're top tier. Empire has a lot of tools. They're really, really good. One of the better, there's a lot of good Empire players out there, but Soothsayer is one who's like, he's just so good with Empire. It's insane. All right. You know, I never really played Paradox games, Willow, to be honest. It's not that I'm opposed to it. I just never came across them, really. I know, like, a lot of YouTubers play Hearts of Iron and have made their careers off that game. It's done really well for them. So, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't be opposed. I really like RTS, though. RTS is, like, my favorite genre, so that's why I like Total War, because you actually get the battles. I love gold. Good old Austin Power reference. Austin Powers. I made a vow to play Brett only, and sure as hell I'm going to keep it. All right, so Random Nix is playing Bretonia today. Only Bretonia. That's pretty unfortunate because he gives that information to Amove, who can now just pick lizards and basically just have a hard counter to him. But, I mean, you know, he's a hero of the people, I guess. He's going in, Random Nix. Amove, pick And ban, I guess. It'd be really funny if he bans Bretonia. That would be such a dick move. Hey, what's up, Sotek? How's it going, man? The Lore Master is here. Lady Turn's actually working on some objective markers for Sotek, and they look really nice. Lizardmen themed for Sotek's fantasy gameplay. His tabletop action. Yeah, I've never really played Paradox games, yeah. Battletech I thought about doing, yeah. Spellforce 3? Okay. I'll try it. Does Spellforce 3 have a community? Oh, okay. A move not pulling any punches, you know? Not pulling any punches, just straight up going lizards into Bretonia. No shit's given. I thought he might, like, you know, like, play with his opponent a little bit and, like, go something that Bretonia has a chance against, but... I mean, okay, there is a chance, but it's extremely hard. This is such a Lizardman favored matchup. Like, this is probably one of the worst matchups in the game. Granted, Gotrek's very helpful, but, like, there's a couple matchups which I feel like are, unless you're just way better than your opponent, are very hard. But again, I mean, in any given Sunday, right? There's always a puncher's chance, but, like, someone can make a mistake or something, but oh, it's so hard. This is such a hard one. Yeah, we'll see. Raid Shadow Legends, oh god. I've gotten so many emails about that game. I'll do a Magic stream this week. Daedra Cat, if you'd like. I'll do one for you. Battletech is good. Solid tabletop game as well. Okay. CVN27 turns Camelback funds for random dude again. CVN27. Dude, I should get a camel pack and just wear it while I'm streaming and just sip water. That is a great idea, CVN27. I should do that at Everchosen. Wear an American flag camel pack with my mullet. And life will be complete. Thank you so much, dude. That actually made me laugh. That was solid. Garland Green says, Turin, speaking of which, tell your lovely missus that I do not need any more. You got it. No problem. I got you, Garland. Well, we appreciate all your support, man. Rooting for Random Nick. Show us the way to beat the lizards. I hope he can illuminate us here. Deacon Scale Singer. All right, I'll take a look. How do you guys think Total War... no, it wouldn't be that good for the Witcher universe. I mean, I guess it could be good. There's a lot of kingdoms, but where would the Witcher fit in? He would just be like a renegade unit recruited to fight monsters occasionally. Yeah, there's a lot of cool fantasy universes out there that Total War could jump onto. I think the one that would explode the internet, even though like it's very similar to Warhammer, would be the Tolkien, like Lord of the Rings. That would just be the internet would explode. I think if it was done well. Devin Garrido. I want Bretonia to do well here. Evan Dickin, enjoying the stream, loving the thumbnails. Keep it up, man. Hey, Evan, thank you so much. I know, Garland, it's hopeless. She has an iron will. All right, guys. Okay, so you know what? Based on the build here, I actually think that Bretonia has a chance. I don't think A-Move brought the most optimal build. He brought double laser dino. He did also bring a rev crystal and then a bunch of Saurus, basically. And the popcorn cohort, no, Coldland Spear Riders, Heaven's Caster, as well as Gorok on foot. So I think Bretonia might have a chance here. The more nasty lizard builds, like I said, use Lore of Life. They use a Stegodon, the Thunderous one, and it's so hard for Bretonia to kill them. But, you know, his build is very different, and I think this actually gives Bretonia a fighting chance. Now, for the Bretonians in the front line, it's Men-at-Arms with gold chevrons. Actually, wow. Okay. Peasant Archers going to be blotting out the sun, I would imagine. It looks like he has 5 in total, which will actually be, not that great here, but they're going to try. I mean, they can eventually wear down a Bastillodon. He does have Questing Knights to the Companions, Questing Knights, a Damsel of Beasts to summon some Manticores, and he does also have King Lewin up in the sky with some Peasant mobs as well. Pretty cool build, for sure. A lot of Halberds. I think he's expecting the big dino play, but he isn't going to get it. Instead, I think A-Move Hacker is pretty well prepared here, actually, because the laser dinos are not something you see terribly often here. Usually you see one. But 2 of them are going to be very good against mass archers. Granted, this map has weird line of sight. Like, there's a bit of a slope here, so we'll see how it goes. A-Move setting up his army. This is going to be very interesting, because both builds are a little bit different than what I'm used to. But I'm used to seeing Random Nix bringing, like, mass trebuchets, too. So, for anyone who forgot, Random Nix is the gentleman who, in my faction war, almost beat the Empire using, like, 4 or 5 trebuchets. And then he killed the steam tank with rock lobbers. It was pretty legendary, for sure. All right. Good luck, have fun. Here we go. Pride of Bretonia coming in here. Questing Knights, of course, will be very good against a multitude of targets here. If the Questing Knights they'll be able to defeat Cold Wind Riders, Spear Riders most likely, and then also will be good against Bastillodons if they can get in combat. Granted, A Move Hacker does have a couple Temple Guard, so he's quite well equipped here. We'll see if A Move Hacker can protect his crown, or if the victory will go to random Nyx and the Sons of Bretonnia. And daughters. There's a damsel here. Aside from that, I don't think there's too many ladies in the army. Just this damsel. She's coming in with her big old cane and her Manticore summons. Flock of Doom's not going to be bad against Saurus either. So the Bretonians advance forward. Let's see what he's saying in chat. Three Basties. I'm not sure what he's talking. Oh, Bastillodons. Yeah, okay. He's talking about the Bastillodons. So the Bastillodons are actually going to opt to focus in on the Beastslayer's Bastion, or however you say that. My apologies. Certainly going to do some good damage. They're a pretty choice target, as are the Peasant Archers. A nice cleaving blow actually gets some collateral damage and takes out 8 Peasant Archers as well. A very strange Bretonian army. Very strange. Is that a legendary rule break? I don't think so. No, because they're actually different. So I think that Random Nyx thinks they're all laser dinos, which I think are limited to 2 in tournament rules, or at least the ones we're using. But he has a Rev Crystal as his 3rd one, so he's totally fine there, if I'm not mistaken. So the Bretonians are moving in. Peasant Archers, I'm quite curious about what they're going to target. Honestly, they could shoot down Temple Guard or go after the Cold Wind Spear Riders. That wouldn't be bad. So the Peasant Archers are shooting in. Looks to be going after the Solar Engine, I think, initially, or maybe into Saurus here. Oh, they're going into the Saurus. Interesting. I do think a really good target would be the Cold Wind Spear Riders, because if you can get rid of all the cav mobility here, it really gives a lot of freedom to the Bretonians. Peasant mobs have sallied forth. A Wind Blast coming in from A Move. Oh my god, look at the damage! Oh, disgusting. That Men-at-Arm, those were just Men-at-Arms. Okay. Wait, no, those were actually the polearms. Okay. Yeah, that's nasty. Oh my god, that did so much. So now Lewin's going to come in. Where's he going? Lewin needs to get busy quick. I don't know what he's diddling about here. He's just not doing it. Lewin needs to get into combat and start fighting ASAP. So Questing Knights are going to be coming in, but the Temple Guard in the back are quite ready, and those guys are going to be waiting. But it looks like he's going to opt to go after the Bastillodon with the Rev Crystal here, which is a little bit actually overextended. So Lewin is going into the far side. Looks like Sword of Corone is popped as well, I would imagine. Yes, it is. So all these Lizard units are heavily nerfed right now, and also the Cold Wind Spear Riders are fighting against Halberds, and it's a pretty bad situation for them. The Companions took some heavy casualties, but are pulling back, and now the Bretonians are going to be charging in once again with some Questing Knights here. It's going to take a lot to wear down those Temple Guard. It's going to take a lot. Now, the Manticore Summon has been used here for Bretonnia to try and buy some time to wear down that Bastillodon. Peasant Archers in the back are shooting in at just kind of random targets. I wonder what they're going to focus on, though. They should probably put all their elements into one unit here. It looks like they're going after the Cold Wind Spear Riders, maybe. So the Bretonians having many tough situations here in the front line. Saurus obviously able to outclass the Bretonian infantry, especially with that disgusting Wind Blast you got in the beginning. That was so damn good. In the back, we have Questing Knights fighting against the Spear Riders. The Laser Dinos providing some nice fire, but it looks like Questing Knights might be able to win this, especially if the Companions are able to collapse here. Here comes the Companions going in pretty deep, and that's going to be pretty much all the cav units for the Lizards taken out. The Cold Blood trying to keep them fighting, but they're going to break. That's way too much shock damage coming in, and those guys are down for the count. So back here, Lewin going after the Caster, which again is a super good play, because if that little skink lives for too long, he's going to be able to just go balls deep and just Wind Blast all these Peasant Bowmen and basically just send them to another dimension. Probably Age of Sigmar, where Bretonnia actually doesn't exist. So certainly not a good situation for them. So here you can see Gorok, though, able to return the favor. Looks like he beat down the Damsel of Life, which is quite good. Gorok is very, very powerful in combat. More so his defensive capabilities are what makes him shine, but, doing his thing. Lewin's struggling to get the little skink, though. This guy's a small target, and he's holding on pretty firm here. Questing Knights in the back, able to clean up the Cold Wind Riders, like I said. And it looks like A Move Hacker is doing a really good job using his elite halberds here to hold back the cav play for Bretonnia. So the Companions are just being forced into combat here with the Temple Guard, which is certainly not fun for them. Now Lewin's back up in the sky. Where is he going to go? It looks like Questing Knights here in the back are going to be finishing off some Saurus, which is nice, getting free picks where you can. Ammunition is a bit of an issue for Bretonnia. Not too much, but yeah, I mean, shooting Star Chamber Guardians in the back is actually a good choice. Like, if they're chasing the Companions, like, that direction, basically their shields won't come into play, and they'll be getting hammered pretty good by that Peasant Bowman fire. That's a good choice. I mean, if you can kill the Temple Guard, the Questing Knights will basically have a field day with what's left. Here in the front, we do have Men-at-Arms with polearms holding firm. 17 leadership. Surprised they're holding. They're fighting Gorok and a bunch of elite troops. Certainly a very dicey situation. Now, one of the Bastillodons did overextend a little bit, kind of back in the archer line, and it looks like Lewin is going to get a couple free attacks here. Stand your ground being popped on him, and the Skink even coming into combat as well. Peasant archers probably need to fan back. Balance of fire is actually pretty even. It's a pretty close game. But if anything, I would say slightly Lizard favored, as the matchup is in general. Questing Knights here looking to try and get on the Bastillodon, but A-Move doing such a good job protecting it. Honestly, I would probably just ignore it at this point. Unless A-Move makes like a catastrophic mistake and just ignores it, then the Questing Knights aren't going to be able to get in there and do much. Maybe just go clean up the Saurus that are chasing archers and try and reform your ranks there. Now, King Lewin getting some okay damage here against the Bastillodon, but not enough to, send it back to the realm from whence it came. As far as its HP, down to 2400. Lewin is still very healthy, and he probably has plenty of room for his healing cap. And Lewin can carry games for sure. And of course, Bretonnia will have a lot of troops that are going to be rallying and coming back, and it looks like Random Nyx is actually going to be grabbing the companions and going after the Saurus warriors over here, which is a very good choice. Free up the archers, gives you more pressure across the battlefield. The lizards are pretty slow right now, so if you can spread them out and shoot them to pieces with archers and just kind of whittle them down, I think that's the play. And in the meantime, Lewin can just keep doing his thing. So Lewin is in combat going after the Rev Crystal. Sword of Crone is active. And it looks like some of the Men-at-Arms are still holding back against Temple Guard. And that's actually not bad for the Men-at-Arms because they do have good AP values with those halberds. And the Questing Knights should be able to finish off the Saurus. Honestly, just ignore the Solar Engines at this point. They're almost out of ammo across the board, I would imagine. The Bastillodon here, the other one has pretty good ammo, actually, because it's been in melee combat. So here comes Lewin once again, and he does pretty good damage. The Bastillodon does get worn down here. Probably is going to break. Cold Blood, really good play there from Emu Packer. He's able to Cold Blood this bad boy and keep it going. The battle's really close again, slightly lizard favored, but Lewin can carry pretty hard. If he can pick off these Bastillodons, and the archers and the cav units can pick apart loose units around the battlefield, like these Star Chamber Guardians who are starting to get pretty low, that could be quite nice. And also there's potentially a free Bastillodon over here, because these Star Chamber Guardians are a little bit away from it. But man, that Rev Crystal is a slippery snake. Look at him go. He's just getting away from Lewin, causing problems. And the Bretonnia Knights are getting very beat up. I mean, it's mostly peasant archers around the battlefield at this point. And their ammo is very, very sparse. So here it comes, and Lewin does get a blow that could potentially waver this beast. But the fact that Cold Blood is on it again, with the Skink Chief probably using his cast there, is very, very strong. So Lewin's going in deep. The Rev Crystal does go off on the Temple Guard, so opting not to heal himself, which is probably smart. Going after the Temple Guard. Or can it even heal himself? I can't remember. Can't remember if it does. But that Rev Crystal is in the danger zone. He's holding on, 13 leadership. Lewin is actually in combat with Gorok now. He doesn't want to do that quite yet. I think you got to save Gorok for last. And the Bretonnian Cav Corps is very, very beat up. There's 8 of those guys right here. I mean, it's looking pretty grim for Bretonnia. They don't have that much punch left on the battlefield, and there's still a lot of Temple Guard here. I mean, Terror Routes, though, are quite powerful. If Lewin could do his thing here, Peasant Archers maybe finish off that Rev Crystal, which has 249, which is pretty insane. And, Lewin still, like I said, does have a ton of healing. We have some Halberds coming back here, some here. Up in the forest, we have some Peasant Archers shooting in. It looks like they're all going after the Rev Crystal, which is broken, down to 133. And Lewin is able to get some nice Terror Routes down here. And yeah, Bretonnia is very much spread out across the battlefield. So it's kind of an interesting thing, because they can really force the lizards to march around very slowly, which allows Lewin the opportunity for a lot of picks here. God, this matchup's so hard for Bretonnia. Even if they don't bring the most optimal build, it's still difficult. So here we have King Lewin in combat here. Unfortunately, these Star Chamber Guardians are, anti-large AP specialists, so they're able to get some work. Lewin does pull back. And, oh yeah, these Knights are going to be chasing off the Bastillodon, which is going to be really good. He's broken, 121 HP. So what are the archers going to focus next? Ammunition is very, very low. I mean, most of the Bretonnian archers are actually out of ammo. Some here, a little bit of ammo left on these guys. Lewin's going to be cycle charging in, trying to wear down the Temple Guard, I would imagine. And he does terrify off the Star Chamber Guardians, which is really nice. And honestly, if he can actually break them, he can chase them off with Peasant Bowmen, in combat, which would be very, very strong. So archers down here, able to dodge that shot. They might break. It looks like some Knights have come back for Bretonnia. Here we have some Temple Guard up on the high ground, which are going to be eating a charge here. Cold-Blooded used once again. Very good Cold-Bloods from Emu Packer. And the companions are shaken. 10 leadership, but they're able to get some decent damage against the Temple Guard, but I don't know if that charge was worth it, per se. Lewin's going to be coming up on the high ground. Bastillodons are, I don't know, yeah, it's a tough choice, because I feel like he needs to kill the Temple Guard, but, the Bastillodons are also such an issue as well. Looks like Sword of Crone activated once again, which is quite nice. Wind Blast coming in from A-Move, nice one, able to cleave, very, very pinpoint accuracy there. Able to cleave through those guys. And this Bastillodon is getting worn down, though. He's taking a lot of damage from King Lewin. And the other Bastillodon should be pushed off the battlefield. It looks like it was, so that guy's not coming back. So what you see is what you got. And, the thing is, Lewin is nowhere near his healing cap. He might be able to carry this game. Hard to say. I mean, Bretonnia can send in his Peasant Archers in combat to try and wear things down, and Terror Routes are a thing. Temple Guard are not immune to psychology, so that is something that could come into effect here. Also, the Skink Priest of Heavens is a pretty juicy target. One Bastillodon is very low. It is the Solar Engine, who has good ammo. The other one is, not good ammo, but has some. He has one shot left. The Peasants are shattering. Lewin up in the sky, once again, continuing to heal, which is very powerful. And here he comes. Going to be going after the dreaded Bastillodon, I would imagine. Maybe trying to get a better angle here, but opting to go for the Saurus here on the flanks. Trying to get a Terror Route, maybe push them off, which would then allow the Peasant Archers to, chase them off the battlefield, have some fun there. A little bit of ammo left for Bretonnia, but not much. We do have the Peasant Bowman here with a couple volleys, shooting into this disgusting lizard blob. Oh man, there's so much. Not disgusting in terms of the aesthetic sense, but more in terms of just power, because that is a lot. Temple Guard here, 55. Lewin is, he's not going to be able to carry this. He's not. The peasants are going to have to come into combat. Things are going to get ugly here in a second. And there's like 2 terror-causing monsters. Gorok might be able to actually fight Lewin in one-on-one combat here. So here come the peasants. Lewin needs to make sure he jumps in at the same time because they're not going to last long. He needs to maximize his value here and try and kill some stuff. So Terror Route potentially coming in. He does get a rear charge on the Saurus, which will trigger a pretty big penalty in terms of leadership. But Lizardmen have insanely good leadership, like insanely good. Saurus Warriors here are terrified actually by Lewin. And it looks like some of the Temple Guard might get terrified as well. Is Lewin and his peasant archers going to be able to carry this game? Perhaps. I don't know. I think there's too much. I think Dwayne Gorok Johnson is just too much of a linebacker. So pretty much all the Dino Infantry. There's literally like 8 Temple Guard here fighting. I think the Star Chamber Guardians have 18, but the Cold Blood, keeping those guys going, is so good. He says, well, GG's. I think so indeed. The Rockavitsa coming down. Dropping that rock here on King Lewin. He pulls back up in the sky. Temple Guard are all broken. A very valiant attempt for sure. It's a very, very valiant attempt. And the Peasant Archers are coming in, which buys time for Lewin to cycle charge, maybe try and get some scraps here out of this battle. He's going to be going in after Dwayne, it looks like. But Dwayne has such good melee defense too. He's got 60 melee defense and I believe has pretty good physical resist as well with the Rockavitsa active. Peasant Archers going strong though. These peasants are hungry and they're not choicey. They'll eat lizards. They don't care. Whatever they can cook, they'll take it. Except probably zombies and vampire count stuff. But it's fair play. So Lewin going into combat once again, trying to chip down these lizard lords, Gorok and company. Bounce powers. It's interesting. It's kind of like ebbing back and forth. Bastillodons, they are different variants, I believe. So 2 lasers plus 1 rev. You may not have seen that. I'm pretty sure you're allowed to do that, but again, I can double check. No problem. We'll double check that later. Not that it matters, because today is just a casual event here. But the Bretonnians holding on firm. The Lion Shield activated, giving him a juicy. And even the thing is, like, even if like the 3 Bastillodons are limited, it's like you'd rather fight one of those than like a Stegodon all day. So King Lewin here, getting a little bit of poke actually on Gorok, but I think the Star Chamber Guardians giving him Guardian is going to be really strong. Plus, Bastillodons don't have bad combat stats themselves. They're certainly not slouches in combat. Here comes the Skink Priest, going to be charging in to rear charge the last of these Men-at-Arms. Man, Lewin is just going ham, though. I'm surprised he's lasted this long. Balance of Power should lead to army losses pretty soon. And down goes the King of Bretonnia. A valiant play, for sure. It is such a hard matchup. It is so hard. I can't remember the last time I've seen it when 2 tournament-level players are playing. That you have, like, what's it called? Like a Bretonnian victory. I just can't remember the last time. It's so hard. I mean, a couple builds I played with are Treb builds, and I actually think Trebuchet builds would have been pretty good against what A-Move brought, because you can kill the Temple Guard with the Trebuchets and then just, like, do your thing elsewhere. All right. So currently A-Move is going to be tying. And for the next player, we will have Samurai Warrior. Samurai Warrior, you're up. All right, here we go. So for the next map, let's go ahead and get I don't know, is this map good? I can't quite remember. We'll do Gorgazon. Actually, let's do the Troll Country. Or Pillar of Bone. Pillar of Bone is one of my favorites. So Samurai Warrior is coming. Yeah, so Random Mix is correct. There is a limit on them. One second. All right, perfect. Soon, Sotek, don't worry. Once I get through the ECL stuff, it'll be time. So we have Samurai Warrior, and we're going to be on Pillar of Bone. So it looks like he's going deep with Lizards today. Lizardmen and banning Dark Elf. So we'll see what Samurai Warrior picks. He did not have enough peasants with shovels. It's such a hard matchup. We have a donation coming in as well from Capellius. He says, thank you for the 200 SEK. That's very generous, man. Talk Thank you all for the entertainment. Hope I'll be able to catch the next King of the Hill. Seems really fun. It is a fun format. And Capellius, thank you so much for the 200 SEK, man. That's very, very generous. So I certainly appreciate it. About 20 bucks. Yeah, Windblast can knock down the infantry, which is good. Samurai Warrior is not King of the Dead. King of the Dead is next, actually. And then we have Undertaker, we have Willow, Dutch Gank, Tokoli, Zardar, and Swarf to close things out. Oh, Valley of Plenty. A Vampire Count pick into Lizards. Now, that's usually a Lizard-favored matchup, so maybe Samurai Warrior has a build he likes or is very comfortable in this matchup, because that's normally a hard one for the Counts in my anecdotal experience. King, you're next. You're next. So guys, just setting everything up with the King of the Hill, making sure we're all ordered here. And the players will start, and they'll be loading in just a moment. Yeah, laser dinos are definitely very good against the... Perfect. We're all set. We're all set. So yeah, interesting. I mean, counterpicking himself, really. I mean, the world was his oyster. He could have picked dwarves here. He could have picked... Vampire Coat, any number of factions, Skaven, all of which have very good tools here against the spooky ones, but he's opting to go with Vampire, so clearly he's probably, a Vampire Count specialist here. It can be done, for sure. I've seen Vampires win this. It's very grindy, but we're going to do a really ridiculous map for the next one. And I was thinking of having a tournament where the maps are just terrible, like using the worst maps. Maybe we'll do a King of the Hill stream. That's probably better than like people spending their whole day playing on a tournament with like terrible maps. Hey, and Wicked, thank you for your help in chat, brother. Good to see you as always. My creature in my backyard. Probably Wookie. He's just running around, flying in the air. A little gremlin in the night. But, yeah, what was I going to say? I had some interesting point to make. Yeah, so basically, maybe we'll do a King of the Hill where I just pick all the worst maps that are just like close quarters or like terrible deployments. Bunford Yates says his little brother goes by Yeet Boy on his Fortnite account. Oh my god, that's so funny. Hey, what's up, Falcon? Wicked says King of the Dead is his Belgian father. Interesting. That's good to know. Hey, King, if you're watching this, can you send me, you should send me one of your ridiculous drawings. We can use it for your name up in the top. Oh my god, King of the Dead's drawings are so funny. All right, so here we go. Let's take a look at the armies. So for Amuf Hacker, he's got Temple Guard, he's got Saurus Warriors. So again, pretty standard. It seems like every build of his, he plays lizards like dwarves almost. He's got Amazon Barbs as well as the big scary Umbral Tide here, the Popcorn Cohort, and over here in the back. So this is like pretty much identical to the build he brought against, I think it was Norska earlier. It's literally the same, just about. I think maybe a couple tweaks. He's got Dwayne Garrock Johnson once again, so clearly a dwarf player, very used to using these Footlords. The King Priest of Beasts and the Popcorn Cohort. Yeah, that's it. Very interesting army. Certainly not what I would have expected in this matchup, but we'll see if the vampires are ready for it. Now, for the force of Samurai Warrior, he's got Zombies, he's got the Stearnsman, Double Banshee, which, of course, we saw Tank use pretty well against Dinos. And they have good shanks. They can shank down the big Dinos pretty effectively. Quad Crypt Horrors, awesome! Also, we do have a Corpse Cart with the Unholy Lodestone, Heinrich Kelmer to summon some Krell action. And Krell actually does some decent damage against Temple Guard, too. We have a Mortis Engine, of course, which can defeat infantry boxes if it can survive the Salamander Fire, 2 Fellbats, and some dogs around the map. It looks like Direwolf Vanguard deployment. Yes. Oh, they were asking if it's the map, and it is indeed the map. So Laser Dino going to be opening up here onto the Crypt Horrors, who are actually screening for the Mortis Engine, which is pretty funny. So one of the Crypt Horrors does go down here, but it looks like the laser was indeed intended for the Mortis Engine, That's a pretty funny tactic, like hiding it behind like these high mass units like Crypt Horrors. Let's see if it screens again, or if he's actually shooting that. Now, you know, A-Move does have a lot of good tools against Crypt Horrors. The Umbral Tide and these type of units are going to absolutely tear them to shreds. So he needs to get his Fellbats and his mobile elements and start really pressuring those guys. As far as magic damage goes, Star Chamber Guardians do magic, so the Banshees need to avoid the Star Chamber Guardians at all costs. Garok does not do magic damage, and as far as the caster goes, it is a beast caster. So, I mean, aside from the, oh man, Samurai Warrior needs to be more careful with his Crypt Horrors. He's letting them just get wrecked in the front. Oh, what are you doing? Don't charge into the Temple Guard. It's a trap. He does use Invo. The Banshee's going to be getting in there as well. A little bit aggressive here. Normally you would want the zombies and the other units to charge in first, and then the Crypt Horrors would follow suit. But nonetheless, it's been a bit of a dicey engagement here. I would say the Lizard's really seizing the reins quite early here. The Crypt Horrors getting absolutely pounded by the firepower, but the Fellbats now swarm, and this is really good. The Fellbats and the Banshee here is going to be quite clutch. And there's also Cold One Knights like countercharging right onto the backs of all these large units. The Mortis Engine is being shot as well. Heinrich Kemmler's a little bit behind the train. I mean, maybe a big juicy overcasted Invo right here would be enough to kind of salvage this situation, because for now it's looking very bad for the Vampire counts. Sending in the Crypt Horrors initially was pretty rough. I think you needed to wait for that stuff and just keep them like far away and buffer the firing zones of the Salamanders and the other units using your other troops. But now this Mortis Engine, it needs an Invo. If this Mortis Engine dies this early, that's pretty much going to be game. Undeath Resurgent is going to keep it from crumbling. It puts it down to critical binding. And it is draining now, but he needs to heal this thing. He must have Invo coming up relatively soon. It's at about 1,200, and Fellbats are doing a really good job swarming back here. Just kind of holding down the Salamanders and these other troops. So that's quite a good engagement for him. Now back into this main fight. Overcasted Von Hell's Dance Kebab is going down, and the Star Chamber Guardians are taking massive damage here from the Mortis Engine and the Crypt Horrors. And of course, Krell is back here as well. The Laser Dino misses a point-blank shot, and the Manticore Summon will be disappearing here in about 3 or 4 seconds, but he really needs to get an Invocation right on top of that Mortis Engine. Like, that thing is going to be so huge for dealing with Temple Guard in the late game. We'll see if he can get it away. So it's at 9:32. Heinrich Kemmler is nearby as well. Krell is still karate chopping, and the other Banshees coming in to start shanking down the other troop here, and the Lizard misses again. Now in the back, Fellbat's doing a good job disrupting, you know, shutting down the Umbral Tide and the firepower, but obviously with guard mode, they'll still be able to shoot. And the Bastillodon is able to run in there and really put this guy down. So you can see that the Mortis Engine probably going to be meeting its fate here at the end, at the hand of the Manticore, as well as the big old Bastillodon boy. Now in the main fight, it's not going bad for the vampires in some respects, of course, but what the problem is the harassing elements are gone. Like something like Blood Knights and some dogs and bats could have very easily shut down that back line, but in this case, what's going to happen now is that the Salamanders and the other troops are just going to shoot into this big, disgusting vampire blob, and there's nothing. I don't think there's too much the vampires can do. Maybe they can grind it out. I mean, if they break the Temple Guard down, there's still a very healthy group of Temple Guard over here with 70 models who basically just been fighting zombies. The other ones here are pretty beat up as well. The Banshee has been able to shank those guys, but I think that A-Move is, with his firepower here in the back, is going to be very threatening. But very good zombie summon actually temporarily shuts them down. So the zombie summon will, of course, target these guys, and doing some poking damage, actually. You can see a lot of HP damage coming off those guys. So how are the Temple Guard doing in this fight? It looks like the Temple Guard are holding firm. The Rev Crystal on the Star Chamber Guardians is keeping those guys going. The Laser Dino shooting in once again to the Corpse Guard, it looks like. Maybe going after the supporting elements here, the Vampire Count Army. Bounce Bear is actually pretty even, believe it or not. I guess the Temple Guard going down and the Umbral Tide being a little bit beat up is definitely helping quite a bit. I would imagine Heinrich Kemmler is going to be saving his zombie summons to try and keep this formation down, but the firepower from those units, very, very hard counters against Crypt Horrors and things like that. Bastillodon here taking a bit of work. The Banshees are going to be an issue as well. I think Krell will be disappearing soon. Krell does last a very, very long time, which is incredibly awesome, but he also is a summon unit still, so he will be disappearing before he can generate too much more value. 11 kills probably all in Temple Guard, certainly not bad. So now the Popcorn cohort is going to be isolating and going after the Vargulf. There's only 14 of them left, so the Vargulf and Krell actually getting in there and might be able to chop down a couple of these guys before he goes. The balance is actually Vampire Count favored. I can't believe it. Are they going to be able to get this? I mean, maybe just the sustainability of their troops and the remnants of the Crypt Horrors is going to be enough. But I think if A-Move can stabilize his missile line back here and just focus down all the horrors and things like that, he'll probably be in really good shape. So Krell is still going. Is that Krell? How is he go? Okay, he's on his second tier of disintegrating now. Yeah, because basically there's like 2 tiers if you look at the little kind of spinner on the bottom, so he will be running out pretty soon here. So here comes the Saurus Warriors piling in. The Bastillodon, whoa, what was that? Did you guys see that? It was like some breath attack coming in from some sort of Banshee or something. It was like bright red. But the Bastillodon is getting worked down. The Vargulf's still in good shape too. The Vargulf is a pretty big issue here. Man, I cannot believe the Vampires are pulling this one out here, considering such a rough start they had. But it seems like the grindiness in the middle able to really wear down the Temple Guard. The Mortis Engine did do some decent work while it was still active. And the Corpse Guard is something else too, because it's giving really good combat stats to all these troops here. And you know, the Grave Guard, even zombies have 15 and 11, which really isn't terrible for the cost. Obviously, they cost 100 gold. So Corpse Guards can turn things into decent units. But Bounce is going more and more Vampire favored here. Let's see what they're saying. They're just saying, Samurai Warrior says GG, maybe thinking he lost earlier, but now scrapping back. It was a little bit earlier in the game. So here you can see the MX on Barbs, of course, still shooting in. Bounce of Power is, I don't know if the Lizards are going to have enough to kill those Banshees. I honestly think that could be the X factor. How many Banshees does he have left? He must have both of them. Banshee, and yeah, those Banshees are going to be a real pain in the butt. Like, nothing here is good against the Banshees. And again, that's something we saw. The magic damage from the Banshees being used in our faction war. Falcon was still able to win that game just with insane micro and great targeting, but the Banshees were such a threat against the Lizards. Unless they bring, I mean, the Star Chamber Guardians, of course, can hurt them, but I don't know if there's many of them left. Yeah, it looks like 22. Wyson's Wild Form being used. Bounce of Power still in the Vampire Count's favor. And the Banshee, of course, putting some serious shank in here on our boy Gorok. He does have Wyson's Wild Form giving him some good armor, but the one Bastillodon is broken. The Rev Crystal's gone. The Banshees were able to take it out eventually. Man, awesome stuff here from Samurai Warrior, for sure. All right, so the Bastillodon is forced back. He should probably, chasing it off is... It's tricky because the Umbral Tide is there, but I think you probably should because it does have healing. Although maybe he figures he needs the Vargulf more in this fight. So the Corpse Guard is being focused on, but what's great about Corpse Guards is they're super cheap. So even if it gets focused, it's only like for like 250 to 500 gold, depending on the variant you bring. And the Banshees are just prison shanking down Gorok. They've got their sharpened toothbrushes, their shivs, and yeah, they're really able to do a number on him here. It's like all the other haggard zombies and everything else just kind of tarp it. Certainly not over quite yet. The Umbral Tide and those other troops could really wear down the Vargulf, but I would imagine Samurai Warrior will have some pretty good jukes. Heinrich Kemmler's even getting his hands dirty. Look at this guy. He's not great in combat. Gorok could certainly beat him down. He's got to be careful. If Heinrich gets caught out in the open and just beaten by Gorok, that could be a little bit rough. So now he realizes the error of his ways and is going to be running back here. Vargulf coming in for the rescue. Ammunition is okay as far as the Lizard units go. We do have some here. We have some here. And I'm really surprised the Vampires were able to pull this one after that initial start. Man, really good stuff scrapping his way back into this game by Samurai Warrior. What a trooper. So the Banshees here falling back. Ammunition being used very effectively here from the Amixon Barbs. But when the Salamanders have to get in combat and actually fight Banshees, that is going to be pretty terrible for them. So the Vargulf basically just working on the last Temple Guard here. The Vargulf probably honestly should just run like this way and just like, you know, chase this Umbral Tide here. Because that'll pull it out of range of the Amixon Barbs. But at this point, I think it's going to go down. So here, Temple Guard have 27 models left, down to about 1,500 HP, plenty of AP. The Sternsmen are still in really, really good shape too, which is a huge problem. They'll be able to beat the Saurus. Cryptors are going down, but now the Temple Guard are gone. They're terrified. Banshees, of course, cause terror. And yeah, I don't know. I think the Banshees are going to be too much. Like, there's nothing in this army that can really kill them quickly, other than just grinding attrition through that 75% physical resist. That is no easy feat, to say the least. So Saurus here, got 24 models, Banshee's still going. Heinrich Kemmler also has the Chaos Tomb Blade, which of course heals nearby units and resurrects them if I'm not mistaken. So he does have persistent healing here on these troops, as long as Heinrich Kemmler's still in combat. And the zombies are just chasing these Temple Guard, which is quite hilarious. So ammunition being used here. The Umbral Tide, as far as volleys go, they have 3 volleys left in total. The Razordon hunting packs don't have too much left either. And now you can see the Razordons are being sent into combat. It's like all hands on deck. Undeath Resurgent going to be giving some stats. And oh, a fat zombie summon. Really good save there by Samurai Warrior. Saving that in the 4th quarter. Beautiful stuff. And that's something I've been realizing a lot lately. Is like saving a summon for late game, at least one, is so important. Because summons are way more impactful when you're forced into a blob fight at the end rather than early game where they can be kited and things like that. So many Vampire Coast games have been won and lost on that narrative. Now, Balance of Power did creep back towards the middle a little bit as the Lizards continue to fight, but I just don't see them winning this. Like, I think the Banshees are too much. And Heinrich might even have another Invocation, and the Banshees are nowhere near their healing cap, but they also do get perpetually healed by Heinrich's Tomb Blade, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go ahead and double check here. It's kind of hard to check during the game, but it looks like they're not being healed right now, so maybe they're not. Oh, maybe that Banshee's just at full health. Okay, that explains it. Now the Banshee is being healed, yes. So it is getting healed up, which is quite cool. Zombies, tar pitting and fighting, but the Lizards are getting closer and closer to army losses as Heinrich's Haggard Goon Squad here is just beating down. Heinrich just kicks Gorok in the back, which is a pretty ridiculous situation as a whole. Oh, and he has another summon. He did not use too many summons early. He banked them for this endgame battle. And guys, it looks like Samurai Warrior is going to pull it out with his double Banshee Heinrich Kemmler play. There's no way the Lizards can come back as Gorok is just getting shanked and karate kicked by Heinrich. Absolutely no way. I can't believe that game. can't. I really thought vampires were going to get dumped on. In the beginning, it's like the Cryptors took like so much damage. The lasers were able to get, like, the Mortis engine died very early. There were so many things that went so badly for the vampire counts, but he was able to scrap his way back with his durable Banshees here. GG being dropped. I think he said GG thinking he lost the game, and then now he just said GG again, like, oh my god, I won it. What a game. That was a fun one. So A-Move Hacker was able to get a couple wins. I think he's our current. Or is he at 2? I think A-Move won 2, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Oh man, that was a game. That was a scrap. All right, so next up, Samurai Warrior will be our current contender. We have King of the Dead. So King of the Dead, you're up. So King is here. So A-Move did get 2. So him and Protocol are tied. So we can put that there. Protocol and A-Move will be tied there. And now our current leader is Samurai Warrior, using some of his Shogun tactics. Samurai Warrior. Let's fit his name here a little bit more properly, as he is due. And I'm going to let the dogs out in just a second, and then I'll be back for the next game. Cool. Hey, it's King of the Dead. King of the Dead says, ah, Samurai. Old friend. Oh man, yeah. These guys are apparently pals. For the next map, we'll put them on Prague. So Samurai, pick one, ban one, then King. Cool. I don't think I need to worry about the 60-minute timer. Hopefully, we don't have a game that goes that long. Falcon says, "Undead on undead. We want it. Do it. No, no, Falcon, no." He says the Sternsmen with 94 Temple Guard heads. Yeah, they did some serious work. Oh man, this is funny. So, Samurai Warrior picks Dark Elves and bans Skaven. And guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to take the dogs out and put them in the backyard. All right, guys, I'm back. Just had to put Wookie and Gooby in the backyard. They're all set. Gorse versus Gorse. No, no, stop it. Who let the dogs out? I did, Wicked, yes. There's no screen blocker. You know, it's funny because sometimes when you guys say that, I actually think there is, and I'm like, oh God, like it actually trolls me sometimes, but not in a bad enough way. It's actually quite funny, so I don't mind it. But it's like I get worried. I'm like, oh God, did I leave the screen blocker up again? Oh, man. So we got Norska versus Dark Elves, a fun matchup. We haven't seen any Skaven today. No rats. No rats indeed. All right. And we're all set here. Everything looks good. Yeah, Skaven do have some hard matchups versus Tomb Kings and Undead. I 100% agree, Falcon. But I think Skaven are just a solid faction. They have so many tools. So many tools. They have like snares. They have like really good sniping. They have like pretty cost-effective chaff. Great summons. You know, summons are one of the staples of really good builds as well. There's many variables that are going well for the Skaven. I actually just had my best of 3 in my tournament, and I was in a tournament I'm playing in Aerocastics, and I was able to get some good Skaven action. Thank you, Lord Inquisitor Ignis. The rats lurk beneath the surface. They wait in the shadows. Little rat boys. The double war mammoth. King, you know, when I first started playing against King, he really liked to use the frost worms, actually. That was kind of the thing that he was doing a lot with like 5-hound units just flying around your army. Wookie. I see Wookie like out in the grass in the backyard because my window looks into the back and I can see him just basking in the sun all happily. Such a good little gremlin he is. It's nice to see old dogs enjoy their life, their golden years. Yeah. We took Wookie on a air quotes walk yesterday. So Wookie can't really walk too well. He can like move around the house all right, but as far as like long walks, he can't do it. So, oh my god, I got to show you guys a picture sometime. So what happens is Anna, my lovely wife, she wears a harness, like a backpack thing that Wookie rides in, and he literally looks like Yoda. He's like hanging in the harness. It's so funny. And like people, we were walking past this like church gathering, and somebody from the church was like, "Is that a real dog?" And we're like, "Yep," because Wookie's just dangling in this backpack as we walk our other dog. God, it's so funny. All right, so for the forces of King of the Dead, it's going to be a Marauder front line. Chaff, obviously, wants to get the big scary monsters and mammoths. 2 groups of Marauder hunters with javelins in case the dreaded Chill of Sontar arrives. Also gives him some good ranged pressure against a character like Malekith. In the back, Norskin Warhounds, as well as a couple of groups of Skin Wolves, the premier condom brand of the old world, sponsoring this channel. So he's got Skin Wolves with armor, which is an interesting choice. And the armor, of course, a little bit better against things like, let's say he's fighting skirmishers like Dark Riders or Doomfire Warlocks. Having the extra armor does actually help out quite a bit in those engagements. So a little bit of a skirmishing core here. Wolfric on the Mammoth with what appears to be a Metal Caster, so Searing Bolts as well as Plague of Rust. Plague of Rust, of course, synergizes quite well. What does that sound? That was weird. Plague of Rust synergizes quite well with Marauder Horsemasters, who of course don't have the best AP, but their DPS can be quite nasty with a good Plague of Rust. Beast of Tashnar as well. Now for the forces here, the current King of the Hill, Samurai Warrior. He's got Malekith, of course, with Soul Stealer, which is a classic competitive pick. Secondary line of halberds, frontal line of spears to take the initial beating. Dark Riders and Cold One Knights with repeater crossbows in the back, and Slanesha's Harvesters to boot. Very, very solid army from what I can see. Halberds are, pretty durable here, but of course the Mammoth can usually deal with them pretty effectively by just riding them over. Even though they are like designed to fight such things, it's like foot stuff with low mass typically has trouble with the Mammoth. So the battle's underway here. The dreaded Horsemasters cometh. Going to be probably poking into Malekith here. Here they come. You got to be careful though. Repeater crossbows. But again, Horsemasters can chase and shoot like really, really effective at chasing down Dark Riders. If the mobile elements of this army actually does get taken out, it's going to be a little bit of a better engagement here for the Norskins. So Spears going into the flanks, probably wants to conserve his ammo if he can, but he's trying to get some poking shots here into the Dread Spears. Although honestly, focusing down the Black Guard really isn't a bad idea. If he just wants to park here and just shoot at the Black Guard and maybe even use a Plague of Rust on them. Although at this point, I don't think so. With the repeater crossbows coming in, I think using a Plague of Rust would be probably not worth it. So a couple Black Guard do fall. In total, it looks like 2 have fallen so far. A lot of HP damage on the other ones. So a couple of those guys got no-scoped there, it looks like, by the Marauder Horsemasters. And it looks like all the mobile elements of Samurai Warrior's army is on this side. So honestly, King could probably grab the Marauder Horsemasters and maybe chase down the Dark Riders or just get really aggressive. There's nothing to really support them here. And yeah, you can see that. King realizes this. He charges, and then suddenly you see Samurai Warrior adjust and pull back. So good reaction there. Now on the front line, you can see the Dark Riders are going to come in for a freebie charge here, but it's not too free as the Condom Brand Wolves are coming in, and they're going to start tearing apart Dark Riders. So better engagement for King here for sure. And as far as the other side goes, Marauder Horsemasters is doing some great skirmishing. I mean, the Black Guard are down to 65 models. Gaze of Malice here could actually be good, but King's able to dodge that. That was like a movie scene right there. Dodging slow-mo out of the way there. Unfortunately, I can't slow-mo in replays. So the Dark Riders get absolutely crumped here by the Spears and the Maws of Savagery, or the Skin Wolves, not Maws of Savagery. And now it's time for the frontline fight. Of course, the Ice Storm Marauders will do well. Standard Marauders will have a good engagement against just Dread Spears. So that's going to be quite good. Granted, Black Guard will take forever to kill for Standard Marauders. So now the mainline fighting's underway. King obviously wants to make sure he doesn't blob up too much because the dreaded Soul Stealers has won many a game on the back of blobs. And here the Marauder Hunters with Javelins are now throwing in, going after the Cold One Riders, which if he can free those up, then he can easily chase down the repeater crossbows here. Looks like a Soul Stealer is going to be used. It hits the Marauders, it hits Wolfric, and hits some Spears. Not too much of a punishing one. Honestly, I probably would have saved it. And what a lot of Dark Elf players actually do is they charge in with Malekith, and then from there, people surround them, and then he uses Soul Stealer as like a counter charge punishment. So in the mainline fighting, you can see the Ice Storm Marauders are holding pretty well. Slaanesha's Harvester is actually being taken apart by the Spear Fire, and it looks like Plague of Rust being used, and Searing Doom is going to be very effective against these elite troops here. And Wulfric's going in, he's going after Malekith, Searing Doom dropping, and it seems like Norska is seizing a very quick advantage here. I mean, the front line, the skirmishing has done a ton of damage. The boat, like this whole center mass is being destroyed very, very heavily. And now this is like a disaster situation. There's no mobile elements left aside from these Dark Riders. And now the Marauder Horsemasters can easily manhandle and simply just push off these Dark Riders. So Malekith's coming back in, maybe thinking about going in and lending some help to his spears. And like I said, ooh, nice breath attack though. Able to get some good poke on Wulfric, but Halberds like can do good against large targets, but Mammoths are really good against like pretty much anything on the ground. They do so much splash damage and impact damage when they charge. Javelin still throwing. In the back, you can see some of the Dark Riders trying to shut down the Javelins, but the Norscan Warhounds and the Skin Wolves able to compromise those guys pretty effectively. And here, ooh, a nice case of Malice there, but a response coming in as well from Norska. Going to be dropping a Searing Doom. Able to do some good damage against the Blackguard. And now it's basically just a swarm. Norska pretty much has full dominance on the battlefield. You can see the Dark Riders are forced back. The Javelins are going to be able to throw in pretty effectively against Malekith. But man, a Soul Stealer right now would be really, really good. That would be super punishing against this blob, but it's probably almost off cooldown, I would imagine, depending on his starting ones of magic. He might have enough, but you can see Wulfric's coming in to make sure Malekith can't escape. Plague of Rust being activated as well. So currently Malekith is rocking 20 armor, and that is going to be game. So King of the Dead with a very, very decisive victory there. Well played to both players. But the harassing and the timings of King were very, very good that game. That's going to be a glorious Norscan victory. So well played to both players. Samurai Warrior had a good run, for sure, taking a victory off the previous champ there. But, oh, I forgot to update it. So Samurai did have one win, but now it's going to be King of the Dead, so we'll just update that. All right, so King of the Dead, we're just going to put his name in short here. Make sure to put one here. Horsemaster's pretty good. Pretty good stuff. So next we have Willow. You're up. Here he comes. Let's see if he's still here. According to Discord, he's playing Heroes of the Storm. So if he's not here, we'll just move on to the next player. He might just have the game open, and sometimes it'll say that. We're going to do the Spirit Essence of Chaos this game. I know it's kind of a haggard map, but I just love seeing it every now and then. It's like a blitz. Well played. So we'll see if he responds. If he is not ready, then who's on deck? We would have Dutch Skink. Would be our next lad. He says he's on his way. Perfect. So he is here. I better go get Wookie. Sounds like he's terrorizing the backyard. Oh, the King of the Hill signups are currently closed because I can usually only go like, you know, I don't want to go more than like 3 hours usually. So yeah, it's currently closed for now. Yeah, people do still play Heroes of the Storm occasionally. No, he's coming. And we'll give him 5 minutes or so. Should be enough to fire up the game and get into the lobby. And the Essence of Chaos cometh. Aerocastic's favorite map of all time. I think one of the worst maps would be like the Fall of Man, where one player literally starts in a hill looking down at the other ones. Gromby is in a line, I think. Yeah, so as far as our next, yeah, Undertaker. Oh, wait, why did I skip over Undertaker? I mixed it up. Okay, I put Undertaker after Willow. So we'll actually, so Undertaker, you go ahead and join because you were supposed to be first. And then, hold on, you're actually up after this one. So Undertaker, you're in. Perfect. So my bad there. My apologies. So I just had them mixed up on my sheet, but I looked back in the Discord because I have a notepad here on my desk, but I mixed them up, so my bad. So Undertaker is up next, and then we have Willow. This will be a fast battle one way or the other, because it is on this map. And he's here. Essence of Chaos. King, pick, and ban. All right. Grombrindle is here. Thentox, I don't really get bored of Total War Warhammer 2 multiplayer. No, because there's like so many factions and like there's a pretty awesome community as well. So no, it keeps me going. Romulan Zog, I think Fall of Man is the one where like one guy starts up on a hill and the other one's at the very bottom. There's like a ton of trees. So King of the Dead knows that Grombrindle is a dwarf maid, and he comes in and he's like, I picked Tomb Kings and Bandawi. Oh my god, that's so troll. Oh, King, what a troll. But Grombrindle gets to go Vampire Coast, which have a good matchup here as well. So this is going to be fun. It's an even one, in my opinion. No. If Grombrindle does win this, I'm sure he'll pick Dwarves for his next game, but the current King does get a single ban. All right. Oh, Judge Skink, I see your message. I was just saying that you're coming up. What the hell is that sound? There's like some weird creaking sound in my room. It's very creepy. All right, I'm going to go let the dogs in. Be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to feed the dogs. They were both looking at me very angrily. I guess their morning feeding. It had been some time. So the Wookiee feasts like the heathen kings of old. Once more in the living room as we enter on the Essence of Chaos, one of the most ridiculous maps in all of multiplayer, but it's very fun because it's fast, it's furious. There's no games. The Chaos Gods laugh as the two armies collide almost instantly. So here we go. Welcome again to the stream, guys. Pleasure to have you guys here. Thank you so much for joining today. As we go in, King of the Dead versus Grombrindle. Certainly going to be fun in this King of the Hill format. And we're back in business. Back in business. So it's going to be Vampire Coast versus Tomb Kings. It's an interesting one. When I usually play this as Coast, I like to use double Luther plus another Goose to deal with constructs. It's pretty effective. Stacking like Hornswoggle with Taunt is really, really powerful. You can really win a lot of those combat trades with the combat stat difference. Time to put on a hat so my stupid mullet growing mullet doesn't fall in my face. Players are loading in, so we have a little bit of time to hang out and chat and talk. Random Nick says my skill level is very high, especially in the morning. See, I play better at night, actually. Yeah, Dark Elves are a top-tier faction, in my opinion. I mean, I think they're really, really good. I mean, Soul Stealer is so good. I mean, they have so many good units. Effective Chaff, great missile units, good AP, insanely powerful lord choices in Marathi and Malekith. Yeah, they have a lot going on. Sounds like the dogs are now battling over the... Wookiee can be a bit of a dick when it comes to the food. Like, I'll separate their food and feed them, like, and then Wookiee charges all the way across the room and, like, tries to take the other dog's food. It's like, he's such a troll. All right. So here we are, guys. The battle's underway. Grombrindle coming in with Luther Harkin. Oh, and we have Queen Bess and a mortar. All right, so on a close quarters map like this, bringing Bessie is a little bit, not ridiculous, but risky is what I was looking to say. So he has mortars, 2 mortars to deal with archers and Queen Bess. Front line's going to be Zombos. Luther Harkin up in the sky. And it looks like he has halberds kind of protecting everything with gunnery mobs with handguns. But of course, King of the Dead loves his vanguard. He loves his hounds. He has skeleton horsemen vanguarded right behind the army. So we're going to see how effective Grombrindle can actually be at protecting this force here. So yeah, we got bombers, we got deckhand mobs, we got handguns, Queen Bessie, and the only real anti-construct aside from the handguns, of course, is Luther. Now for the forces of King, he's got Nehekara warriors in the front line. On top of that, a bunch of skeleton archers, which is pretty standard meta here against Vampire Coast, because archers are very good against gun units, typically. We have skeleton spears, chariots in the back. King of the Dead also does have a Tomb King, and it looks like a Lich Priest of Light, so he is going to be using the Barona's Time Warp combo to make the, not combo, but just spell, to make the Nehekara warriors and his other combat elements be that much more effective. So the fighting's underway. How quickly will Grombrindle react to the Vanguard is the question. King is pretty masterful at being annoying with these cav units, so we'll see how effective he is at getting into the back line. Bessie with its first shot tearing into these, and I think now Grombrindle realizes that the Skeleton Horsemen are here. And it looks like the mortars might get partially compromised. I mean, if he reacts quick enough, he should be able to peel them off, but the Skeleton Horsemen doing a really good job. You can see a summon coming down, a gunnery mob summon, going to be trying to peel, but the mortars are suddenly in a bit of a dicey situation, but Luther himself is coming back here to solve this problem. Thankfully, though, for the Vampire Coast, Bessie is still active. A lot of firepower going back and forth. That's a really cool shot. Vampire Coast gun line just shooting in. Black Spot will start taking a lot of damage from the archers. Queen Bess has done some pretty huge damage here against the Nehekara warriors, but he probably wants to switch on to the Blessed Legion. That would 100% be the target. So here comes Bessie, a nice rolling shot. Bombers in the distance. Ooh, nice bait there. So King actually used his construct to bait out the bomber fire. And Queen Bessie looks like she missed her last shot, which is pretty unfortunate. Luther able to secure the mortar. But again, the mortars are pretty close up. I mean, they could have been further back, even like back here. But they're almost in archer range, which is pretty unfortunate to say the least. Some more horsemen are coming in. Luther Harkin basically looking for a home here as Queen Bessie continues to devastate the back lines. These archers getting wrecked pretty good. But I think on a close quarters map like this, going with an arty build is a little bit risky, especially an artillery piece like Bess, which has 450 range. You're not really going to get your maximum value out of it, whereas like a rush build with Coast would have probably been much more effective here. Up in the sky, Luther Harkin flying about, looking for some gooning opportunities. Going to be going after... Oh, look at this. So the Tomb King actually took a lot of damage from the handgun mobs. And if Luther can take out the Tomb King, that would be pretty big. Nice breath attack coming in from Grombrindle. And now he's going to be getting Luther back up in the sky. And not sure where he's going to be going. But the archers are getting a little bit beat up by Bessie. Oh, and the Ushapti summon. Great usage right there by King of the Dead. Using the Ushapti summon to tar pit Queen Bess. Potentially kill the crew. Very, very good play. So here we have Luther Harkin coming in, trying to peel off the chariots, but it looks like there's going to be a big Tomb King's Alpha Strike back here, trying to finish off Queen Bessie, because if you can't kill Bess, I mean, the game could turn back into the favor of the Vampire Coast. Currently, I would say it's slightly favored for the forces of the Tomb Kings, but even still, hard to say. So the archers are very beat up. Nice little summon back here on top of the skeleton archers, but the Tomb King's coming back in, and Bessie is starting to take some archer fire, which is very, very unfortunate. Now, Bessie's probably in guard mode, I would imagine. Some forced shots might be going off. The chariots are still doing some decent work too. This mortar's going to be going down here. And I mean, he had more room to work with. I think putting his artillery back here, although that's not true. He couldn't have done that because his deployment zone is like right here. That's like the Vanguard zone. So Bess charges in, going after the skeleton chariots. Not Bess, Luther. Doing some decent damage. Another summon going down from the Vampire Coast is going to give some firepower into this main line. And Queen Bessie does get a couple shots off. Maybe an invocation could save her, but for the most part, she's negative. She's kind of crumbling down. It's looking a little bit grim bones. I've seen Luther carry games, but against this, there's so many archers left. They're going to give some really, really good focus fire against Luther. And also, there are nets available here for the Tomb Kings. Slon Gold being used. You don't see that terribly often. Queen Bessie is down for the count here in the back as the Ushopti summon was used. There still is some presence here for the Vampirates. There's some zombies over here which Luther can potentially fall back on. And I mean, yeah, if he can goon this Tomb King out, like Luther might be able to carry the game. If he can like juke the shots. I've seen so many games where Luther carries like this. So the Queen Bessie crew is gone. The Vampire Captain is alive. She should probably come over here and try and help this last pocket. And if Luther can just fly overhead and continue trolling the Tomb King, like that could give him a decent chance to get back in the game. Ammunition is decent on these Skeleton Archers across the board. It looks like one of them was destroyed outright. And the Vampire Fleet Captain's still really strong. So honestly, even though the game currently is, I don't know, yeah, I guess it's Luther is probably going to be able to carry this. I don't know, it's so hard to say. There's so many archers, it depends on the wind situation. And there you go, there's a Winds of Magic, not Winds of Magic, a Net of Ammutalk being used here on Luther Harkin, which is going to kind of lock him up in the sky here, taking a little bit of poke. But the Tomb King getting poked down is pretty big, and the fact that there's still a pocket of survivors here, the Vampire Coast survivors, is actually quite important. So Hornswoggle and Taunt being used. So right now this guy's at 35 speed. King of the Dead kind of looking like he might be in a little bit of trouble as ammunition starts to run lower and lower. The balance of power actually shifts more in the favor. I really thought the Tomb Kings were in a pretty good situation with all their archers and Best being down, but never underestimate the Pirate King. He is a terrifying force to be reckoned with, especially with the taunt and all that stuff being stacked. Looks like some friendly fire coming in. The Tomb King will fall, and Luther Harkin is going to be able to just go deep on all these guys right now. He'll kill the Lich Priest. I mean, the zombies are still going. It looks like there's still a Queen Bess crew coming to fight as well. And it looks like Grom Brindle is going to take victory over King of the Dead and the Undead Faction Bull here. And the True King right now will be Grom Brindle. He's now going to be the King of the Hill. There's not too many reigns of terror going on today. Most of the players have won 1 or 2 games and then have been dropped out. So that's always good. Healthy competition. But man, I really thought Grom Brindle was in trouble with the harass, Queen Bess going down, but Luther was able to carry. The bombs must have done some huge damage. Yeah, 101 and 20. And the Tomb King taking all that damage early too was quite big. Yeah. Luther is a one-man army. I'm surprised. On a close quarters map like that, I really didn't think that would be too strong. But he made it work. So Grom Brindle will advance on as the King of the Hill. All right. Luther believes in a thing called love. He does. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart. All right, so next we have Willow. If you're watching, you're up. We got the order right this time. All right. Perfect. Just checking something real quick while we wait for our next buddy to join here. We will go on a different map. The Oak of Ages. I remember when that map was actually... Oh my god, we should do the Oak of Ages sometime. There's so many old Warhammer 1 maps that just... Yeah, we'll do Tower of Oath. That's a good one. We will do that. Got another result in from the ECL finals. Okay, so he's getting that all set up here. Would love to share the results of the ECL stuff, but of course you guys got to wait for the next stream. So if they finish it, maybe we'll do it this weekend. We'll see. Wow. All right. Very, very cool stuff. So Willow is here. He's playing the Hunts Marshall's Expedition so far. Grom, pick one, ban one, then Willow picks. So we are on the Tower of Hoeth for this map. And we're going strong. Thank you guys for joining again. Remember, guys, if you aren't subscribed to the channel, please do so. I know it's an easy thing to forget. There's been channels I've watched for like a year and I just found I wasn't subscribed, but it does help me out quite a bit. Erotic Potato, yeah, I played Tabletop 40K, yeah, and I've also played like Gladius and a couple other ones as well. So basically, there's going to be probably a replay stream on maybe this Sunday of the ECL round of 8, and then after that, I'll coordinate with the remaining 4 players to do the grand finals. Dwarven legs are probably going to be pumped. You don't have to be dead to be King of the Dead. It's true. Apparently not. All right, guys. So, we got the Dowie. So Grombrindle picking dwarves, and he bans Skaven, which is smart because that's like the one faction dwarves just cannot beat, basically. And Willow's going to pick greenskins. So we're on the Tower of Hoeth. We got a classic grudge match as the players lock in. What's going on, Aerocrastic? Hope you're doing well, bud. Good to see you. I was watching, I think it was like Grubby for like 6 months, and I didn't realize. Yeah. But it does help quite a bit. So again, I really appreciate that, guys. The biggest map is probably Skilled. I haven't played the Mechanicus game. No, I don't really have too much interest in like those turn-based games for the most part. I do like Gladius, though. I have fun with that one occasionally. Rapunzel's okay. She's not like great, but she's also not terrible. I hear a dog shambling. Wookie? I think I hear Wookie shambling in the shadows. He's stalking his next prey. Yeah, I've seen The Office. I really enjoyed that show back in the day. Yeah, I haven't watched it in years, but I did enjoy that. No, dwarves aren't banned now, though. Dwarves are here. Rado says, Turin, bought my first 40k minis in like 10 years over the weekend. I blame your battle reports. Picked Custodes for the painting. Yeah, Custodes are fun. They're elite. They have some good matchups. They have some really bad ones. You're going to struggle against Tau. But if you want to play Custodes, what I recommend is using... the Wardens are really good, like a big brick of Wardens. And then what you do is you use the Vexilla Praetors to give -1 to hit to all nearby Custodes. And then also you can use a really cool stratagem called Teleport Homer to teleport in your Custodes within 3 inches or 6 inches of the Teleport Homer and 3 inches of enemy units. So you like rush up the Vexilla, then you teleport Homer, and you just like bring in a brick of Wardens like within 3 inches of your opponent's front line. And they're like, oh god. There's some really cool strategies with Custodes. The bikes, the shield captains on the jet bikes are really good too. They're really good assassins, highly mobile. They can kill flyers. Yeah, Custodes are like not terribly strong right now, but they're about to be. They're about to get a ton of buffs. So you've picked a good time to play them. All right, looks good. A competitive build for the Dread. Yeah, I used to use Deathmaster in competitive builds, but Ikit Claw and Skrulk are just so much more consistent. But Deathmaster has a snare, which is always good. So really, it depends on the matchup. It's not like you don't just have one build for Skaven. You have a build for every matchup. That's typically how you want to go into multiplayer, in my experience. There's very few factions that can use like the same build across the board. I mean, I'm trying to think of who really could and maybe get away with it. Yeah, I don't know. Probably no one really, if you're playing against good players. So Tower of Hoeth loading in here. Lore of Nahakar is okay. I wouldn't call it one of the best lores, but it's not bad. All right. Yeah, it's Custodes have a hard time versus Tau, but if you're playing in a map that has a ton of terrain and like buildings to hide in, you can actually beat them. But it's just hard. It is a little bit tricky. All right, guys. So 1 second while the players set up. I hear Wookie slipping and falling. Wookie. Well, come on, Lola. Come on. Come on, Lola. Lola, no. Come on. Hang out with Wookie. He's sad. Our other dog Lola and Wookie are bickering. Always a good time. Sibling rivalry. All right, guys, here we are. It is Grombrindle on the Dowie facing off against Willow 6669 on the greenskins. Now, for the forces of the dwarves, they do have a Rune Lord, a very defensive formation using a flame cannon and a bolt thrower. All right. And it looks like here we have Norgaling's Ironbreakers. Ironbreakers here in the back line. It's going to be very much a dwarven box. So yeah, it's a box of the gods. Triple Thunder. We do also have Slayers. 2 Gyrocopters up in the sky, which are the Steam Cannon, which I do think are the better variant against greenskins. And this is a build for sure. Looks like 3 gyros in total. Now for the forces here of the greenskins, we have Morgul's Magi Marauders, a pretty good anti-gyrocopter core. These 2 elite ROR Goblin Riders, basically, are very effective against gyrocopters in my experience. And to try and force the greenskins out of the box, he has brought the Hammer of Gork. I don't think it's going to be enough. The Bolt Thrower will probably be able to snipe it, and also the Flame Cannon if it has range. For the front line, Skulkers, Black Orcs mixed in. Yeah, it looks like mostly only 1 Black Orc here, with Azag up in the sky as well. Oh, Purple Sun could actually be really good here against his box. We'll see how that goes. So the first Flame Cannon shoots in. They're not the most accurate pieces in the world, But the Flame Cannon is going to be able to draw some decent line of sight, and the Gyrocopters are also going to be taking a bit of damage here. So Willow getting some good initial trades. Look at this. The Gyrocopter taking a lot of HP damage, but Grombrindle, of course, a very savvy dwarf player. I'm sure he'll be able to respond in kind. As what do we have here in the tree line? It looks like more Vanguards. So Squig Hoppers and Black Orcs are coming out of the trees now. So a very wide army for Willow. Black Orcs are going to be a little bit delayed in the engagement, and the Flame Cannon is going to cook some Greenskins. Oh, brutal! Night Goblins getting roasted by the Flame Cannon. You can see here, it looks like they lost 15 models in that first volley. Here comes the next one. Another 11 models taken out there. So far the Flame Cannon's doing pretty good, but the Gyrocopters have been getting screened out pretty effectively by Willow. He's been able to use the Mangy Marauders and these other troops to do some work here, but it looks like the Gyro might go do a bombing run here on the Hammer of Gork, which would be pretty smart. Skulkers now are being targeted by the Flame Cannon, and the Dwarves prepare. So unfortunately for Willow, the Goblins are going to go in first, and they're going to take a ton of blasting charges to the face. So Flame Cannon's roaring into the Greenskin advance here, which is pretty hilarious. Oh no, don't lag out. Come on, keep fighting, fight strong. They're just saying good luck, have fun to one another. Flame Cannons just terrorizing these Goblins. A couple Fanatics have been loosed here, and the Fanatics are going to go into the Dwarven crews and the Ironbreakers, which is pretty hilarious. But the blasting charges just annihilating the Greenskin army. So the Greenskins definitely want to probably do their timing push all at once. It seems like there's a little bit of Reaganomics going on here, a little bit of a trickle-down theory. Not working out so well, as a lot of the Goblins are just getting massacred, and the blasting charges are being used in a very optimal sense. So the Greenskins definitely taking a pounding. Their Hammer of Gork here in the back has been taken out by the Gyrocopter bombing. Now Azag's going to be coming in as well, but there are a lot of Thunders that can blast him. Oh, but the Purple Sun is coming! Oh, here it comes, the dreaded Purple Sun. And oh my god, look at the damage! Arguably that might have been better on Ironbreakers, but still, that's not bad at all. And it looks like it might clip the edge of these Longbeards here. No, it does not. And Azag's just going to be going balls deep, going in after the Rune Lord, not caring about all the crossfire, but all three of the Dwarven Thunders are basically just blasting him in the face now. And it seems like the Dwarves are holding pretty well. Granted, the Rune Lord's almost down. Azag is a very scary duelist, especially with the Wa active. His melee attack suddenly becomes 70. Front line's a bit of a massacre here. The Norgumling's Ironbreaker is able to force back, but now the Black Orcs are in. Black Orcs, of course, are very strong. And it looks like Willow doing some nice cycle charging here with Azag, and the Squig Hoppers are able to get in the back, so the Squig Hoppers found an opening here and are able to actually break 2 units of Thunders. And suddenly, we have a game. It looks like Willow has gotten back in the game here. Really, really good stuff. So the Dwarf gun line is pretty much broken off, and if the Dwarven guns run away from this formation, this box, they'll get chased down by the Squig Hoppers, which is pretty disastrous for sure. Granted, Gromby could use the Slayers to try and screen them out, but it's suddenly looking like it might be a decent game for the Greenskins, as a lot of the Squig Hoppers are getting onto the artillery pieces. They're just charging into the back line, causing some serious problems. And also this Rune Lord might go down as well. Azag able to terror out him, and that will give the Greenskins a pretty big advantage, of course. The Dwarves not having a leader is pretty punishing. Flame Cannon still shooting in, but now being compromised, the Bolt Thrower is. And the Flame Cannon is still operational. Slayers, Warriors of Dragonfire Pass are actually fighting Squig Hoppers. And wow, that really became a game quickly. I guess the Lord just taking so much damage, and the gun line being taken out like that was pretty disastrous. Now the Dwarves still do have a lot of Ironbreakers, but Ironbreakers are not very good against Black Orcs. It's going to be a pretty bad situation for them. There's also Goblins coming in. All the artillery pieces are breaking down. The Slayers here are chasing down Azag. Man, what a nice kind of resurgence here from Willow. I really thought he was on the ropes with that initial engagement. So many Orcs and Goblins going for free, and also the Flame Cannon doing a ton of damage initially. Now in the back, some of the Thunders have kind of come back, but the Squig Hoppers are doing a very good job chasing them down. And you can see Azag is on the hunt. He's after you. Duran up in here. And he's easily going to be able to make sure these guys don't come back, or at least finish off the Rune Lord if he wants to. The Purple Sun also did some pretty good damage. And the Dwarves are in a bit of a precarious situation. I mean, they still have Slayers. They still have the potential to hold. Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, Norgumling's Ironbreakers are all pretty good. If the Black Orcs can somehow get taken out, looks like a bombing run being prepared. Nice bomb right there. Doing some good damage there. Night Goblin Fanatics do get broken off, but Black Orcs are just so meaty. If they can get in sustained combat and not be focused by artillery or Thunders or different things like that, they're probably going to be A-okay. Also, Azag is still here, and Azag is great AP himself, so if he rear charges these Thunders, he's going to be able to put some serious hurt. On top of that, Morgum's Mangy Marauders and Death Creepers shooting into the Gyrocopter up here in the sky, and it is looking a little bit scary here for the Dowie. So Fanatics coming in, clubbing their way through some of these guys. Man, that actually did some big damage to those Warriors of Dragonfire Pass. The Fanatic usage, Willow has done actually a couple times this game. So now Slayers are piling in. Pretty much all the Dwarven troops are piling in for this last desperate fight. The Rune Lord being chased down by some of these Squig Hoppers in the back, and also some Thunders as well. You can see there's a couple of those guys lurking in the shadows. And the Dwarves are trying to get their Flame Cannon crew back online, or actually their Bolt Thrower crew, which isn't going to be as impactful, but it does still give some steady poke against Azag. And the Bounce Fire is kind of ebbing back towards the middle. Very, very scrappy fight. Warriors of Dragonfire Pass have collapsed in the concave here of the Black Orcs, and Soul Blight has been activated on the Dwarves, making them exponentially squishier, losing 30 armor. Well, it's not exponentially, but it's quite a bit. Nonetheless, Azag's in combat now. Gyrocopters are forced back by the Morgub's Magi Marauders as well as the Depths Creeper, so very good usage there. Now the mainline fighting is underway. Black Orcs are just grinding it out, and the Dwarves are starting to lose ground. You can see 27 Ironbreakers here, 45 here. Warriors of Dragonfire Pass. The Slayers are doing a decent job picking some things on the periphery. I mean, if the Slayers can peel off these Squighoppers and then the Bolt Thrower can somehow shoot against Azag and maybe finish him off, maybe, but even still, it's a really tough proposition. So some of the Gyros are still here. I wonder what they're going to do. Are they going to go after Azag, or are they going to try and do a bombing run? The Warriors of Dragonfire Pass are doing a decent job wearing down the Black Orcs on kind of the edge of the battlefield. And the Slayers will be an issue. I mean, they're pretty strong. And some Gyros have come back from the distance. So we have 2 Gyros here, which, if Grombrindle is paying attention, should be able to finish off the Goblin Rocklobber and prevent further losses from that. In the back, some of the Dwarven guns have maybe come back online. Maybe. Doesn't look like it. 11 Squighoppers should be able to beat Thunderers in combat. They're designed to kill such troops. Now the Dwarf Lord is gone as well. The Rune Lord is 100% broken. We have some Depths Creepers charging into the back. Slayers intercept them, of course. That will be a very good fight for the Slayers, but I think the Greenskins just have this. I think the Waz is quite angry today. And you can see the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass and the Ironbreakers and all these guys are just getting worn down here, and I don't know what they're going to be able to do. So here we go. Azag in combat here, charging into the Slayers. And that's going to be army losses for Dwarves, and there's absolutely no chance the Dwarves can win at this point. There's just too many Goblins, too many Trolls coming in here, and also the Rocklobber was still shooting somehow, even though the Gyrocopters probably could have shut that bad boy down. But it is what it is. The Dwarven box was taken apart by the Greenskins with some really good Squighopper insertions. Also, the Purple Sun did some decent damage against the gunline pieces, and the Azag really went deep. I'm surprised. It really, really went deep. And the last of the Slayers shall fight. GG, well played. And that is going to be it, as there are 20 Slayers left against a horde of Black Orcs, which are basically a counter against them. In the back, the Rune Lord does fall to a horde of Haggard Goblins. And Willow is going to take the game. What a nice comeback. I really thought he was done for. Like, those initial engagements were so brutal. He was able to find a way with his Squighoppers to get into the back line and really, really impress. So very well played. Very well played indeed. Nice little build. All right. Azag getting in there. So now we have Willow. It's constantly rotating, it would seem. The king, it's not a good place to be a king, it would appear. All right. So next we have on our list, we have a Dutch Skink. You're up. If you're watching the stream, brother, you're up, my friend. All right. And Willow awaits atop his throne of skulls. Troll Country will be our next map. Dutch Skink will join. Well played to Grombrindle. The Kings, this is like Game of Thrones. Kings are falling left and right. Worst lore goes to Famir. Is their lore bad or what? Yeah, I'm not a fan of dwarf boxes, actually. I like to play dwarves more wide. I think it's better. But everyone has their own playstyle. Oh god, are the bots raiding? Guys, defend us, the bots are raiding. Hold. Turin, is subscription free? Yeah, subscribing to my channel, if you just click the subscribe button, is 100% free, yeah. And all the content's free, technically. I mean, sometimes there's an ad or two. So let me make sure Dutch Skink can see the lobby, because again, that is an issue here and there. Yeah, long live the king. 123. That's the password. Got you, Dutch Skink. You're all good, brother. See you in the lobby in just a second. All right. Click me for live Dwarven mine. Oh my god, that's so bad. Ignacy, that's so bad. Oh man. Miners. All right, so Dutch Skink is here. So Willow, pick one, ban one. And Dutch picks. Oh, Willow picks Sartosa and he bans the Beastman. Oh, this is interesting. Willow doing his thing. Hey, Kimsey. Glad to hear that, man. Oh my god, they're raiding. The bots are back. Our stream is doing well enough, apparently. The bots are copying warnings about the bots. Oh. God. They do, I have to admit, even though it is kind of annoying, the bots do add a lot of spice to the stream. Like a lot. Okay, so we got Lizards versus Sartosa on Troll Country. All right. Should be fun. Well, we'll see if anyone can... Currently, I mean, there's a lot of people tied for 2, but I think our 2 tied are Protocol and A-Move have both won 2. Nobody else has won 2. So Willow's currently here. Maybe he'll join the party. See if anybody can get past the 3. So we have Jacoli, we have Zardar, and we have Swarv. Coming up next. So 3 more players. And of course, if the last player wins, we'll give them an opportunity to play a couple more games until they lose. So we'll just like pull people in to play them, and then as soon as they lose, we end the stream, the last player. So they have a chance to, everyone has a chance to win, basically. Really judging by the name, I thought Lizards would have been your favorite, says Willow. Dutch King says he banned his favorite faction, which was Beastmen. Interesting. I don't know, the plot thickens. Beastmen actually, I think, are very good against Coast. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Willow 6669 facing off against Dutch Skink on the Troll Country. We'll start when ready. Start when ready. All right, let's hang out with chat a little bit, guys. Thanks, guys, for subscribing to the channel. Helps out. The bots are complaining about themselves. They're evolving. Skynet soon. That's such a funny thing. Feel free to ban the bots, obviously. They come back in greater numbers. They're like, it's like Sauron. It's like it's like Mordor. They'll be back with greater numbers. Yeah, oh my god. All right. 2 big crabs give them a bad day, you say? Yeah. I just need to get better at playing with the crabs. I like never use the Leviathans. It's just not my style, but yeah, I really should. Arrow, you're so right. All right, I'm going to grab some water from the kitchen. So I'm thirsty. Thanks, guys, for joining. It's been a fun stream. We're on the tail end of the stream now. Might actually go play a 40k game tonight with my... I've actually found a way to make Death Guard somewhat competitive. It's pretty fun. I'm using a Poxwalker Horde in my competitive league and actually winning games with it, which is awesome. So basically I use the Poxwalker Horde with Typhus and a Malignant Playcaster and a couple of Foul Blight spawns, and then I mix Thousand Suns for Psychers behind them, and I have the Night Lords as Warp Talons to kind of sweep up their gun line in the back, which is really fun. All right, Troll Country. And of course 3 Plague Burst Crawlers, because you can't really play Death Guard without those, in my opinion. Or play them well. Or Fetid Bloodrones, either one's fine. All right. Somebody gets a misclick. Somebody was impersonating a bot and got their thing silenced. That's really funny. Don't worry, we'll take care of you if need be. So Troll Country's the map, Sartosa. What's the application of Sartosa here? Okay, so we get some of the Sartosa Free Company infantry. Bonus versus infantry, might trade okay with Skinks. Decent trade against Saurus. Saurus aren't super armored, but Saurus will still win, obviously. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what pirate units he incorporates here. Willow, of course, the current King of the Hill. Looking very spooky here. So he does have a Colossus. Colossus always a fun pick. I'm a huge fan of those bad boys. He does have the Lamprey's Revenge. 2 groups of Deck Dropper handguns, actually, looking to perhaps snipe some of the big armored dinos. And on the ground, he's got Sirens. He's got a couple of the Sartosa Free Company. A Vampire Fleet of the Deep. Whoa, what is going on here, guys? All right, so he's going ham. He's got Aranessa. And he does also have a Vampire Fleet Captain of the Deep using the Vangeist's Revenge. One of the more haggard spells in the game, but it's going to be fun. He's got 2 groups of Sirens, which are actually a nice roadblock unit. Those guys take quite some time to kill, and they have some nice debuffs as well as terror routes. Pretty fun little army, for sure. I mean, obviously, it's going to be really hard to play without Invocation and Raised Dead, but we'll see if we can make it work. So for the Forces of the Dinos, we have Gorok, Skink Chief, double Skink Chief with the darts. I actually like that. Pretty good against Deck Choppers, also not bad against like some of the big single entities. And here for the rest of his army, he's got Skink Cohorts into the Sunset, a secondary row of Javelins. In the back, he's got Feral Clever Girls. All right. I like what he's working with here. Umbral Tide as well. Feral Clever Girl is not a common pick at all. Usually they're, in my opinion, a pretty haggard unit, but he does have 2 of the Clever Girls, actually, to flank, harass, and go after gun units. Umbral Tide for some anti-air, anti-monster, anti-crab. Does do fire damage. Doesn't have the best AP against the big crabs, but does, of course, do some serious damage against some of the lighter armor targets, like Morgul's. And a very fun army. Does he not have a caster? Oh, he does have a caster. Okay. Yeah, he's got the beast. Okay, so it's just single Skink Chief. Sorry. I was like, wait a second. Does he not have a caster? That would be some ultimate haggardness here in this game. So the battle's underway here. Lizards will be advancing forward, I would imagine. The Colossus is going to force them to. Colossus should be shooting at Saurus, maybe. Shooting at the Umbral Tide once it's able to see them, but the first volley is probably going to some Skinks. You could shoot Gorok, too. I mean, Gorok is a decent target, I suppose. Especially since he's blobbed up on an already good target like the Legion of Chaqua here. Here comes the shot, and the cannonball tears through the ranks and goes into some Skinks, taking out 7 of the little Skink boys here. Not going to be terribly devastating. The deck droppers might want to actually fall back behind the Vampire Coastline and be used like with the buffering of the Sartosa Free Company. So here we have the Skink cohorts coming in from Dutch Skink, which is pretty funny. And the Pirates should win this one. They, of course, have slightly better combat stats and a bonus for infantry and less models overall for sure. But the Pirates they're rowdy. These guys are rowdy, and they got their cutlasses out for Luther. And are going to start chopping up some Skinks. So Skinks are taking some good initial damage. Secondary line, there are Crab Summons and Sirens in reserve. So the Sirens are going to be a pretty good roadblock as well. And the Duck Hunters here are being used on the Feral Cold Ones. Now look at that. We have a Spearfisher's Net going down from Aranessa, and now massive firepower coming in from the Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs. The Lore of the Deep, I'm just waiting this entire time for a juicy Van Geist Revenge. But so far it's going really well for Sartosa, actually much better, as Dutch Skink appears to have forgotten his heroic characters as the rest of his army does engage. So the handguns back here, getting healthy fire into the Umbral Tide. They're being forced back, and the Pirates have also gotten through. So the Sartosa Free Company earning a chevron off their kills here. And it looks like there is going to be a Crab Summon being used to help them deal with these Saurus warriors that are advancing. In the center, the terror routes coming in from the Sirens are able to force those guys back. And the Sartosa Free Company as well are going to be fighting the Legion of Chaqua, which is a great trade. So many things in this battle are going far, far better here for the Vampire Coast, for Sartosa. And the Lore of the Deep is going deep, as they say. So the Crab Summon, it looks like it was canceled before, and now it's being dropped on top of the Feral Clever Girls, and they're just going to get massacred by the Crabs most likely. The handguns are still in great shape, able to fend back the Umbral Tide, and also the Deck Hunters with handguns are not threatened at all. So they can easily, I mean, they fended off the flank pressure, now they can come in and really start to focus down the big threats. However, some of the Coldwind Riders are able to get around the back, should temporarily shut down the handguns, which is a nice play here by Dutch Skink. On top of that, he does get the Feral Manticore. Feral Manticore probably going to go after the Necrofex Colossus. Not a bad idea. Aranessa is not a bad choice to try and snipe either. And Miss Saltspite's going in. She's actually charging away from her support, trying to finish off the Skink Chief, doing backflips and pole flips and all kinds of crazy stuff. But this could actually be a way for Willow to throw the game. Basically, I feel like Willow's in a pretty commanding position. Oh, the Van Geist Revenge! No! No! Oh, he was so close to getting those Star Chamber Guardians. Oh, that pains my soul. That would have been so epic. And you can see it tears. It has a pretty far range, actually. Umbral Tide shooting up into the sky, actually killing the Jack Chopper, so it looks like Dutch Skink is clawing his way back into this game. As the Crabs, of course, are holding back the Saurus, Deck Choppers here are shooting back into the Umbral Tide, but they're now rampaging, which is pretty unfortunate. So now they won't shoot, they're going to charge into the Crabs, and they're going to have a bad time. But Aranessa here needs to get away. She's pretty quick. Not when she's poisoned, though. She has 33 speed. Gorok will beat the brakes off Aranessa, so she really needs to get away from that engagement. In the back, the Manticore Summon has done some pretty heavy damage here to the Colossus, and considering Lore of the Deep is the choice, and there's no other healing, any damage you can do to the Colossus is very impactful. But so far, it's a very even battle. Aranessa is still trying to get away from Gorok. The Umbral Tide has basically been put in the can here. You can see they have 7 models, and they're fighting into infantry here. I guess that's not a bad place for them to rampage into missile pieces. Manticore Summon is gone, and the Sirens are, I think, both in decent shape here. Let's go ahead and take a look. So we have one Siren here. The other one may have actually been taken out. I'm not sure. Flock of Doom actually could do some decent damage against Sirens. Of course, magic damage against those units is very good. But Aranessa is kind of getting taken out here. I think a little bit more defensive play with Aranessa would have been much, much more efficient, like keeping her back here, using her nets to secure the Colossus. But, oh, another Van Geist is coming, baby! Here it comes. And Dutch Skink doing a really good job dodging, but is it too late? Is the Van Geist Revenge? It's so slow! Oh my god, it's so slow and haggard. God, that ability is so terrible. Van Geist Revenge should just be like twice as fast. It's so expensive and so bad. And that literally is like such a crutch to have to play with. So now Aranessa is being chased down by Manticore and she does fall. And the bounce power now is pretty even actually. It's a pretty close game. I would say the Lizards have now pulled an advantage because there isn't much here that can kill Gorok. But you got to give it to Willow. What a hero. Trying to, entertain you guys using Van Geist Revenge. But it's just so freaking bad. Like that literally, I think, cost them the game. The wins going there instead of invocations or different things like that. But the Dutch Skink pressing on. a ferocious skink he is. The Feral Manticore charging in, going to be going after the Vampire Fleet Captain, and here you can see the Colossus is now going to be having to fight Cold One Riders, which isn't the best. Granted, there are some Sirens pushing back here as well. Deck Choppers with handguns somehow are in melee combat with the Skinks back here. Must be a mistake of some sort. But yeah, Gorok is going to be able to beat down the Colossus. There's no way it can win. The Vampire Fleet Captain, I mean, is decent in combat. The Manticore Summon is disappearing here in a couple seconds. Maybe if the Vampire Fleet Captain can goon out the Skink Priest, maybe. I mean, but there's not too much the Skink Priest is going to bring to the table from this point out. But the Sirens are doing a really good job. Colossus, of course, still shooting. And it looks like the Curse of the King here. Today, there aren't going to be any Reigns of Terror. I think the records for King of the Hill, at least on my channel, have been held by Aerocrastic and Falcon. I think Aerocrastic had one that he won 9 in a row. Just an absolute terror in the night. And I think Falcon had something similar once. So those two have held it. But today, the Kings they're getting Joffreyed today. They're getting Joffrey Baratheon. That's for sure. So here comes Necrofex Colossus, going to be stomping in, could cause some terror routes, but Dwayne Garrock Johnson is the rock. He's solid. The Mace of Ulamok, giving him 675. This guy is not messing about. And the Sirens, though, they are tanky against his damage. Oh, never mind. Star Chamber Guardians do magic damage, so that's pretty bad for them. But the Colossus is going to try so hard, and man, very well played to both players. It was a really good start for Willow. He was actually ahead for a lot of the game, but then Aranessa overextended, got caught, and also the Vangeist just did not do what the Winds of Magic were there for. So that was that. You know, as far as Winds of the Fog of the Damned, I mean, or the Lore of the Deep, I really like Fog of the Damned, actually. I like that one a lot. Lures leadership and melee attack, and you copy that or cope that or couple that with Aranessa, not Aranessa, but the opera singer lady. What's her name? Slostra. And they can do some pretty good work. All right, so Colossus going down. The Lizard shanking. Gorok, the Rockovitza, rock hard as he takes down the Colossus. And that is going to be the match for the Dutch Skink with the comeback. Very well played to both players. Willow, thank you so much for your entertaining attempts to try and use Vangeist Revenge and make it work against a good player, but alas, it just never does. And that's going to be that. All right, so well played. It was a really fun match. I enjoyed that one. And now Dutch Skink is going to be our king. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, as they say. So next up, we have Decoli. So let's get you in here. All right. Perfect. And for the next map, we'll do the Valley of Thieves. The Valley of Thieves calls. So let's get Dutch Skink's name up in the bright lights. Nobody has gotten past 2 today. We'll see if Dutch Skink can join the company of the top here. And here he comes. He has a hamster as his picture. So perhaps he'll play Skaven. Close enough, right? And do drop a like if you guys are enjoying the stream. We're on the tail end of things here. Willow, you were a true hero. A true hero. Trying to make that work. It looks really cool, yeah. Yeah. No mirror matches, please. Can we get a 3-win king? I don't know. It probably will end up being a 3-win king. Or it could just be a fat tie. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to go through the whole list. We have Decoli, Zardar, and Swarv. And basically, the last person on the list who's like still standing, when I go through the whole list, will get a chance to keep playing until they lose. So we'll pull people in from the list from before. And when they lose, it's just over. So we'll see if anybody can get past 3. So even the last player, Swarv, will have a chance to win more than 3 games. North Nana. Dutch King says that one was for Reptile King. Very cool. Looks like he's shouting out one of his pals. Hey, Dutch, pick one, ban one, then go. So we'll see what they pick. We are in the Valley of Thieves. So Nathan, if you guys want to sign up, basically you just have to be in my tournament Discord. I just run one which is pretty fun. We have a nice little community here. And you just, when I make an announcement, you just respond in the proper section. Now, this one is closed today. Yeah. All right. There you go. So if you guys want. And there we go. If you guys want to join up, that's the tournament Discord, and you can come play some multiplayer action. Always a good time. Oh, we got some Skaven. I knew it because Decoli, or North Nana as he is here, had a rat or a hamster as his picture. So I would imagine there was going to be some of that. So we have Skaven, Beastmen, banning Lizardmen, and then, yeah, so it's going to be Skaven versus Beastmen. This is a fun one. So the players can pick their armies and start when ready. And in the meantime, we'll hang out and chat and do it to it. The prince will come, says Zardar. Oh, all right. The usurper. If more than 2 people are tied, we should have a free-for-all. That's kind of a fun idea, actually, if they're all still here. That's the question. A lot of people might have left after they lost. Or like gone to do something else. That actually is a fun idea, though. Yeah, I don't know. We could explore that idea. A free-for-all to decide? Oh my god, that would actually be fun. If we get 4 tied. Or 3 even. Yeah. What would you guys think of that? Would you guys think it would be fun to do a free-for-all with all the people who tied at the end? Yeah. Something to think about. Yeah, there's tournaments for beginners. My tournaments are open to any skill level, but there are tournaments run by my son Herbert Walker, which there's a link to his Discord within my Discord as well, where you can join his fresh recruit tournaments, which is mostly newer players. Some of them are really good though. Still, even though they're new, they're just like the Terminator. So, be ready. The Prince of Egypt. Yeah, I've seen it. Man, I don't even remember it though. That was a long time ago. And again, guys, pleasure having you guys here. As soon as I lose, I have to go, and no worries. Okay. No problem, Dutch. Some of you guys want it. Well, we'll see. So far, we only have 2 people, but the problem with the free-for-all is some of the guys may have left already. So, but if they haven't, then we'll propose it to them. I think that, it's obviously a fun stream anyways. You're seeing competitive play and competitive builds for some of the matches. But, yeah, free-for-all would be a pretty ridiculous way to end it. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Skaven army. We have some Warp Grinders, which is a very good choice. It does great damage against light armor. Can also snare down Beastman rushes, which I think is super clutch. We have the Eshin Triads, good against Gorbals, things like that. Hopefully he has Ixchus Triads, though. Those are the really good ones. And Storm Vermin in the back. Does he have the Ixchus Triads? He must have them. They're so good. So my advice would be to always get Ixchus Triads because you can create clones which can block charges. He has the Plague Priest as well for summons. A very multi-layered Skaven army, which is good. In the back, he does have Rattling Guns. Oh, double Rattling Gun time, as well as the Poison Wind Mortars. Pretty interesting army here for the forces of Decoli. I like it. It's different, you know? There's no Jezzails. It's just very unique here. He does also have the Deathmaster, I think. Oh, yeah. Look at this. We got Deathmaster doing his anime pose here in the sand, and looks like he's going to be joined by a fellow assassin as well. Don't you two crash on me. All right, we're good. So Deathmaster plus an assassin and a Plague Priest. This is a very unorthodox army, but it could work. We'll find out. Granted, there's a lot to protect in the back, but he does have a Warp Grinder and some halberds. 2 groups of Storm Vermin with halberds back there, as a matter of fact. 1 here and 1 here. So there's something to be said for that. Now here for the forces of the Beastmen, we got Goreherds into the Sunset. We do also have the Razor Gores, Minotaurs. Koroks Mandarpers are an interesting choice here. I don't know if I'd go with them, but he does have Malagor, going to be summoning some Cygors, which will actually be very good against the Rattling Gunners in the short range of the Skaven army. Gorbel here, Minotaurs with Great Weapons to deal with Doom Wheels, and it looks like Centaurs with Great Weapons. It looks like he's very concerned about Doom Wheels and Flares, because he has a ton of mobile AP damage with the Great Weapons and the Minotaurs with Great Weapons and the Pigs. So we'll see how he does against Rattling Gunners. Yeah, should be fun. All right, so the battle's underway here. We'll see if the Dutch Skink can swarm the forces of Decoli. The Deathmaster is pretty scary here. If Gorbel overextends and doesn't respect the Assassin Rats, the Deathmaster plus the Assassin could easily tear him apart. So some good answers against Gorbel. Malagor is obviously a very choice target for assassination as well. The Poison Wind Mortars, not too many good targets. Shooting Goreherds, I guess, is fine. Obviously, probably shooting Centaurs with Great Weapons is a little bit of a better choice once they get in range. Granted, they're harder to hit with mortars, so there's some give and take there. So these are all Goreherds with shields. Yeah, just shooting them is probably the best, to be honest. Goreherds cost what, 500, 550 or something like that, so that's pretty solid. So will the Skaven be able to survive the Blitz? So the first mortar shots are tearing out here. Rattling Gunners are going to scoot up to start taking some shots here. Now, what would be a really good play here is if Decoli runs the Skaven Slaves out here and then shoots the chasing Goreherds in the back, and he is doing that. Nice! And there's no way he could have heard me because there's a 20-second delay on chat. So the Goreherds here are just getting taken apart. Really good Rattling Gunner play. That's a beaut right there. That's a beaut right there, Bob. So the Gore Herde's getting mortared, getting Rattling Gunnered, pretty cool stuff. Now up on the high ground, some Skaven Slaves are trying to intercept this blob, but they're just going to get massacred. And the other Skaven Slaves are basically just targeting the advance, being sacrificed to the Horned Rat, maybe a little bit too early. But some of the Gore Herds here do get taken apart pretty hard here by the Rattling Gunners as well as the Mortars. You can see these guys are in the danger zone. A little bit of lag sometimes does happen when players across the globe do connect. But it should subside. It seems like it's intermittent anyway. So here you can see the forces of the Beastmen are going to be charging up the hill. Skaven Slave initial impact is, yeah, they're getting run over, which is what Skaven Slaves do. And hopefully they subside. We'll see if the lag passes here. If the one player does crash and has lag issues, then we'll probably move on to the next player, just to spare it. So here we are. The fate of this desert paused in a moment of epic glory. That was a really nice play by Jacoli, though. Hopefully his internet does stabilize. I think it's him, because I think Skink had pretty fine connection there. It looks like it's stabilizing here in the 4th. It's not Dutch Skink. Yeah, I don't think so. Is he saying that he's seeing DM lag? Hopefully we'll pass. I was really excited to see the Skaven build, too. I really like seeing the Rattling Gunners. Like, they're very often... Jezzails are just so commonly the pick, because they're just... It's the range and the pinpoint accuracy. Hopefully it will pass. Looks like it is passing here as the Beastmen fall back. The funny thing about lag is it does give you an opportunity to prepare your micro elsewhere. Like you can like look around and like move all the units, and then when it stops lagging, they'll like fulfill those orders. So it does give somewhat of an advantage in some way to the person who's not lagging. But nonetheless here, you can see the Rattling Gunners are going to be overextending a little bit, and they're certainly in the danger zone. Need to fall back behind these halberds, but I love the layers to this Skaven army. The Rattling Gunners are actually really tearing into the Gore Herds on their weak flanks where they don't have shields, and Skaven Slaves are chasing off Gore Herds, which is quite cost effective. And man, the Mortars are doing a ton of damage to this blobbed up force up here on the hill. And you can see the Storm Vermin with halberds are getting ready to intercept, and the Rattling Gunners here are shooting quite happily into the pigs. Now let's go ahead and take a look here and see what the Deathmaster is doing. It looks like him and his assassin are fighting the Razor Gore Herds, which probably not the best usage of their time, but still not terrible. And now comes the big rush from the Beastmen. If they can, go through this gap here and go through here and find some openings to shut down the Rattling Gunners, that would be quite solid. And of course, this Skaven will eventually buckle in the front line. So here we get a charge. Tentagores charging into the Rat Ogres, so opting to just brute force through these Ogres, which could potentially work with Poison Hounds in enough numbers. Here we do have the Minotaurs with Great Weapons being screened out by Storm Vermin, not able to get in there, and the Rattling Gunners are just tearing them to shreds. I mean, look at these guys just getting mowed down. Straight up Last Samurai here from the Rattling Gunners. And you can see that the Minotaurs with the Great Weapons are being forced back. Granted, it does create an opening with the Storm Vermin going in, and now the Dutch Skink is able to get his Chaos Warhounds into the back, shutting down the Rattling Guns. So very nice play there. And also in the front line, it's a bit scary. You can see, though the bounce power is Skaven favored a little bit right now, it's like when the front line goes and like all the guns in the back are exposed, that's when shit gets pretty crunk. So here are some of the Centaurs were able to wrap around, find an opening into the mortar teams, and I would imagine the Warp Grinders must scoot forward now. They need to go right here, drop their Warp Grinder ability, and from there fall back with all the gun pieces. Over here, though, we do have an assassination attempt. The assassin is going after Malagor, and Deathmaster Snitch is trying as well, but he's a little bit trapped up by Gorbel, and he might actually get killed here. I mean, though he could probably beat Gorbel one-on-one, not with all this stuff here. There are some Storm Vermin with halberds nearby as well, and the Cygor Summon is throwing some boulders quite happily into the back line here. You can see the Rats, a little bit of a break there. Things are looking a little bit better for the Beastmen now, with Deathmaster being overextended there and the Assassin being a little bit compromised amongst the horde of infantry. Also, the Beastmen are finally starting to get into the gun line back here. That Warp Grinder plays quite good. He's able to get the Rattling Gunners back, which is exactly what they're designed for, but the Beastmen are coming in hard from all directions. You can see here we have the Centaurs with Great Weapons, we have the Chaos Warhounds with Poison. It's looking a little bit Grimbones here for the backline of the Skaven. Like, and if the Rattling Gunners get compromised here and the Warp Grinders just get killed, there's not... I mean, the Stormvermin with halberds are pretty solid. I mean, maybe if Deathmaster can pull some Witchcraft over here. And actually, this is pretty good. He's able to snare down Malagor, who's now getting shanked by this Assassin. And the Stormvermin have created a bit of a screen. Deathmaster running in, and Malagor is in the danger zone. He breaks, but he breaks in the right direction. He breaks away from the Assassins instead of running to the other side of the battlefield, which means he'll probably be able to stabilize and potentially cast more Winds of Magic here in a second. So Malagor breaks, but he's got the Arcane Conduit. He still has some health, so he should be able to use some more magic this game. The Cygor Summon doing some really good work here, but the Stormvermin with halberds might be able to anchor this game out. Granted, Korok's Mana Rippers are still here, and they will beat these Stormvermin in combat pretty handily. Their stats are just better. So that could come down to the late game battle between those two units there. And the Assassin trying to path its way through. Some of the Minotaurs with Great Weapons have been broken by the halberds. And now the Assassin, oh, that's really not good for the Beastmen. The Assassin has been able to get through, and it's now chasing down Dutch Skink's Lord right here. And a little bit of oof as the lag, of course, is an issue. But the Assassin can easily kill Malagor. And maybe if Deathmaster can get away, and find a happier situation, like go stand on top of his halberds back there. The Beastmen's still pressing in, but the halberds are really holding firm. They're grinding down the Minotaurs, and the mortar teams are back online. Oh man, if you could stabilize those mortar teams by pulling some ogres back there, that would be huge. Bounce Power is really even. This is an absolute nail-biter of a game. Slightly Skaven favored at this point, I would say, since Malagor... Oh no, he let Malagor come back! Now, what does Malagor have? He has a Brace Scream, Gorok's Mantle of Gorok, and if he has another Cygor Summon, that could actually be game-changing. That could be really, really bad. So the Mortars are back online, shooting into the Korok's Man-Rippers, which is great. So poisoning fellow Clan Rats, it's just the way of the Skaven. But yeah, shooting the Korok's Man-Rippers with those Mortars is going to be super clutch. And it's looking pretty good for the Skaven, actually. The Beastmen are getting worn down by the attrition here of the Halberds, of course, which are very good against Racer Gors as well as some of these large threats. And Gorbel's trying to assassinate these ratty characters, but the Plague Priest is scurrying around quite well. The Mortars, I love the Mortars, just going right into the fellows. It literally like breaks the whole Skaven force right there. But, you know, it is also doing some pretty good damage back. So the Cygor Summon has been dropped here, so he did have another Cygor Summon in the back pocket, and a nice little Brace Scream right there on those Clan Rats, and now the Cygor is going to be fending off the Assassin. Man, this is like hilarious. I would imagine that Deathmaster is going to have another Snare in a moment too with the Deathmaster Sigil, which is pretty much going to spell doom. Nice boulder right into the mass of those Stormvermin with Halberds. Korok's Man-Rippers are pushing in, but the Eshin Triads, of course, have good AP, and the Rats are coming for the bread. Oh, the Deathmaster Sigil, the Assassin gets the shank. The Deathmaster does, not the Assassin. And Malagor, your goose, has been cooked. 0 health, and now we have the Assassin here. Pretty epic Assassin play. And Deathmaster's in good shape. Cygor's dropping some rocks on him, but I think there's too many Stormvermin left. And of course, the Skaven leadership. Oh man, that Deathmaster gets clobbered and breaks. But he's only shaken. It's only a terror route, so he should be back. And Gorbel's still here. Gorbel's still pissed. It looks like he's hunting down the caster, which is pretty good, but there's too many Stormvermin left. Also on top of that, we have the Warp Grinders back. We have the Mortar teams back. It looks like that's going to be game. I think Skaven got this. So, the Curse of the King continues. Nobody can win more than 2 games, I guess. The Gorbel here, diving through the ranks. And they've all been like good games too. I mean, there's been a couple, ones that have been one-sided, but for the most part, they've all been pretty good scraps. So the Assassins doing their thing. The Skaven Assassins of Clan Eshin able to shank Malagor. The Stormvermin should be able to pin down that Cygor for now, even though it'll be disappearing in about 2 or 3 seconds. And there goes that sweet, sweet Cygor. Down you go, Prince. And Bounce Power goes massively in the favor of the Skaven. Well played to both players. Apologies for the lag. Hopefully he won't continue on in his attempt to hold the King of the Hill. But very well played. I love the Assassin play, and the Rattling Gutters were really cool too. That was so fun. All right, so well played to Dutch Skink, who was the king. And now we have, we'll put him by his name here, so we'll do North Nana. Well played to North Nana. And the Curse of the King continues. So next we have Zardar. You're up. Zardar Total War. So let me message Zardar. Cool, and Zardar's on his way in, I would imagine. Dutch King says, I'll cheer for you. What a good sport. Let's put him on, let's put them on the moon dial. Just some tiny, absurd map. One of these is good. Is it the inland that's good? I can't remember. One of these weird maps is decent. Put him on Storm Demon. Well played, North Nana. Zardar Total War joins. Prepares for battle. All right. And here's the Extreme Memer. You know what? This map's kind of hard to see on. I'm just going to do Southern Chaos Waste. North, pick, and ban 1. Then Zard. All right. So we'll see what North Nana does. The Curse of the King continues. What is the Do It Anakin moment of Warhammer lore? Oh, God, I don't know. It probably has something to do with end times, I would imagine. Like someone betraying someone. Yeah, I don't know, Matthew. You'd have to ask like Lore Master or Italian Spartacus. Falcon says GG makes Halberd Stormvermin look good here. Yeah, they actually did all right. That was a game. That was a great game. Very well played to both those guys. So North Nana picks Greenskins and he bans Dark Elves, and Zardar is probably going to go Tomb Kings here. What? He says Chaos shall fall? Oh, so Chaos is going to like fall on top of the greenskins. Because he said Chaos shall fall, so it's a little bit kind of like... This is actually a good matchup. I've always found this one's pretty even, so... We have greenskins versus Chaos. In my opinion. I could be wrong. Yeah, Sotek, somebody had a lore question. They were asking... So Sotek, their question was, what is the most do-it Anakin moment in Warhammer Fantasy lore? So like, you know, of betrayal or, you know, something like that. Yeah. The lore master has been summoned. Look, the bots are telling you guys to like my video. Oh my god. Jesus, the bots copying is so ridiculous. Oh my god. They invade any chat that any like streams that have like somewhat decent numbers. They'll invade you. I think I don't know if I've ever seen them invade like a stream that has less than like maybe like 300 or 400, but if you get above 5, they seem to invade. The Slanesh bots are quite aggressive. They know I'm painting my Emperor's Children army in 40k, so they heed the call. I'm actually painting a really cool Emperor's Children conversion lord right now with Lightning Claws. But I'm using a greater possessed model and giving it like wings and then like using his claws as like lightning claws. It's going to be pretty cool. Hiya. So North Nana is ready. We're on the Southern Chaos Wastes. Should be quite fun. I wonder what the Extreme Memer, aka Zardar Total War. So if you guys haven't seen Zardar, make sure to check him out. His channel is Zardar Total War. He's been in chat with you guys. He is a great player. Great campaign player, plays all kinds of different versions of Total War. So, all right, we're getting through this. This has been a pretty long one. So we have Zardar and then we have Swarv. North Nana is ready. My hands are getting a little bit sore. It's okay though. I'm gonna do some stretching back here in a moment. Be right back, guys. I mean, you can still hear me more or less. Ugh. That's a nice stretch right there. One of the best stretches that like feels so good is just hanging, like just getting a pull-up bar and just like hanging off it. So nice on the shoulders and like the biceps and everything. Oh. All right, both players are ready. Let's get the show on the road. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys for joining. I know it's getting late, but you guys are staying the course like absolute champs. Got to get ready to film another 40k bat rep this week. Sec. Perfect. The Southern Chaos Wastes call. Pretty good map. I've always liked this one. It's like flat, but it's also like not like too weirdly lit, so you can see everything for the most part. So let's go ahead and take a look here at the forces of North Nana. Oh my god, Grimgor Ironhide! So he faces the Extreme Memer, and he issues a challenge. Can you out-meme me with Grimgor Ironhide? And I don't think so. There is no out-meming Grimgor. So he's got Grimgor, he's got an Orc Shaman with Foot of Gork, and here we go. Front line is going to be the Crimson Killers, more Black Orcs, and it looks like a combination of Orc Boys and some Orc Daka in the back to deal with bigger threats. And he's got the same little core of skirmishing, Wargubs, Magi Marauders, Wolf Rider Archers, and some Spider Riders to counter-skirmish the Chaos Marauder Horsemen. That is pretty much it. Grimgor is here, boys. Now for the Extreme Memer, he's got a front line of Marauders, Mirror Guard as well, and a spawn. So it's a spawn rush. So basically, yeah, just the spawn are just going to be going in deep. He does also have a couple Warhounds and some Shaggas back here. Oh, and Sigvald! Guys, we have Sigvald versus Grimgor. The battle of the two most competitive lords in all of Total War Warhammer. It is time. The Haggard Duel of the Ages. We have a Chaos Sorcerer Fire as well. Oh my god, I'm so excited for this. Just the terrible lords dueling. Many games have been lost by these two champions. But today, one will finally win. No matter what, one of these memes will win. I don't know. I think Grimgor is worse than Sigvald, though. But that's just my 2 cents. At least Siggy's, like, you know, can heal himself. Grimgor just kind of, like, gets sniped usually. But we'll see. Grimgor's going in deep today, boys. There's no messing about with Grimgor. He's also immune to psychology. He fears no chaos monstrosities. I wonder if either of these players understands the scope of this battle, the importance that it weighs on the old world. One meme will prevail. I mean, aside from that, the armies are good, obviously. It's just the lord choices that are bad. But, I mean, obviously they're doing it on purpose. So I wonder if they coordinated this beforehand. I don't think so. It's going to be really funny. And plus, you know, in this circumstance, neither of them has to feel the shame of losing to a meme lord since they brought one themselves. It pretty much, you know, saves face in that respect. All right, so here comes the skirmishing on the far side. Morgub's Magi Marauders and Wolf Riders shooting in. Doing some work there. Going right into the doggos. The Chaos Warhounds with Poison are forced back, but not too much damage going in. Honestly, just shooting Spawn is probably one of the better bets here. The Hounds will force you back, though. That's basically what Zardar's doing. He's just getting the Hounds and cycling back and forth to try and force you back. Good damage, though. Spawn taking a bit of poke. Losing about a little bit less than 1,000 HP. And Wolf Riders are very quick, too. These bad boys have like 90 speed or something like that, 92, and the Hounds have 95, which means in a vacuum they would eventually catch them, but, you know, it's very, very close, so for the most part, they're fine. Now, the Fire Sorcerer does have a Burning Head. Burning Head could be really good, like right down this line right here into the Archers. And it looks like the Greenskin army needs to reform ranks a little bit. I think he's a little bit preoccupied with microing the Wolf Riders here, and his army's a little bit out of position. Like, he needs to turn to face this Chaos Force a little bit. Spider Riders being used to force back the doggies. And from there, he's doing his thing. But here it comes, guys. Who will win? Sigvald, the Prodigal meme, or Grimgor, Iron meme? We'll find out who's going to be the more haggard here in this battle. Now, Orc Boys will do okay against Marauders. Obviously, they'll get massacred by the Mirror Guard and some of these troops here. The Wa is popped as well. The Crimson Killers definitely need to be put into combat here. Unfortunately, they're losing out on the Wa. Granted, they're also not taking the initial shock damage, so it's a two-sided, coin there. Chaos Marauders are going to be eating the charge here. 50 melee attack on the Orc Boys. Which is pretty crazy, and charge bonus to 24 is quite strong. Burning Head going down right here. Nice cast there by Zardar, is able to roast into those guys. And now the Crimson Killers are going to be piling into the front line to do battle. Unfortunately, they're going to get the tail end of the wall, so they probably will get the charge bonus aspect of that, but not much more. Bit of a risky engage there. They're kind of being thrown into the center mass of that Chaos army that's very, very powerful. Orc Airboys are falling back. Some of these Black Orcs need to be sent in as well. But Grimgor's fighting, he's alone. He's chopping down Chaos Spawn, or trying to. He's also being attacked by Dragon Ogres, but a lot of Orc Daka is raining in as well. The Orcs have some troops in reserve. They definitely want to probably send them in here, because the Chaos Warriors are just going to pile in and get free kills on his caster, and oh my god, that frontline push. Look at Zardar's just Chaos meat wagon here. Just pushing in, just pushing right through those guys, going straight into the back. But I guess having the reserves here is paying off, and they are Biggins. Biggins, of course, trade pretty well against Ogres and Spawn, and Grimgor is chopping down some of the Spawn. Oh, the duel! It's happening! Sigvald has found Grimgor on the battlefield. Grimgor turns, and the Haggard Lords are going to duel as Grimgor clubs one of his own soldiers. Very Greenskin-esque. And the Duel of the Ages. So Grimgor is getting some damage on Sigvald. He's getting a little bit, but Sigvald's also getting it back. Sigvald does have much better melee defense, but less AP. So Grimgor appears to forget everything else in the battlefield, guys. Let's just watch this for a minute. So it looks like the Cascading Fire Cloak, Chaos cheating a little bit in this duel, giving Sigvald all the buffs. But nonetheless, Grimgor still appears to be outdoing Sigvald in the duel. His AP value is really proving to be quite valuable here, and Sigvald is taking quite a bit more damage despite the magic support. Now the Orc Archers are shooting in, of course, and the problem is that this duel is going to be interrupted here. Unfortunately, Sigvald is going to, get help from his spawn here, and now you can see Grimgor is going to be... No, the Sacred Duel has been broken! No! But Grimgor would probably win that duel in a vacuum, but unfortunately the Sacred Duel has been interrupted, and now Grimgor is going to be getting killed by all this Chaos stuff. Now, as far as the rest of the battle goes, which we totally neglected, it looks like the Black Orcs are still going, Crimson Killers are going, a second Wa has been activated, and I mean, there are some Archers shooting in against the Spawn and whatnot, but Grimgor going down here is going to be pretty rough. He does get a nice chop here on the Chaos Sorcerer, but Sigvald, of course, is healing. That's also a big problem. And it seems like a lot of the Archers and those elements of the Greenskin army are just being taken apart by the forces of Chaos at this point. I mean, we have a little bit here, a little bit here. Grimgor's going deep. He's trying. He does have the Wa active, which means he's pretty scary, and he is beating down the Chaos Sorcerer. The Chaos Sorcerer here is taking about half HP damage, and some of the Orc Biggins are piling in once again in Spider Riders, so Grimgor does not stand alone. It's seen from Lord of the Rings. Theoden's like, not alone. Well, not Theoden, but you guys get it. So here, the Black Orc, Grimgor, still going in. He's a little bit shaken. Sigvald is able to shank him with the Slaneshi Treachery. But you can see the forces of Chaos are actually getting a little bit beat up by all this crossfire. I mean, the Spawn are getting very damaged, so are the Dragon Ogres. The Balance Fire was ebbing back towards the middle as some of the Greenskin troops did rally, but with Grimgor going down and just being absolutely terrible, that's going to be that. So Grimgor does get pushed back here. Looks like the meme Sigvald will be probably prevailing in this battle, as I don't see a way back into this for the Greenskins. Yeah, the Morgub's Magi Marauders doing their thing, falling back. But, I mean, that's a pretty big onslaught here. And Grimgor, the sacred duel was interrupted. The pact was broken. There was an unspoken agreement to let them fight to the end. But alas, it's not going to happen today. All joking, of course. Here the Black Orcs might be able to actually beat the spawn, believe it or not. And the Greenskins actually have a lot of stuff rallying here. I mean, maybe. If Grimgor hadn't been worked on so hard, maybe. Oh, and Grimgor might rally, guys. The Greenskins rushing in to save their Lord and Savior, Grimgor. And I mean, Chaos is pretty beat up, too. So here we have some Orc Biggins engaging against Spawn, which is basically a hard counter. You have some more Savage Orc Boar Boys charging into these Chaos Marauders, which will defeat them. And Grimgor is going to rally here. Grimgor is back. And suddenly the Spawn are going down in droves. There's like one Spawn here. Sigvald, of course, lending his axe leaders to this battle. The fact that the Mirror Guard are healthy and so many Dragon Ogres is also a pretty substantial issue. But if the Archers can start getting their focus fire into the Dragon Ogres now, just maybe. I don't know. Burning Head up on the high ground, going down. Coming in after the Orc Airboys. Doing about 600 damage. It's enough to probably break them, which is very, very solid. And Grimgor's coming back with the Crimson Killis. If only he had the Immortals. I have a feeling, though, if the Greenskins do get a DLC, the Immortals will come with it. And like there'll be something only Grimgor can bring. That would actually be really cool. So Grimgor Ironhide is getting countercharged by all the monsters, but the Greenskins are going to pile in once again. Stand your ground activated. Is Memegor going to be able to pull this one back? So he charges in headlong into the Dragon Ogres, which is very ballsy, ahead of his troops. And of course, he will hit pretty hard here against you know, whatever he's hitting. Oh, and the pigs with the countercharge into the back of the Dragon Ogres. I would imagine another Waaagh might be due here soon. And you can see the Orc Airboys are pouring very heavily into the Dragon Ogres, which is starting to take a lot of damage. Oh, and Memegor! He's going for the caster. Oh, the Chaos Caster is getting clubbed, and is he broken? Yes, he is. Memegor breaks the caster. So the Chaos Sorcerer is gone. The Bounce Power is pulling back towards the middle. Is Memegor Ironhide going to pull this in? And now the Greenskins look to be in a very good position as the Dragon Ogres are being taken apart by the Daka. Oh, Sigvald. Vengeance for Grimgor. The Chaos Gods are being forced back. The Dragon Ogres are broken. If North Nana is paying attention, he can easily chase off these ogres. And Memegor, using his tactical expertise to kite Sigvald, but Sigvald will catch him. He should probably just turn and fight at this point. Grimgor needs to turn and fight, otherwise he's going to take free damage. So Grimgor is running right now, trying to get away from Sigvald. And the Black Orc turns to fight and is going to start clobbering time here on Sigvald. The duel, round 2. Grimgor bloodied and beaten, but he is not out. And the Black Orcs are going to be coming as well. Black Orcs will be very good against Sigvald, but this is the smart play. Running and forcing Sigvald to take attrition damage against these troops is like the way to do it. This Dragon Ogre in the back is breaking by Wolf Riders. Oh my god, what a comeback! I can't believe Memegor was able to pull this one back. And now it's Prince Sigvald versus 1,000,000 troops. Which, if the Greenskins play this right, they should win this. Because basically, you cycle charge Grimgor while Sigvald is like kind of trapped up amongst all the Black Orcs. And this is also the Crimson Killis. Crimson Killis hit very, very hard, so that's going to be a factor. Plus, there's tons of archers. Although the bounce is still Chaos favored, which is crazy. That's just because of Sigvald, though. So the Dragon Ogres here getting peppered on the approach. Memegor coming in. Oh my god, this is such an epic game. And he goes after the Mirror Guard. And, I mean, you know, he has good AP. He should be able to hurt these guys, although he will take some damage on the return, which is very risky. Like, you're going to need every ounce of Grimgor's strength to probably, you know, deal with Sigvald here, who's just surrounded by Black Orcs. Oh my god. Oh, and the Waaaghs popped! Here they come! There's no chaos on the battlefield to speak of. And Memegor Ironhide charges in. Oh, come on, Grimgor. Give us that fight. He's running circles around the Black Orcs, and Sigvald's trying to keep pace. Oh, the Grimgor jukes! The Grimgor jukes! Grimgor's like, they laughed at me for far too long. No more shall they laugh. Oh my god, Sigvald's shaking. -1. 3 leadership. Sigvald's taking a lot of damage. I mean, there's still so many Black Orcs here, and Sigvald has pretty terrible AP values. And even if Sigvald were to break this mass, he could split up the Orc Airboys and really do a number on him. Oh my god. So Zardar says, give me that Orc. Oh no. Okay, so he's going to let Sigvald out of the center and then try and shoot him with archers. Sigvald does have a silver shield. Might be a bit of a mistake here. Grimgor waits in open field with bated breath. So now it's just Sigvald. Honestly, though, I think Sigvald is going to hide behind the orcs. Yeah, I think just fighting Sigvald is the better bet. Because, like, he's going to... he's going after Grimgor. Okay, here come the archers. He's going to use all of his ammo on Sigvald here, which is, I guess, not a bad idea. So how much damage is he really going to get? Sigvald's pretty quick, unfortunately. So Sigvald juking the shots pretty well, taking about 20 damage, that's it. Biggins are piling in. This is like the ultimate meme battle. Although really I think just surrounding Sigvald is the way to do it. Let's get the Crimson Kill as those other troops in there. Sigvald does take another volley of fire. Black Orcs are now waiting in. You know, but blobbing everything isn't necessary. You can actually leave some out of combat and let them rest their vigor. Grimgor's juking. Oh, Sigvald's coming. He might get him. Oh, he's pushing through. But the Orcs have enough mass. Grimgor has more mass than Sigvald. Oh, but he's wavering. Sigvald did get a blow. Memegor, you're needed here. Honestly, Memegor maybe just turning around and trying to club Sigvald might be the better play. Standard Eye and Foe Seeker activated. Grimgor, I think, should just fight. At least, like, if he gets one blow in Sigvald, it'll make it better for the rest of the troops. Yeah, and he's going for it. So Grimgor comes in. He dodges that blow, but he's at 4 leadership. Stand your ground activated. Grimgor's at 330. Oh, he takes a big blow from Sigvald, but gives it right back. Sigvald's at 2200. Is Memegor going to carry this game? Oh, man. Siggy's down to 1600. Grimgor's broken, but that's okay. He's able to get a lot of damage on Sigvald before he goes. And Sigvald's just getting whomped on by these Black Orcs here. I don't know if there's any more mobility here for the Greenskins. Okay, there are some Spider or Wolf Riders over there, which could potentially go after him. Sigvald has 39 speed, or 40 speed, so he should be able to catch Grimgor. And the Black Orcs... This is the most haggard game I've ever seen. Oh my god, it's so great. Flee, fear me. So Sigvald's trying to chase Grimgor off the battlefield. And, you know, honestly, the Greenskins could just, like, sit and rest. Because they're not going to catch Sigvald. Sigvald's faster. Yeah, but he's coming around. Sigvald turns around and jumps into combat here. Dozens are chasing, though. And the Black Orcs are immune to psychology. Obviously, Sigvald doesn't cause terror, nor does he cause fear, which you would think like some scary Slaneshi Lord would cause fear, but apparently Sigvald doesn't. I feel like a lot of Chaos stuff should cause fear. Like they have this aura of kind of intimidation, right? So here it comes. Memegor lives. Will Memegor come back for the death blow? Probably. Oh, and he's back. Grimgor's back, and he means business. So Sigvald scrapping to the end. Down to 720. I think Grimgor needs to come in for the death thrust. The ceremonial execution. Here he comes. Foe Seeker activated. And Grimgor shall be piling in once again. Sigvald shall be drowned in the blood here of all these Black Orcs. Oh my god, and Memegor wins it! What a battle, what a scrap! That game was so chaos favored for so long. But the Greenskin Daka and just the resurgence. Wow. What a game. North Nano going up 2 here. So he joins the exalted company of having 2. Memegor running. Oh my god, that game was so great. That was so good. All right. Nobody beats Siggy in 1v1. Oh my god, Grimgor. But Grimgor said Gork was calling. All right, so they have their reasons here. Sword of Torgold will close this out. All right, so next we have Swarv. That was beautiful. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. So now we have our last player of the stream. We have Swarv. So if Swarv wins, he'll play until he loses against basically anyone who wants to join in. And then if our boy here with the Grimgor Master, if North Nano wins, then he wins the stream. So that's that. Oh my god. So next up, well played. Another chatting, so we'll give him a moment to reminisce on that glorious battle. We have a donation from Kidek94. Turin, you've got to upload this battle replay separately on your channel. Too much meme content to leave out. I will. Hopefully one of those guys will send me the replay. That was amazing. Oh my god. Hey, Zardar, send me the replay if you have it. So, North, if you win this, you win the stream. If Swarv wins, he plays opponents until loses. So North, pick one, ban one. Then Swarv pick. So the pressure is on. If North Nana, the Grimgor Lord, wins this, he wins the stream. Swarv is Wareja. He's a good player. So we'll see how this goes. Oh my god, Grimgor just going deep that game. Sigvald too, man. Zardar, your Sigvald was pretty terrifying. I thought you had that game, like, but then like the archers really, really started to go crazy. So North Nana picks Empire and he bans Wood Elves, which is smart. That's why when you go join a lobby, you don't sit on the faction you want to play in tournaments. You sit on like just some sub faction, so people can't get an inkling as to what you want to play. So Swarv pick. I'm not typing it in all caps. So Beastmen versus Empire is a very even matchup. It's a really fun one, actually. So this would be good. Yeah, I agree, Falcon. That game should be immortalized. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable Sigvald? CVN27, just because of all the laughter that caused. Dude, I'm glad to have cheered up your day, man. That was so good. Thank you, Zardar. I will cast that game, and I will also use the thumbnail you sent me to go with it. So we got Beastmen, it looks like. Swarv, the strong silent type here. Just picking Beastmen. No words, all business. So we'll see if North Nana can win the stream. If Swarv wins, then he gets to play until he loses. So Falcon, if you want. Wicked, I know you were looking to, so Wicked, if you want to do one after this, we can get you and Falcon, or a couple other people are asking. Man, these games today have been really fun. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the format. I'm thinking of doing a dedicated stream schedule where I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for like King of the Hill Monday, then Wednesday, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a structure for it. And then Wednesday I play my own games. Or maybe just 2 during the week. I don't know. It'd probably be helpful for people who want to watch the streams and actually catch them, having like a dedicated schedule. I don't know. It's hard though. Let's see. Yes, Grimgor made me look the fool. That was the more stoppable object in the movable one. So Empire won the first faction war, and then the second faction war was won by the Lizardmen with Falcon. The first one was won by Talaxon and Soothsayer in the Empire. Really good games in all those faction wars, to be honest. In the finals, but the Empire made it to the finals both times. So in the first one, Sooth was facing off against Flying Taco, Empire versus Beastmen. And then in the second one, it was Falcon versus Empire. So it was Lizardman versus Dob Plays on the Empire in the second one, in the second faction war, which was really fun. Yeah, Grimgor did have to run, Zardar. You have a very good point. He had to run. Yeah, we could do a Meme Lord tournament where like we determine who the worst Meme Lord is for each faction, and then they have to play those lords. So everything else can be competitive, but then they have to pick the crappy lord. So for Skaven, it would be like Tretch. But then there's some factions that just don't really have bad lords, you know? Like, I don't know, Vampire Coast, Aranessa is probably one of the worst, but she's even not bad. You know, she has like a net and like some good items. Empire would probably have to play like Balthazar Gelt, but he's not even bad. Like Gelt can be pretty good sometimes. So there's some that would have huge advantages in that situation, whereas like Grimgor, Greenskins would just be screwed. You know, Skaven would have to play Tretch. Falcon's favorite. This is it. This is the battle for the fate of Middle-earth. Swarv coming in hot. Wareja. Of course, he played ECL a couple seasons back, but I haven't seen him in a while. I don't know if it's actually him, but somebody mentioned it is, but yeah, it's good to see him back. And here we go. The Sword of Torgald is the map. This is it. We'll see. I don't know if he can outdo that. I don't know if I would even try and outdo that battle here. I mean, who could he bring on the Empire that's like a meme, right? I mean, I don't know. He could bring someone off meta, but no one's really terrible. I mean, he could bring like a Hunts Marshal General. That would probably be like the closest to like a meme for them. Helman Gorst. Yeah, Gorst would probably be the choice. And we would make them use, yeah, Gorst for sure. For Chaos, it would be Sigvald. For Greenskins, it would be Grimgor. Tretch for Skaven. Wood Elves would probably be like, I don't know. Orion's not bad, though. That's the thing. Like, but Orion would probably be the most memey of all them, so you'd probably use Orion. He's actually pretty good. You know what? Maybe we'll do that. Like a meme thing with like, yeah, Lokir. I think Hellebron's probably, I don't know, better than Lokir. She brings like some good buffs to the to the battlefield. Grimgor didn't run, he just doubled back. It'll be a fun event. Maybe I'll do that on like Friday or something. We'll see. All right, guys, now for the forces of the Empire, it looks like he's coming in with pure business. He's like, you guys have been entertained. I brought Grimgor, so now let me do my thing. So he's got Karl Franz. Front line is going to be state troops, so swordsmen and Sigmar Sons. He has the Royal Altor of Gryphites, a steam tank, which is actually pretty good against beastmen. Causes terror and is just a sticky presence to get rid of. No life caster, though. So he has Franz and a tank without a life wizard, which is a very bold move. He's got an Empire Captain on foot, and he does also have a Bright Wizard with Burning Head and Piercing Bolt. So 2 Pistoliers, very interesting choice. I'm so used to seeing Franz with a healer as well as the steam tank, but we'll see if it works out for him. Now for the forces of Warezha and the Beastmen, it looks like he's got Centaurs with throwing axes, 1 regular group and 1 throwing axe. He's got some pigs, Minotaurs with great weapons to help deal with big threats, a couple gore herds and raiders here and there. And he also has the Eye of Moorsleep, so it's going to be a tank versus Eye of Moorsleep, which should be fun. Morkur and a Shaman of Beasts, and that's pretty much it. So I would say a relatively traditional build. I mean, a lot of Beastmen players spam Razor Gores against Empire because they're really good against Empire Knights in the Cav, but I mean, he has Eye of Moorsleep. The Steam Tank will trade okay with it. Steam Tank's range, I think, is 300 something. Let's check. That's Karl Franz. 380. So he could like fall back with his whole army and then send the Steam Tank up to shoot at the Eye of Moorsleep. For the Lord, it is Morkur, so there's going to be Spawn, there's going to be Matchcore summons. Franz, of course, has some good gooning potential. He can take out the caster and potentially work on the Minotaurs if he can get some help from his Gryphites. Yeah, like he also has the Gryphites too, I think, on the far side, which not having healing with all these elite units, I think, is a big mistake. Like, I don't see how useful Piercing Bolts is going to be, but I mean, of course, it can do devastating damage if something sits in its radius and, you know, takes the full brunt of it, but I don't know. We will see. We will see indeed. Battle is underway. The Empire surveys the land. Karl Franz has carried many a game, though. I've seen Franz pull back some of the most insane games of all time. The first boulder throw is down, and it's a miss. Oh, actually, a little bit of impact. Takes out 2 of those swordsmen there. 2 unfortunate souls are crushed by that rock. We shall dissipate into the earth. Outriders, oh, they're actually grenade launchers. I actually like grenade launchers a lot against Beastmen. They're pretty good against, like, the infantry. So Warezha taking a defensive position. He only has 1 raider, but 1 raider is enough to at least keep the Outriders honest, which I like. And you can see here the Empire players juking with the Outriders. But obviously Warezha is going to be switching boulder throws and going after the Sigmar Sons, getting a lot of damage there. So now the Steam Tank can shoot. Maybe just shooting at the Minotaurs would be a better choice, rather than trying to... You know, Cygor has a lot of HP for a Steam Tank to get through, so grenade launchers are coming up. I'm going to be unleashing some nasty, nasty shots into gore herds. They will take a ton of damage from grenade launchers. So here it comes. A couple shots, but yeah, here comes the full volley. So you guys will see the full impact of the grenade launchers. It's pretty nasty against light armor. So 1 group of gore herds getting absolutely shreked. The Cygor throwing a boulder, but it picks off like 1 grenade launcher. And look at that. I mean, gore herd aren't super cheap. So being able to wear them down is quite impactful. Royal Altar of Gryphites coming around the back, but oh no! The counter from the Beastmen. Centaurs coming out, and you can also see the regular Centaurs pushing in as well. Grenade launchers getting some poke and stroke, but also they themselves are getting taken apart by the Ungors pretty effectively. You also have to remember that the Eye of Moorsleep does have a snare, so the Warp Gaze could come into play. So the pigs actually eat the full charge. So that's a really good play here by North Nana. Warp Gaze is activated in response, but it's not going to be that useful because it's short duration. And the Beastmen were a little bit out of position to respond. So the Warp Gaze is basically wasted. And it seems like the Empire does get the good initial trades, taking apart the spears and the chaff, some of the piggies being forced back. The boulder throw going into the Royal Altar of Gryphites isn't a bad idea. Minotaurs, the Great Weapons are nearby as well, but I don't think the Gryphites are going to take that fight. Now over here on the flank, you can see, oh no, disaster for North Nana. He lets his caster get taken out by the Beastmen. Oh no. And the Steam Tank also being kited by throwing axes. So some things going well for the Empire, but some things going exponentially better for the Beastmen. So now we have a fight over here. We have the Centaurs fighting against the Royal Altar of Gryphites, who would be very, very... they would very much enjoy a heal right now. And I really think the Beastmen, based on picking the caster here and Franz and the Gryphites being out of position, are probably going to lose the game. I don't know how the Empire can pull this one back. I would be very surprised. I mean, I guess in the front line, they have the Empire Captain doing some work. And maybe if the grenade launchers can like peel these guys and like push off the Centaurs, the Gryphites and Franz can win this. I mean, Galmaraz and Runefang is activated, but losing your caster without using a single spell is so brutal. So grenade launchers doing really well, and pigs. All right, so here we go. here's the comeback for the Empire, potentially. If they can get the Minos with great weapons and all these animals run off the battlefield, all these farm animals, maybe. So grenade launchers are shooting in here. Steam tank is still a threat. It looks like it's charging into melee combat, but those grenade launchers are just doing the work of Sigmar, hammering into those Ungors. And also, mind you guys, the Bounce Pyre is falsely inflated because of spawn summon, so there are some spawn on the battlefield. But the Minotaurs with great weapons are being taken down, but man, they're putting a serious hurt on these guys. So they're shaken. Should potentially be pushed back here in a moment. Looks like the Griffites and Franz able to really butter their bread. But a Manticore summon coming in as well is going to be a really nasty additional push here, and probably will potentially be able to finish off something here. So it does go for Franz. Franz is stuck in combat a little bit, but it looks like the Griffites are going to be opting to go after the Ray Shaman of Beasts. And as far as the state troops go, I mean, the Steam Tank here is holding back the spawn summon. So there's 2 spawn summons and a Manticore summon on the battlefield. If the Empire can endure and not take too much damage in the meantime, maybe they can pull this back. I mean, I know the Bounce Pyre looks pretty wretched, but it's still possible for sure. The Griffites on the Bray Shaman doing some okay damage. Franz able to get away, but the pigs have come back, which is pretty unfortunate. Nice Flock of Doom as well. And that might just be army losses. I mean, Empire really doesn't have much left. They have the Steam Tank and a very, very beat up Karl Franz, who's almost down. But stranger things have happened for sure. So the spawn summon will be disappearing here in a quick moment, in a couple seconds. And the other one will be just, yeah, they're both going to be disappearing in like several seconds. So that's one of them gone. Franz up in the sky. I mean, if Franz can maybe beat the Manticore. He's at 6 leadership right now. Some of the grenades are going into the pigs here. And you can see the Steam Tank is going to be going into the Chaos Spawn, wearing those guys down. But yeah, the spawn, they still have another duration. That's right, they were on their second tier. Franz is pulling back as well. Empire has some state troops left, but the Eye of Moorsleep is going to be such a pain. And I mean, God, losing your caster like that is so devastating. The meme tank is doing a good job holding and potentially causing terror. Flock of Doom going down on the grenade launchers. And the Manticore is being kited. Will be disappearing here in a moment. Franz is back in business, but that's army losses. There's no way. There's like Morker's full health, the caster's full health. There's tons of gore herds. The Eye of Moorsleep's in really good shape, and that is going to be GG. Yeah, like getting his caster picked, I think, is what lost him the game. Because he had some good plays aside from that, but he really needed some magic. Like, imagine Lore of Life healing Franz up there. Like, that would have changed the entire game. All right, guys, the curse continues. So let me minimize here. Wicked, I just shot you a message. North Nana saying, well played. The crown passes on to you, the cursed crown. I'll do the... We'll do, Valley of Thieves, we already did that. Volksgrad, I think, is it's a decent map. Say here, Swarv. Alright, so the current king is Swarv. North Nana is joining the company of 2. Alright, so one sec, guys. He's sacrificing himself to keep it going. I mean, I was not expecting a 4-hour stream, that's for sure. Alright, so one sec here. It might just be a fat tie. We'll find out. And the winners make them play an FFA. Now we'll try here, because I mean it's a 3-way tie now, so we have to update this. We have a protocol A move and North. We'll just put North for short. All right, we're finding a challenger here real quick. Hold on. So basically, one sec here. We'll type for a moment. All right, guys, hang tight. Hey, Willow, hope to see you in tournaments in the future. Well played. The Empire Army had some teeth for sure, but I really think it needed a life caster, yeah. No, my hands are already pretty hurt from just like managing the mouse, unfortunately, so I'm going to take it easy here. Okay, One sec here. We're good. No, Falcon, go get some rest. No worries, brother. So we'll have Sotek. Sotek is up, then random, then Zardar if he keeps winning. All right, so Loremaster of Sotek, if he's on the right build, or has everything installed. Let me see how long it'll take. I'm the final boss. Yeah, I mean, if it had been quicker. All right, so. And many people have gone to bed, but random. So, Loremaster of Sotek has a bunch of mods installed, I guess, or I think he still forgot to switch back off the beta build that we had before. So, it's going to be random Nyx. The Bretonnian hero coming back to play once more in the night. All right, perfect. And we're all set. Oh my God, guys, you're in for a treat. Oh man, this is going to be fun. He's bringing some fun stuff. What's up, JP? Hope you're doing well. We are out here. This is the final stretch of the King of the Hill stream. Oh yeah, and for anyone who wants to get involved in multiplayer, I've linked it a couple of times. All right. One sec, let me make sure it's the right Discord. Yes, it is. Perfect. All right, so for anyone who wants to get into multiplayer, there's a link to my Discord, and you can get in there and join these events and all that good stuff. This is the end of the stream. All right, random Nyx is in. Swarv, pick one, ban one. So he's picked Skaven, it looks like. And what is he going to ban? We are in Volksgrad, which I can't remember what this map looks like, but we'll just go with it. We'll go with it. Win or lose. And if he doesn't ban one, then random can just pick whatever he wants. And is he going to break the curse? So a lot of the guys who tied for second, unfortunately, had to go to bed because it's Europe and it's like midnight or 1 or 2 a.m. over there or even later. So the free-for-all probably can't happen. But what we could do is maybe do a free-for-all off stream. So I could get the folks who were the top 4 and I could get a replay of us doing a free-for-all or them doing a free-for-all. We'll see how this goes. We'll play it by ear. Okay, so it doesn't look like Swarv just picks Skaven. I don't think he wants to do any bans. Xenos, yeah, I'd like to play against him for sure. Anyone can join, but this one's about to finish. Swarv has 1 win, yeah. Oh, he has 1 win, yeah, sorry. I gotta update the scorecard at the top. Thank you for that, guys. Toss a coin to your witcher. Random Nyx going with the bloody hands. Oh my god. So it's going to be Beastmen versus the bloody hands. So that's Wurzog sub-faction. Oh god, I'm so hungry. I gotta limit King of the Hills to like a lower number of people. I mean, I would love to stream all day if I didn't have hand problems. Toss a coin to your witcher. Oh, Valley of Plenty. You guys want some karaoke while we're waiting for the last match? Start when ready. Beastmen versus Greenskins. We got the bloody hands coming. The biggest meme lord, probably Grimgor. Yeah, Grimgor is the biggest meme lord, I think. 100%. I mean, Tretch probably is pretty close. Tretch is pretty memey. Yeah. Sword shall be crossed. The savage orcs. Oh, did not mean to click on that. So now his build is visible. Let me go ahead and pull up the dreaded army blocker. Do I have one here? Hold on, I need to add one real quick. Blocker. Yes, you guys ready for me to block the entire battle? We'll do this very disturbing one. Hold on. This was a face swap somebody did with me and Sparty. There we go. You guys can bask in the disgusting glory of this picture. So basically, they kept the center of my face and gave me Sparty's bald head and his chin. But it's weird because they did such a good job. They like kept his jawline on the side. It's like it's just such a disturbing swap. All right. So the Greenskins have a pretty epic build, I must say. You will be pleased. There's some issues with it for sure, but I don't know. Hopefully Swarv wasn't stream sniping. Hey JP, I'm glad you like the channel, man. That's because it is not me, Big BJ. That's not me. Someone did a Photoshop face swap with me and Spartacus. You both look like real people. I know, they did a really good job. Spartacus looks so fun. I look like Walter White from Breaking Bad. You know, and Ryan just, I don't know what Ryan looks like. I have no idea. Well, no, because Ryan has like a bigger head than me, I think. So like my dome wouldn't probably protrude that much. But he kept... Yeah, I think that's Ryan's mustache, too. I didn't have a mustache during that. I had a clean-cut face. But he kept the center of Ryan's face. Spartacus. So, like, the cheek, the nose, like, the lower chin on the... Yeah, that's all Ryan there. So the players are loading in. Big BJ fan. I wouldn't think so. No. I have my grandpa's same hair, and until the day he passed on, he had like a glorious mane of hair. So I'll probably always have a lot of hair. All right, so let me get rid of the blocker. Oh yeah, this is such a bad multiplayer map, but I guess it'll be fine. Oh man, Volksgrad. I remember this one. It's still in ladder too. I'm pretty sure you can still get this one. Which is unfortunate. So, if this battle's won by random nicks, the stream will be over, and we're going to have a 3-way tie. And if it's won by Swarv, then Lord Master of Sotek's is going to come in and do battle with him. And we're just going to continue on until the sun and stars die out. So, guys... This is what's happening. Okay, I'm going to double check for the screen blocker. I'm just like paranoid when I use it. We're good. So if we take a look here at the forces of the Greenskins, guys, it is a massive erect pig rush. Savage Orc Boar Boys into the sunset. Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins for some anti-large. And in the back, mass Spider Riders with Wolf Riders and Warzog. It's literally a massive Savage Orc cav rush. Now for the Beastmen, let's see if they're ready for this. They have Razor Gores, Bestigores, Centaurs with Grey Opens. They do have a couple spawn, which will be very, very useful here. And mostly infantry. I mean, honestly, pretty standard in many respects. Manticore Summon is going to be quite good as well. And Minotaurs with Grey Opens. So, I mean, as far as the armies go, I mean, I think the advantage goes to the Beastmen. It's going to be really hard for those pigs to deal with the spawn and, you know, some of the other stuff here. But, I mean, I don't know. Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened indeed. So, minimizing one more time to check some stuff. All right, so Tech sounds good. You're up next, man. I really just end this. I'm having a blast in this stream, but the hands are hurting. So just please, someone just win, so I can go get some food. I haven't eaten since like 8 a.m. It's almost 5. Damn, is it almost 5? A full-time, this is how it feels to be a full-time streamer, huh? I mean, I like long streams, actually. I really do enjoy them. All right, so Wurzog's here. The Savage Orc Rush is ready. It's going to be super micro-intensive. Like, Random Nyx is going to have like a million things to micro. Because you can't leave them in combat too long, although they do have huge charge bonuses, so... Like, a huge wall charge will probably run over this front line pretty hard. I don't know, maybe this could work. Especially if he gets his Wolf Riders and gets them around the back and, like, chases off the scraps. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, they're speaking Polish, I think. I think both these players are Polish, so... Alright, so the battle's underway. Random Nyx coming in with the massive Savage Orc Boar Rush. The Wa, I would imagine, is going to be popped. The earth trembles with the advance of the pigs. Pigs on both sides. So Wolf Riders probably going to intercept these Razor Gores, I would imagine. And here comes the Savage Orc charge into the tree line. Oh, the squealing of them hogs. And does he screw up the charge? He might have screwed up the charge. No Wa being popped either. Maybe the Beastmen were like hidden in the forest here. But yeah, across the line he gets the good charges. The Wa's a little bit delayed though. And there it is. Okay, so he gets the Wa in many respects. He's able to catch the Razor Gores. I mean, he is crumping the Ungor Spearmen on the flanks. And of course, the Savage Orc Warboys are cutting apart the lightly armored troops. However, here in the center, the spawn summon from Swarv is going to be really good. He does also use Effigy on the Minotaurs. And as long as he can get Wurzog out, that's not going to be a bad situation. So he does get Wurzog out. Here he's able to absolutely crump the pigs. The spears could collapse here, but wherever the spawn are, things are actually a little bit bad. So here come the Spider Riders and all those troops. Pigs doing okay in the frontline fight, but Balance is pretty even at this point, even considering the summons. The Greenskins have been able to swarm the flanks and pretty much kill all the mobility for the Beastmen, so with good cycle charging and good patience, he should be okay. As long as Wurzog doesn't get picked by something stupid, it's going to be a scrap. So the Beastmen have gotten their summons off. You can see the spawn are fighting a horde of massive angry pigs here. Wurzog should have his Bonewood Staff, and with good jukes, Random Nyx should be able to get away from the Manticore. He has plenty of mass, but yeah, if the Manticore is able to kill Wurzog, that could be really bad. He needs to be very, very on top of his kiting here, because that's one way he just loses this game, is if Wurzog just gets gooned here. But if Wurzog lives, he's providing constant buffs to this entire pig herd, which is really, really powerful. So Get Back here is popped. Looks like here the spawn and the Bestigors are being taken out by the Savage Orc Warboys. And some of the Wolf Riders are piling in to try and peel off the Manticore. The Manticore summon still has pretty long on its duration and honestly could kill Wurzog. Now back in this fight, you can see the Savage Orcs. I mean, they're actually swarming pretty good. The Beastmen army is taking a ton of damage, but Balanced Power is obviously in the favor of Beastmen, as it always is because of the summons. But if Wurzog lives and can endure, maybe. We'll see. Obviously, Savage Orcs don't have the best leadership, so there is that issue at hand. And Ere We Go is popped here, so there's a massive melee attack spike and another charge coming in from Random Nyx's pigs into the back here of the Minotaurs and the spawn and some of these other troops. But it's looking like the Beastmen are slowly starting to wear down the Savage Orc army. So here they come, Chaos Spawn here in a little bit of trouble. Nice little Brain Buster activated right there to trigger the Bonewood Staff. And the Manticore is on the hunt. Oh man, every blow on Wurzog is so devastating too. I would imagine all the spawn summons are out at this point, so you can see here spawn, spawn. If the Greenskins could like re-rally their forces somehow, maybe, and try and like get a second wind. The Manticore is gone, so thankfully for Wurzog, that's a breath of fresh air, but that means there's going to be another summon coming pretty soon. So he says GG, Sotek's next, and he withdraws. All right, so the Savage Orc army wasn't up to snuff, but at least you guys got to see a fun, fast, eventful battle. So currently Swarv is up here. So let's go ahead and pull him up. He's got 2. So now, if he beats Sotek, he wins the stream. So Lore Master of Sotek coming in. So Sotek is up. Oh my god, what a game that was. And we'll do Troll Country again. Yeah, it's a good one. Sotek, you're up. I sent you the password. And here we go. That was a wild battle. Turin, please, I'm so weak. It continues. We're at the 4-hour mark. This is like Everchosen length almost. So Sotek, please. Although no matter what, this is the last game, because if Swarv wins this, then he gets the 3-win victory over all the 2 contenders, which is hilarious. Oh my god. Random Nyx coming in with a massive pig rush. Lore Master is probably going to pick Lizardmen. Knights of the Hog. Random Nyx was quite heroic there. Hey, Kitek, I'm good, brother. Don't stress it. I'm a trooper. Samuel Christensen says, have I ever done an all-random King of the Hill? Yeah, I have. I've done those back in the day. I used to just call them random gen casts. I think Indy Pride calls them Trials of Siege, because it's like all random and unpredictable kind of thing. All right. Sotek put Turin out of his misery. Sotek, please. Join, I'm too weak. He's probably hidden offline, so he can't see the lobby. Oh, no, there he is. All right. Swarf, pick, then Sotek. Hey. So, if Sotek wins this, we have a 4-way tie. Which is pretty absurd. Will Sotek be Turin's Anakin? We'll see. Shetland, we saw some dwarves earlier. They're not here right now, but we saw them earlier in the stream. We literally have a 4-way tie right now. Nobody has won more than 2 games. So Sotek, I think he's Wood Elves. So go ahead and pick. Swarv hasn't said much. He's been the strong silent type. Oh, never mind. He's Beastman. Okay. Never mind. He's Beastman. So basically, Sotek is picking Lizardmen into the Beastmen. Unleash the lizards. Oh, this is going to be good. I'm curious to see how the Beastmen try and win this. It's a really hard one. We almost saw a Beastmen victory earlier, I think, against lizards, or maybe we didn't. I can't quite remember. It was so long ago. Loremaster Cena brought in as the closer. Dun, da, da, da. So as far as the 3, we have Protocol Wired, A-Move Hacker, North Nan, and then Swarv. So Swarv is Wareja. You've probably seen him play before. But I mean, we had some serious competition today. As far as our players so far, we had Tank, Jungleman, Wired, Stormrunner, A-Move Hacker, Random Nyx, Samurai Warrior, King of the Dead, Undertaker, Willow, 6669, Dutch Skink, Dakoli, who is North Nan, Zardar, and then Swarv, who is our last player. And then, of course, Sotek stepping in to try and close things out. But basically, in the King of the Hill, I allow the last player to play until they win. Otherwise, they just get to play one game and they can't possibly win. So you need to do that. So I would imagine Sotek's going to have a pretty nasty build here. He's a pretty solid Lizardman player. So we'll see how this goes. Man, I'm going to feast like the Heathen Kings of old after this. Yeah, I mean, based on the matchup, I would say it's heavily favored. I think it's heavily favored for Lizards, but maybe some people disagree. Shetland says it doesn't seem too bad for Beastmen, so yeah, perhaps. I mean, I've won it as Beastmen before. It's doable. It's not as bad as some matchups like Dwarves for Skaven, but yeah. I know. The Lizards are here. The Lizards are here. So the players will start when they're ready. It's Troll Country, a pretty close quarters map. I'll probably pick mostly small maps here, so the battles happen quick. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll pick a big one if it keeps going. The Dread Saurian could come. Wait, what? Ignacy, why are you not happy with Loremaster of Sotek? He's literally playing Lizards. How could you be disappointed in that choice? The Dread Saurian isn't necessarily a meme in all matchups. It's really not. I mean, we'll see. Sotek surprised at Lizardman. Insert Pikachu face. Surprise Pikachu face. I don't think he'll bring Tic-Tac-Toe. Yeah, Beastmen are a really good faction for sure. You know who's really good at Beastmen is Flying Taco. He's so good at them. Loremaster Sotek with friendship. Loremaster's of Sotek's friendship on the line with Turin right now. Oh, man. Wareja not saying a word, just all business. And today's a fun stream, so if you guys... I put out several invites to the Discord, so if you guys want to join there and join these in the future, anyone can sign up. It's a good time for all. Come join the party. So Sotek is ready. I really do want to see his build. You know what would be next level? So you guys saw the Photoshop of Spartacus and myself where we had a face swap. I challenge one of you guys to go and do a face swap of Loremaster of Sotek and Party Elite. Oh my god, that would be funny. Somebody do that. Oh man. That would be a really funny face swap. Beastmen are picked quite often in tournaments. Yeah, I think Beastmen are really good. I agree with Shetland, yeah. They fixed a lot of the issues with the Dread Saurian. Well, okay, so Kidek 94, the Dread Saurian was brought a lot in a previous tournament, but that's because Falcon used it in every single game in the faction war just about. And he's like, can make it work because he's just so good. He's like, timing is so perfect. Like, it's, I mean, obviously he's dropped series and lost games before, but I mean, like, he's really good. If anyone can make it consistently good, it's the man Falcon. Backwards hat is on. And it is time. Let us go forth. Face swap my dogs. Yeah. All right, guys. The battle is underway. Will Sotek reign supreme, or will the Bray Herd of Chaos advance on and win the whole Monty? So he's got skin cohorts in the front line with the cohort of Sotek. He does also have Croxagores with their spanking paddles to give some mass and hold up the Beastmen infantry. He's got a Tehenwin, of course, Sotek, of course. Tehenwin! Flock of Doom! He's holding that tablet like an absolute champion while bouncing on a Velociraptor. He's got a Manticore summon and a Thunderous one plus a Laser Dino. So very good build from Sotek for sure. He's got the big monsters, which are tough to kill for the beasts. And now for the Bray Herd, we got Gore Herds in the front, which will beat these Skinks. He's got a couple Saurus Spears in the back. Not Saurus Spears, Ungor Spearman Herds. Minotaurs with great weapons. We have the Bestigore Herds, and we do also have Centaurs with throwing axes and some Spawn mixed in. Spawn, pretty good at mulching through Saurus and things like that. But yeah, it's a really good build. And it seems like Bereja knows that, or Swarv, going for the dual summon is very powerful. Because you can get 2 Cygor summons and 2 Manticore summons. That is such a power spike to your army. Now, of course, it can be beaten, but it's very, very good. So I'm check, just making sure I don't have the screen blocker up. Yes. And the battle is underway. The fate of this stream in the hands of Swarv and Lore Master of Sotek. Lizards versus Beastmen. Of course, Sotek does have the lasers in the back. He does have the Bastiladon with the Solar Engine, which is a great target, or a great thing to shoot at Spawn and Minotaurs. So he could get some pretty good value out of that. We'll see how it goes. And yeah, the Thunderous one is an absolute terror in the night. That thing is so hard to take down. He doesn't have healing, though, so he's not going for probably the most optimized build. Tehenwin Manticore summons are very good, but it's not like, as powerful as like a Slann, in my opinion. All right, unleash the lizards. Ready. Good luck, have fun. And here we go. So Laser Dino is going to be taking some pot shots, I would imagine, at the Minotaurs as soon as Sotek is able to draw a line of sight on that beast. Skinks are moving forward. And the first shot, nice tearing shot right through those elite Blackhorns Ravagers here. Skinks doing a little bit of poke and stroke here in the front against the Gore Herds. And it looks like a summon's going to be dropped right away. So rather than banking his Winds of Magic, he just drops the Cygor summon immediately to try and get that value. Not too many good targets for Cygor since it's mostly Skinks, but now the Laser Dino is shooting into the Minotaurs, which is a really good target. So the Lizards are engaging in combat. Croxagores against Minotaurs, the Grey Open's going to be a little bit scary. And we have some pigs chasing Skinks on the edge of the map. The Thunderous one 100% needs to get in combat, though, ASAP. And the Gore Herd's taking some poking for sure. Red Crested Skinks are also surging in. And so far, the Laser Dino has been paying its dues, really blasting down these Minotaurs. They're up, and so the Manticore summon is dropped. Tehenwin is here as well, and the Thunderous one thunders into combat, rolling into that Beastman front line. The Blackhorns Ravagers just getting ravaged here by the Thunderous one. And the double dreaded Manticore summon, so each of them summoning a Manticore and going after each other's armies or lords is pretty funny. Tehenwin's not super tanky, though. He has to be careful, and it seems like Swarv is really attempting to snipe lords pretty heavily here with the Manticore. And like always with this build, the balance of power is very heavily in the favor of the Beastmen, but that's only because of all the summons. If the Lizards can endure the summons, they'll probably have more distance out of their magic. So some of the pigs on the flanks have been forced back, and Sotek's like, 2 can play that game, so Morkur is going to be getting attacked by a Feral Manticore. Granted, Morkur is much tankier than Tehenwin. Nonetheless, Tehenwin is in the main fight. Pan's Impenetrable Pelt going down, but the Lizards are getting buckled here pretty bad. There's a ton of spawn. Croxagores will hold for a couple more seconds, but I don't see them lasting too much longer. And with Tehenwin being a little bit trapped up here, it's a very scary situation. Obviously, the Skinks are not happy to be fighting Gore Herds and things like that, but they're still trying their little hearts out. Croxagores in the low ground doing okay against the Minotaurs with Grey Opens, despite the fact that it's a somewhat bad matchup for them, although I think these are the ones that were getting focused by the Laser Dino. Over here, we do, of course, have the Thunderous one being attacked by a Feral Manticore, and in the back, we do have the Skink cohorts trying their best, and some Chameleons, unfortunately, at the edge of the map, not able to get in combat. But Tehenwin here, trying his best, fully surrounded by spawn, but now comes the breath of fresh air for the Lizards. As you can see, the Thunderous one getting some really good attacks into the Bray Shaman here, might be able to finish him. Nonetheless, the Bray Shaman that summons Manticores is the one that you really want to finish off. But Bounce of Power should start ebbing back to a normal state once some of the summoned spawns start to disappear. Looks like there is some summoned spawn here, and back in this fight, Tehenwin is taking a lot of damage, and Thunderous one is as well. Balance of power is not lizard favored, but beastman favored, but 2 spawn will be disappearing here in about 15-20 seconds, and these spawn will be disappearing, although I think these are just actual spawn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are just the legit spawn. Should be another Manticore summon coming in from the lizards as well. Tehenuin should have one in the back pocket. But the Thunderous one being swarmed by all these Minos with great weapons is it's pretty strong. I mean, obviously, if you can get rid of the Saurus and the troops on the ground that protect it, the big dinos can fall rather quickly to that type of pressure. So good play so far. You can see Centaurus, the Throwing Axe, is able to get some good peppering in. Tehenuin's trying his heart out to hold this, but it's a strong rush and a lot of summons. I think you need more durable infantry, like using Saurus and Temple Guard and things like that to really hold back those type of rushes. But of course, a skink flavored build is the way to go for a very themed build here with Tehenuin. Bastillodon charging in, ramming a couple of those Minotaurs. Balance of power is very, very heavily favored for the Beastmen now. And as far as false inflations go, we have a Manticore summon. We have the spawn are all gone now, I think. I think these spawn were just recently summoned. They'll be disappearing here pretty soon, which will give the lizards something back in terms of the balance of power, but I don't know if it'll be enough. Skinks are doing a good job picking apart Centaurs, and Tehenuin's trying his best. He only has 1,000 HP, though, and this summon Manticore is on its 2nd tier, so maybe if Sotek can run away with the Tehenuin and get away from the Manticore, just maybe, but that's really, really hard to say. Now there are some lizards over here which are trying to stabilize. We have some cohorts, and we do also have some red-crested skinks. And the laser dino is a little bit trapped up here, but basically Tehenuin's going to have to survive this if there's any hope. But it's really tough. Manticores are great pursuit units. Granted, Tehenuin has 100 armor. I'm really surprised about that. He doesn't seem like a character who would. Manticore pulls back up in the sky. Is going to disappear in about 2 or 3 seconds. And that's probably army losses for the dinos, and that is going to be GG. So Swarv shall win the stream, winning 3 games. Well played. Solid summon builds. Going Beastman. I don't think he went Beastman all games. I think he went twice. Yeah, against Random Nyx and Sotek. So Swarv is going to be our winner. 3 victories for the lad today. And the current leader shall seal the fate of this stream. So well played, Sotek. Well played. It was a good one, brother. Thank you for coming in and stepping up and putting up a great fight there. Yeah, it's hard to stop. Beastman rushes, you need better troops, I think. And if like Saurus and Temple Guard can endure much better there. And there you have it, my friends. There you have it. I mean, so I've tried that build many times using Beastmen against certain players, and I've lost with the mass summon builds before. It can be beat. It's strong. It is strong. Well played. Thank you to the great lore master of Sotek for stepping up and playing. Make sure to go check out his channel. If you haven't seen him, he's a really good player in multiplayer campaign and also has dank lore videos. I'm going to go maybe get some pierogi if I can find some, but probably Thai food to be honest. So guys, thank you so much for joining. Our grand champion of the day is going to be Swarv. GG at Swarv. You win. And Swarv shall be the victor of this day. Special thanks to all of you guys for your generous donations. We had several coming in on the stream from Samuel Christensen, CVN27, Katek94, Capellius, Evan Dickon. Thank you for the 5. CVN again, Alex Sear, and Garland Green. Thank you guys so much for the very generous donations. Keeping me going strong, keeping the Wookiee fed. Now I can go eat. Thank you all to all the mods for helping out. You guys were aces today. Wicked good luck with the application and all that. Thank you guys so much for slaying the Slanesh bots. They were fervent today, but you guys held firm. The spear wall of this chat did not allow those foul heretics to permeate the stream. So thank you so much. I'm going to go eat. Thanks, guys, for joining, and we'll see you on the other side. Take care.